And welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting, Reconvened special council meeting of Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. This special council meeting was called under Section 2.5b and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of hearing presentations for and for speakers to the draft 2026 budget. We lost the quorum, right? Oh, we do have Councilor Montague online. Okay. This special council meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate in either method. Any council members join electronically are reminded to enable the video to confirm quorum. This meeting is also live streamed on the city's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Van City Clerk. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are two exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the council chamber. Do not use the elevator. Use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are, and the security staff will get you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim absent. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato has a LOA from 3 p.m. onwards for council business. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Montague.
Councillor Montague, please turn on your speaker, please.
Councillor Montague, roll call.
We can come back
Anyways,
to
we'll keep
Montague.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meissner.
Present.
Councillor Zhou in the chair. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Zhou.
Yeah, Councillor Montague online now, or?
Councillor Montague, can you hear us?
Okay, can someone text Councillor Montague, let him know he's online now? Okay, so can someone yeah, okay. All right, so we have quorum. This is the plan for the day. We're going to continue hearing from the speaker on the 2026 capital and operating budget, starting with speaker number 450. Recess at 5 p.m. for dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to continue hearing the speakers. If an additional day is required, we will reconvene this meeting on Wednesday, November the 19th, which is tomorrow at 3 p.m. I would like to note that the sign language interpretation is available for today's meeting. Speaker asked to monitor the live stream on YouTube and to follow the updates on X for the timing information, so you will know when your speaker's number is approaching. Staff will make every effort to provide approximately 20 minutes in advance of the notice by emailing when your speaking term is nearing. If you do miss your turn, please note that once the full speaker list has been called, the chair will return to those who were missed to provide a second and last opportunity for registered speakers to speak. Thank you for your patience and cooperation as we work to accommodate as many speakers as possible. Also, I'd like to remind the speakers, because we have the sign language interpreter, so please slow down so we can capture your remarks. All right, so we have one report today, 2026 capital and operating budget. We will now continue hearing from the registered speakers. Before we hear from the registered speakers, I would like to remind council and members of the public that individual speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. And since we still have 200 speakers to go, so I will cut everyone at 3 minutes right there. So please respect others and respect the rules. Those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speakers, will have 5 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also on the line or in person, and must not be individual speakers themselves. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speakers on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present for their name when their name were initially called. I want to remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the budget item. Members of public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred and defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and the council to participate is our responsibility. Okay, we will now hear from the registered speaker number 450, Eva Bronstein.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Hello. Thank you, Council. I'm sorry to see that the mayor isn't with us today, but I certainly hope that he listens to my message and to everybody's voices today. I'm a Vancouver resident. I was born in Vancouver at the BC Women's Children's Hospital, and I've never felt more proud to be a Vancouver resident than I did last week, listening to all the speakers speak so articulately and passionately in support of the city that we're all fighting to call home. I am opposed to the budget, and I'm here today because we all know that cuts these deep don't happen quietly, and that they land on families, seniors, newcomers, people with disabilities, on the people who are already feeling the strain of the cost of living here in Vancouver. Leaked memos show that 400 jobs could disappear, many from departments that prevent crises before they happen. Homelessness services, childcare, public washrooms, sustainability, the supports that keep people afloat. While all of that is on the chopping block, the police budget is jumping up $525 million, a 10% increase in a single year. For that price increase, the city could fund decades of 7-day-a-week library services. Just think about how many people rely on libraries every single day for safety, warmth, internet access, a place to study, a place to breathe. For me, what hurts most is the lack of transparency. I was one of hundreds of people that lined up to vote in our councillors earlier this year. And residents really shouldn't have to rely on whistleblowers, such as following Councillor Orr on Instagram, to learn what our government is planning to cut. We deserve a clear, honest, line-by-line budget before decisions are made, not after. This isn't about numbers on a page. It's about whether families can access care, whether seniors can stay connected, whether people have safe public spaces, whether this city stays livable at all. I'm asking you, please, councillors today, listen to what residents have already told you. Choose a budget that protects the services holding the city together. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Speaker 451 is Ricky Davey.
Hello, thank you for your time, everyone, today. And thank you, Eva. That was very well said, better said than I could say. I'm calling in today because I am concerned about the lack of a property tax increase. I think it's something that should be increased, when you're talking about cutting funding to other places. I don't think there needs to be a freeze on the property tax this year. And I think, the parks and recreation, it changes so much. I know so many people that are able to go out and live in this city and experience the world-class city we are, because they can go and socialize with people at community centers. But if fares go up, it makes it really hard. And I'm not 100% convinced that the police needs the budget increase that they are getting. I think that's something that, I would like more transparency on. And thank you for your time. I guess this is my first time speaking, not quite as eloquent as Eva, but thank you for taking the time to hear us today.
Thank you, Ricky. Speaker 452 is Daniel Amia.
Speaker 452 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 453 is David Van Herman.
Good afternoon. My name is David Van Hemmen, Vice President of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and we are in support. First, I want to say thank you to Mayor and Council, all Council, for your ongoing collaboration and effort to support Vancouver and the business community. It's not been an easy 5 years for the business community, and it's also, as we know, been a challenge for the city and staff as well. We recognize and appreciate the recent commitments to keep the 2026 property tax increase as low as possible. The business community continues to face significant challenges in inflationary pressures, rising payroll costs, and increased risks due to the impact of the U.S. administration. A substantial portion of our membership has revised their budgets, their revenue projections, and pivoted parts of their business in light of these costs and the increased business uncertainty. As the city's own 2025 storefront report shows, vacancy rates are at 10.2%, well above the healthy range of 5 to 7%, and independent businesses have declined by 4% since 2020. So businesses are facing also growing costs for many inputs and measures related to safety, higher security spending, theft, vandalism, repairs, and preventative measures. When taxes rise, the costs ultimately show up in the form of higher rents for businesses and for people, and higher prices for goods paid by all. Looking at the whole, the financial toll of the cumulative increase in all the costs I've identified has presented a major challenge for many businesses. At the same time, we appreciate that a healthy city requires good city services and core services, and that the challenge in delivering this is compounded by aging infrastructure across the city. And we appreciate the good work by the professional staff of the City of Vancouver to try and address these challenges. As mentioned, we appreciate the desire to limit property tax increases, especially considering the substantial increases in recent years. We recommend maintaining predictable, reasonable, and affordable cost increases for both property taxes and fees. And we encourage a look forward to the future to try and ensure the trajectory of city finances and service levels are stable and sustainable, and that the city is able to utilize technology wherever possible. In general, for our members, this means aiming for a multi-year plan where increases are capped at the lesser of inflation, or 4%. In closing, Vancouver's small businesses are the backbone of the local economy. They provide jobs, services, and vibrancy in every neighborhood. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, David. Speaker 454 is Cara Bateman. Car's there. Okay. Please go ahead, Cara.
Speaker 454 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 455 is Pierre Lechner.
Just one moment, Chair.
Sure.
Speaker 455, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead, Pierre.
Hello?
Before you start, can I ask, as a procedure question, can I ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver?
I live in North Vancouver.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. Thank you again for listening to all our voices. My name is Pierre Leichner. I am the Vice President of the Board of the Vancouver Community Arts Council, and I am the President of the Board of the Connection Salon Artists Collective, who operates from the Gathering Place Community Center in downtown Vancouver. The proposed budget and its cuts and increases is logical. I oppose it, but it is simply logical. I worked as a psychiatrist for 35 years, and when I quit after obtaining my MFA 15 years ago, I have since then been working as an artist. I work in developing and promoting art programs in the community outside the major institutions. I've been working also to promote and empower underrepresented artists, marginalized artists, and those with lived experience of mental health challenges. I believe that the arts of all forms are necessary to the health and well-being of individuals and their communities. I believe arts help people better understand themselves, create connections, and increase empathy. I believe that participation in the arts strengthens civic engagement and a sense of belonging. The World Health Organization and numerous scientific studies have found that arts play a major role in preventing, managing, and treating illness, as well as promoting health and well-being. Arts and culture also grow the gross domestic product, create jobs, and encourage spending in tourism. Hence, it makes great logic that if the budget cuts the arts and culture, there will be an increased need for police and more acute care mental health services. But is that what the council and mayor truly want? Is it not time to recognize that we're living through increasingly social, economic, political, stressful times and climatic changes? And this is not the time to cut activities that would mitigate these stresses. Is it not time to consider the lead of the federal government, who has not cut its arts budget but strengthened it? Is it not time to strengthen and grow Vancouver's unique arts and culture diversity? Cutting the arts and culture budget is a harmful act towards Vancouver's citizens and communities. I emphasize harmful because people don't think that cutting arts actually directly harms people and the community. So, in conclusion, this is a logical budget, but it is simply very wrong. It is simply the wrong thing to do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Pierre. Speaker 456 is Stephen Thakkar.
Speaker 456 is not on the line.
457 is Catherine Menzies.
Speaker 457 is not on the line.
458 is Yaro Yunus.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yaro, can you hear us?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
Yaro, can you hear us?
Yes.
Please go
Good
ahead
afternoon,
when you're ready.
Mayor and councillors. My name is Hyra Yunus, and I'm the Director of Policy at the Business Council of British Columbia and a Vancouver resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. A few weeks ago, I went to City Hall and supported your motion for a 0% property tax increase for 2026. I've called in today to support the proposed budget that implements that direction. And here's why. Across BC, property taxes in the CPI have risen by 94% since 2010, nearly double the rise in property taxes across Canada. And that 94% is a lower bound estimate. It does not capture the indirect effects where businesses pass higher municipal taxes on to consumers through higher prices, or landlords passing them on to tenants through higher rents. Property tax inflation has therefore been a major and underappreciated driver of the affordability crisis. I'll say that again. Property tax inflation has been a major and underappreciated driver of the affordability crisis. In VCBC's recent report on municipal operating spending, we found that real operating spending grew faster than population in nearly 4 out of 5 municipalities across BC between 2013 and 2023. When you compare what municipalities actually spend to what they would have spent had budgets simply kept pace with population and inflation, the cumulative excess spending totals nearly $3.8 billion over the decade. That money ultimately comes from the same place: families, renters, and businesses who are already facing higher living and operating costs. Now, the spending mix hasn't dramatically changed, but the rate of spending growth has outpaced the underlying core cost drivers. Within that mix, though, some of the fastest growth has been in areas like health, housing, and social services, areas that are essential, but also areas where responsibility primarily sits with the province. In Vancouver, spending in this category grew by 181% between 2013 and 2023. Had this spending simply tracked population and inflation, the city would have spent roughly $420 million less over the decade. Now, that shift reflects real community needs, but it also creates structural pressures and raises questions about whether the province has downloaded these responsibilities to municipalities in ways that ultimately increase the burden on taxpayers. Staffing trends tell a similar story. Between 2015 and 2025, total city FTEs increased by 26%, while population increased by 17%. Corporate support functions grew by about 30% over that same period, faster than both population and frontline roles. Taken together, these spending and staffing trends point to long-standing pressures in the city's cost base. These pressures matter because they land on people. The proposed 2026 budget is a welcome reset and a good first step towards restoring affordability. For households and businesses that have been stretching to cover rent, cover groceries, childcare, payroll, and utilities, even modest relief and greater predictability matter.
Sorry, we have to be within 3 minutes.
Leaving more money in people's pockets helps them manage today's bills and plan for tomorrow.
You can hear us, I think. Oh, okay. But thank you for speaking to council. Yeah. All right, speaker 459 is Margie Sanderson. Margie?
Speaker 459 is not on the line.
Speaker 460 is Nikki Gronfeld.
Okay. 460 is not on the line.
461 is Sasha Mines.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Sasha Mines. I'm 24 years old. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite. I'm a student, I'm a renter, and I strongly oppose this budget and the cuts that it will bring to Vancouver City services. I have relied on these services my entire life. I learned to read at the Hastings Branch Library. Summer days are spent almost exclusively at New Brighton Pool. And just like every other young person in Vancouver, I too wonder if I will ever be able to afford a home in the city that I know and love. And so in times where we're all just looking to get by, a policy of austerity, one that Vancouverites didn't even ask for, simply cannot be the way forward. Like so many others that you've heard from, I too share the concern that funding for crucial social services is being slashed, or, at best, left in the dust to struggle with inflation. And while we don't even know exactly what's going on with this budget because of the lack of detailed information, I'm worried that this draft signals a marked shift away from sustainability initiatives at a time when the effects of the climate crisis only continue to intensify. I appreciate the reality of financial constraints, but what I'm talking about here today isn't efficiency. It's a deferral of responsibility, and we're all going to have to foot the bill for it eventually. I know I don't need to remind you that there is a municipal election next year, and this budget and the public's overwhelmingly negative response to it will be at the top of my mind as I head to the polls. And I won't be the only one. We know from the budget survey that the large majority of people across the city, homeowners and businesses alike, actually support some form of increase in property tax. And so I ask you, Why engage in public consultation if you aren't prepared to actually listen? City services that help us adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change, keep our parks and public spaces clean and accessible, and libraries that can actually afford to stay open are essential to the health of our communities. But these are precisely the services that will suffer as a result of these cuts. Moving forward with this proposed budget would show blatant disregard for public feedback, and nearly every single one of the over 600 speakers who have taken the time to speak up. This isn't good governance, and it flies in the face of democratic principles. But it's not too late to get this right. I urge you to reconsider this proposed budget in light of all that you've heard, and to invest in the vital services that we know Vancouver needs to truly thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 462 is Rosalind Sadowski.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi there. So I'm calling in as a lifelong Vancouver resident myself as well. I'm in my mid-30s and I'm a teacher in the Burnaby School District. And both as a citizen and in my work, I'm very concerned about the proposed budget cuts and what they mean for Vancouver's progress on climate and community programs. I've been involved in climate activism my whole life, or at least since I was a teenager, and to see Vancouver turning back and rolling back these programs now is incredibly disappointing when we're ever more in a state of climate crisis. And at a very minimum, council should be protecting existing funding for climate and sustainability programs, not cutting them, as cutting this work would undo decades of progress and make it harder for people to manage with rising heat and energy costs. It's also just extremely disappointing. I talk about climate action with my students regularly, and to see that council is treating this as some kind of extra, something that can be just easily cut like that, is not at all the case. In fact, this climate programming is essential to keeping Vancouver safe, affordable, and livable. Not to mention, if we're thinking about young people in the future, cutting these programs now will cost us more later in emergency response, infrastructure damage, and lost economic opportunities. And I know that you've heard this message a number of times now, but I'm not alone. I would actually like to see property tax increases to maintain the current level of services. Please, I'm asking you to not support budget cuts that would make life harder for people in Vancouver. We've come too far to go backwards now. And again, I will be thinking about this in my vote next year. I want to see council taking strong climate action, not rolling back when we're in the middle of a climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 463 has withdrawn. Speaker 464 is Irene Brown-John.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Erin Brown-John, and I'm a Vancouver resident. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to connect with so many of my neighbors who love this city just as much as I do, and who are very concerned that this budget takes us in the wrong direction. I very much oppose this draft budget. Zero means zero is an irresponsible and short-sighted gimmick. Inflation is real and it affects everything, including the city's ability to deliver the supports and services that we all value, and its ability to maintain the staffing and critical infrastructure that allows our city to function. Not increasing property taxes to account for inflation is effectively a cut that will harm parents, seniors, small businesses, nonprofits, arts and culture, the unhoused and vulnerable people in our society who will deal with lower service levels and higher fees and barriers. These cuts walk back important commitments to climate change, adaptation, equity, and maintaining critical infrastructure that we will need for the future. In your own budget consultations, which I participated in, the majority of Vancouverites said that we are willing to pay more in taxes to maintain the services that we value. Why are you ignoring your own democratic process? Vancouver has one of the lowest tax rates in Canada. 5% is reasonable. Property tax savings will not be passed on to me or any other renter. My rent is going up in January whether I like it or not. And I'm very concerned about the lack of transparency in this budget. It is alarmingly short and lacking in detail. We are the city's shareholders, and we deserve to know what we are paying for. ABC promised line-by-line accounting, and yet you are too afraid to tell us exactly what we are going to lose as a result of this bad budget. It's possible that you don't even know what you're choosing to cut yet. And if that is the case, I encourage you all to do your due diligence and not approve this budget before you have all the facts. It's not too late to reconsider. Finally, I'm concerned about the nearly $50 million increase allocated for the VPD. We are all being asked to tighten our belts. Why is the VPD not being asked to do the same? And why is the VPD consistently allowed to go over budget? This budget starves our services to feed the police, and it allows the VPD to leech the life and vitality from our city to pad its bloated budget, and we all deserve better from this council. I urge you to vote no and send this budget back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. Speaker 465 is Michelle Spencer.
Here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Spencer. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking against the proposed budget and against cuts to public services. This council is claiming that this budget is delivering on affordability. I would like to provide another perspective on what affordability looks like. Affordability for me is paying $8 to go swimming at a public rec center rather than needing to buy an expensive condo in a building with a pool, then having to pay even more each month in maintenance fees. I don't have kids, but if I did, I imagine that affordability means being able to sign up for swim lessons at the rec center instead of having to pay at a private pool. Granted, getting access to the pool is harder than ever with new closures to the aquatic center. According to my reading chapters, I've read more than 35 books this year, just in general fiction and nonfiction books and audiobooks. I've actually lost track of how many cookbooks and reference books I've borrowed from the library. I love supporting our local bookstores, but affordability for me means getting access to books and audiobooks from the library or on Libby, rather than having to pay $15 a month to Audible or $40 for a new release. Our libraries have saved me hundreds of dollars, in addition to providing high-quality programming for free. Affordability is having a thriving library system. Affordability means being able to give up my car. New cars are incredibly expensive, and even on an old car, insurance, parking, and gas add up quickly. Because I live in a dense neighborhood, I am able to cycle, walk, or transit to everything I need, and use car share for occasional errands that require a car. This means I need my city to invest in active transportation to ensure these routes are safe. Over half of Vancouver households are renters. I've received my rental increase for 2026, and somehow I doubt that they will issue a correction to account for the proposed 0% increase in property taxes. My rent, along with most others in the city, will be increased by the maximum allowable percentage. How does a 0% property tax increase deliver affordability for me as a renter? This budget does nothing to improve affordability in this city for me. It will mean that I will need to pay more to access rec centers, assuming the Vancouver Aquatic Center even reopens for us to return to dodge falling concrete. It will mean that my library will not have as many programs or won't be able to supply as many high-demand books. It will mean that fewer amenities will be available to me as someone without a car, and pedestrian safety improvements will be further delayed. Affordability requires robust public programming so that we are able to share these costs and allow everyone to thrive in our city. I urge City Council to vote against cuts to services. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Speaker 466 is Kirsten Helena Palvest.
Speaker 466 is not present.
467 is Kai Rong.
Speaker 467 is not on the line.
468 is Chase Kittley.
Speaker 468 is not on the line.
469 is Kira.
Speaker 469 is not on the line.
470 is Morris Y.
Speaker 470 is not on the line.
471 is Victor Fernandez.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Council. I am calling, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am calling to oppose this budget. I think that it is bad management. I think that whatever you're saving now in the short run, on their funded services, on their staff services, eventually end up costing more money. They push the city to have to hire third parties to cover the responsibilities that were previously being covered by staff. It is not a safe. It is also not a saving measure for people who live in the city who actually need it. It doesn't help renters. As my previous speakers have said, no one's going to lower my rent next year because of the property tax freeze. This doesn't help anybody other than people who have a lot of money from a property that they own and they just want to save, want to have a few more dollars there in the following year. What else? Lastly, I don't have a lot to say, sorry. But the last thing I want to say is that I urge everyone at council to think about how the reality has changed since this budget was proposed. This has essentially gone locally viral. Every news outlet has covered the backlash and the record number of speakers. Whatever process wanted to be expedited and get it over with quickly is already not the reality. This is going to be the stain that carries the whatever party supports it into 2026 and the next municipal election. So I hope that you will at least consider the self-preservation aspect of not supporting this budget and looking like a principled council person rather than just following on party lines on a budget that is opaque and frankly irresponsible. To end, I would just like to say that just because 2026 is going to be Ken Sims' last year in office doesn't mean it has to be yours. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 472, 473 has withdrawn. Speaker 474 is Sarah Brown.
Speaker 474 is not on the line.
Okay. 475 is Fiona York. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I just wanted to mention that my phone is not working properly, so I might cut out in the middle of speaking. But I'm speaking today in opposition to the 2026 budget proposal, and specifically the massive almost $50 million increase in the Vancouver Police Department budget. The 2026 budget proposal, aside from its general opaqueness, furthers the climate of austerity and hostility towards people who are unhoused, already set in motion by undermining social housing and over-policing in the downtown east side. Homelessness is at an all-time high in Vancouver, but City Hall is turning its back on housing and services and instead feeding into a stigmatizing narrative of us versus them that only serves to further divide and marginalize. The current approach, with multiple policing centers and Operation Barrage, hyper-focused on the downtown east side, creates more fear and exclusion. And I have some comments here from people I have spoken to. I feel more threatened and unsafe when VPD are around than when they're not, says Jay, a downtown east side resident. And they've lost sight of what's important, says A. Policing costs have also been inflated by police escorts for street sweeps that separate already vulnerable residents from survival gear and life-saving belongings. More and more unhoused residents say they only have what's on their back because everything else is routinely stripped from them in daily raids. I haven't changed my clothes in 8 days, and I don't want any more because it will just get taken from me, says S. And JF says, this is inflating the budget after kicking homeless people from one spot to another and not allowing anyone time to organize their stuff, so it just makes a mess everywhere and leaves the impression of more mess and need for more garbage cleanup and police to protect them from people who are upset about having their stuff taken again. Instead, what's needed is new purpose-built shelter-rate housing for the 2,000 downtown Eastside residents who are currently unhoused, addressing the toxic drug supply with community-led solutions, developing peer-led housing options, and supporting training and employment programs. Once again, I oppose the current budget proposal and particularly the massive increase to the police budget and ask it to be set aside for fuller community input and investment in housing, services, and dignity for unhoused residents. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Speaker 476 is Sarah Marcel.
Speaker 476 is not on the line.
477 is Amanda Dominguez.
Speaker 477 is not on the line.
478 is Susan Baines.
Speaker 478 is not on the line.
479 is Fabricio Moreira.
Speaker 479 is not on the line.
480 has withdrawn. 481 is Maury Ford.
Speaker 481 is not on the line.
482 is Julie Coral.
Calero, hello. Thank you, Council. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am an educator, I'm a renter, and I am a parent. And I want to speak today in opposition to the proposed budget. Briefly and truly anecdotally, our families are having a hard time here in Vancouver, and I don't think that the proposed budget does them justice. I see children looking for connection. I see families looking for support, and that is really hard to come by. And so, as so many people have already so eloquently put, we don't need more police presence. We don't need more police funding. We need our libraries. We need our pools. We need to give kids a chance to learn how to swim and skate. And I know that's all fancy stuff, but there are some key elements of childhood that I feel like we are not offering our residents anymore. And so, Council, if you can, please consider that Vancouver should be livable for the people who need to be here and not just the people who want to be here, because that's what I feel has been becoming harder and harder over these last years. And there is a chance, there's always a chance that we can turn this around. But right now, the cuts that we make here will have a huge impact on these kids now and kids in the future and families in general. I have fewer volunteers, for instance, when I run school events because families cannot afford to give their time. Families are working harder. There's just so much that they have to cover to do the best they can for their children, and we, as a city, should be making that easier. Council, you have that in your wheelhouse. You can make things easier for folks if you look for ways to increase our services instead of moving the funds around to the police or just removing them from our services. That's really all. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, councillors, for listening to everybody today and tomorrow probably and the days that have gone by. So thank you, council, for considering that things could be different. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 483 is Isabel Sue Muzinas.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Isabel Steve Moitinas. I am a resident in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to this budget today. I speak today as the climate campaigner at the Wilderness Committee. We are an environmental charity in the city that represents hundreds across Vancouver. I also speak as a renter, as a young person, a frequenter of community spaces, and as someone who cares deeply about all who call this city home. I'm extremely concerned about the cuts proposed in this budget. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet or a balancing game. They have real material consequences for people's lives. Take, for example, extreme heat preparedness programs that are now at risk. In 2021, 117 people passed away from extreme heat, largely seniors, tenants, and those in socioeconomically disadvantaged neighborhoods. These were people in this city. They were our neighbors, our grandparents, our friends, our community members, and many more suffered through unbearable heat or faced impossible choices between turning on air conditioning and paying their bills. Extreme heat preparedness programs are not just a nice to have, they are a life-saving and essential component of public health and safety. Setting the department that delivers them would leave thousands at risk during future heat waves and other climate disasters, which is simply put, unconscionable. And these programs are only one example. Cuts to climate and community services undermine every major goal this council claims to prioritize: affordability, economic growth, public safety. We know that building retrofits reduce both emissions and residents' energy bills. We know that libraries, community centers, parks, public washrooms, these are all essential during extreme weather events and for the mental and physical well-being that allows residents to thrive. Vancouver was once a leader in sustainability. Dismantling the programs that made that possible will only worsen the cost of living crisis and deepen inequality while climate impacts accelerate. In a time when federal and provincial governments are backsliding on climate, now is the moment to step up and invest in people. While some members of this council might not frequently see spaces or worry about energy bills, many of us do. It's telling that this budget finds room for a 10% increase to the police department with no evidence that will make anyone safer, and rather will continue to make community members and organizers feel unsafe when speaking out about Palestine, immigration, and other issues, while cutting the very services that make this city livable and resilient. That choice speaks volumes about who and what this council prioritizes. It is not the well-being of ordinary residents or the hundreds of people I represent through my work. You have a responsibility to not only maintain these services, but to expand and increase their accessibility for all, so that regardless of our various differences as community members, we can build a city that is safe for everyone to thrive, a line that is pulled directly from ABC's 93-point platform, I should add. I'll close by reminding you that you work for all of the people of the city and not just a handful of wealthy advisors and lobbyists. This budget fails to reflect that. I urge you to reject it and create one that truly invests in the priorities and needs of the residents in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 4A4 is Jonathan Ma.
Speaker 484 is not on the line.
4A5 is Alexia Bloch.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
I appreciate the opportunity to address council today. I've lived in Vancouver for over 25 years, and like the hundreds of people who have spoken over the past week and today, I am addressing City Council for the first time. I am in opposition to the draft 2026 budget. As the Vancouver Sun headline yesterday noted, this budget is thinking small. There are a myriad of problems with the budget, but I wish to share just a few today. First, the budget is insufficiently transparent. It is a mystery how council members can make an informed vote when the mere 24-page document does not contain line item breakdowns of the cuts that will be incurred or the augmentation of already over-resourced police and public safety, especially with police and public safety increases slated to be over $46 million, while all other areas of essential services supporting the well-being of Vancouverites face cuts. A lack of line item information is egregious. Second, we know that the zero means zero budget reflects zero consideration of critical findings of the budget survey completed by the city in September. While over 66% of the nearly 6,500 Vancouverites surveyed indicated that they would support a 5% increase in property taxes to sustain services that are so essential, the budget is proposing a 0% rise in property taxes. I ask you, council members, that you look yourself in the mirror and ask if you are truly enacting democratic governance. As a longtime resident and a parent of 2 children, and as a person privileged enough to own a home in Kitsilano, I want to see property taxes increased. A zero means zero budget will hobble arts, culture, recreation, and essential city services like libraries and childcare infrastructural projects, while increasing the police budget by 10% over the past year. In particular, I am also struck that the cuts proposed by the draft budget go strongly against gender equity, making the city stand out as being shockingly out of step with other global cities. In opening comments last week, we heard that this austerity budget will require baby change tables and feminine hygiene products to disappear from the restrooms located in so-called high vandalism areas of the city. The draft budget also cuts infrastructural investments to daycares throughout the city by $12 million, meaning there will be fewer options for childcare. In a city where 55% of the residents are renters and many are struggling to cover monthly bills, parents, and especially women who cannot
Sorry,
access
Alicia, that's your
daycare for
time.
children will be faced with more challenges
Thank
to
you for
taking part in
speaking
the
to
workforce.
council. Thank you. Okay, speaker 486 is Pippa Johnston.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My name, as you said, is Pippa Johnstone, and this is my first time speaking to council. I am a resident and I'm a homeowner speaking in opposition of the budget. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and then I moved away to Toronto for 8 years. I've just recently returned to Vancouver in the last few years, and I am so upset to see the things that made Vancouver an appealing place to return to are the same things that are on the chopping block in this budget. Not only does this budget seem far from transparent, what we do know goes against the values that Vancouver is known for around the world. Climate and sustainability are my number one priority as a voter. I want to live in a city that takes these realities seriously and does our part to mitigate our environmental impact and prepare for the future. I'd also say that the arts and culture of a place are the lifeblood for me, and I think we should be fostering talent that stays in Vancouver and building a city that makes life affordable and attractive to artists. From what I've seen, this plan guts funding that already does not keep up with inflation. Not to mention the libraries and childcare and parks and community centers. For me, these are the things that make Vancouver a desirable place to live. As I said, I'm a homeowner in Vancouver, and like many other homeowners I've been speaking with, I'm opposed to the property tax freeze. In fact, I would be happy to see an increase to our property taxes if that money goes to fund affordable housing initiatives, arts and culture, climate leadership, and public services that serve people living and building this city. Prioritizing the police budget over these departments is not the right move for Vancouver. The number of speakers that we've heard from and the number of letters written and responses logged means that Vancouver is paying attention. Council members, please listen to your constituents who are speaking loud and clear, rather than catering to the wealthiest few. We've heard that someone called this a waste of time, and I think that's a real shame. I, for one, think it's amazing to see this much engagement from our city, and I know it's just the beginning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 487 is Benjamin Deering.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Fantastic. Good evening, Council and fellow Vancouverites. My name is Ben Doreen. I'm a long-time resident, renter, tour guide, small business owner, and proud member of the Vancouver Rogues Inclusive Rugby Club Go Rogues. I choose to call Vancouver home because community values like compassion, pragmatism, livability, and equity aren't slogans, but critical parts of our city's DNA, and this budget doesn't represent those. I'm opposing the budget because even though the details are opaque, the motivation behind it seems completely transparent. This is politically motivated fiscal sabotage and class warfare disguised as a spreadsheet. The best word to describe this is shifty, because it shifts responsibility and consequences in two major ways. The first shift is onto future councils. Mayor Sim and the ABC know that they're staring down electoral oblivion. Instead of leaving a legacy that they can be proud of, they're leaving landmines, deferred maintenance, baked-in property tax hikes, and gutted services that will blow up on whoever inherits this mess. While Vancouver's community centres are already running at or beyond capacity, Parks is told to slash $15 million, and yet the VPD receives $46 million for overruns without a comprehensive and independent audit. We know that beyond basic policing, every extra dollar spent on social supports produces more safety per dollar than expanding enforcement. So this isn't evidence-based budgeting, it's a political trap. Inflate the police budget now, and any future attempt to right-size it will be painted as soft on crime. This is not fiscal stewardship, it's cynical sabotage. The second shift is onto people who can least afford it. Vancouver already pays some of the lowest residential property tax rates of any major North American city, but instead of asking those with the most capacity to contribute to support the services we all rely on, this budget demands austerity from working people, renters, newcomers, families, and seniors, while protecting the interests of the wealthiest. This is not prudence, this is class capture. My theory is that ultra-rich people don't care because it's difficult to understand how us lowly commoners engage with our public services from their fancy estates or ivory towers. Chip Wilson isn't sharing a sauna with me and 30 old-timers up at Hillcrest, and I doubt that Mayor Sim has borrowed any books on ethics from our great libraries. What Mayor Sim is demonstrating is submission to the donor daddies that had him installed as mayor. This is ABC's parting gift to their wealthy friends, poorly wrapped as fiscal prudence. The cruel irony is that this budget doesn't even make economic sense. public service spending is one of the strongest drivers of local economic activity. For every dollar it generates, another $1.30 to $2 of economic impact, because working people keep money moving. They spend it locally. They don't hoard it. They support neighborhood businesses. They participate in community life. The ultra-rich send it overseas. These cuts would erase tens of millions in wages, shrink the economy, hinder local business, delay essential maintenance, and weaken our social infrastructure. The damage would last long past this council's term. I urge Council to please reject this budget and choose a path that serves the many, not the money. With this budget, I think Mayor Sim is channeling 2000s rap of 50 Cent in the sense that you can't get $1 out of this SIMP. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could the chair please remind speakers to take it a little bit slowly? I didn't want to interrupt the role of the last speaker, especially given that he had a strong Australian accent, and I'm partial to that. But I think the signers could use slower speaking, please.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney.
With Councillor, I also got on to make that point as well. The kind of breathless speaking is not helpful for our signing today. So if people, as speakers, could just slow down a little bit, that would be very helpful.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carbian, you're trying to say something?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, my panel's not working. Can we also remind speakers to, limit their comments to their opinions on the budget and not to disparaging the characters of different members of council? If we're going to stand up on to ensure people can hear things accessibly, we should also stand up on that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So, thanks for all the reminders to the speakers. Okay, we're going to continue.
If I may, point of parliamentary procedure, then I'm curious, because I do appreciate that fast speaking is tough for the sign interpreters, but at the same time, I appreciate that many people have probably practiced their speech and are trying to cram it within 3 minutes, and you've been quite fastidious about shutting people down after 3 minutes. I'm wondering if there might be some flexibility if folks need more time to speak slowly.
No,
accommodate
we have to be equal to everyone. It's equity.
Right,
We
but
don't allow that happen for the first 2 days. So these days we cannot make any exception. 3 minutes. We have to respect others. Okay, thank you. Speaker 489 is Dr. Margaret McGregor.
Yes, here. Hi, my name is Dr. Margaret McGregor, and I'm speaking as a member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and also a Vancouver resident and a family physician who works with a house call program that visits frail, homebound elderly people in Vancouver. I'm also a health services researcher, and most importantly, a grandmother of 4 gorgeous grandchildren aged 1 to 5 years old. I do not support this budget because it will effectively eliminate the city's entire climate and sustainability office. In my house call practice, I see the impacts of extreme heat on our frail homebound elders whose bodies are just unable to adapt to heat and can rapidly deteriorate. Extreme heat is the leading cause of illness and death from weather-related hazards in Canada. And in the 2021 heat dome, there was actually a 100% increase in deaths among those 50 years old and over. Now, last week, this council took an important step on heat protection by voting to ensure landlords can't prevent tenants from protecting themselves from extreme heat. You recognize that climate impacts are health impacts, and you acted to protect vulnerable residents. I commend you for that decision. So how can you now pass a budget that fundamentally contradicts that commitment? The proposed cuts will dismantle the programs and services that keep people safe during these heat waves. When the next heat dome arrives, and it will, the cuts will put more people at risk. The Vancouver's Climate and Sustainability Office is the team responsible for programs that keep people safe during heat waves. These cuts would undo decades of progress on climate and public health and really undermine Vancouver's reputation as a city that stands up for health of its citizens and the health of the planet. So I'm asking you to reject this budget based on all of our collective duty of care to protect the health of both today's Vancouverites and the Vancouverites not yet born. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Speaker 490 is Valerie Mathot.
I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Valerie Mathot. I'm a Vancouver citizen, working artist, and mother. I oppose the proposed budget. I remember Ken Sim saying that his children's inability to see a future for themselves in Vancouver was a primary reason for him to get into politics. This resonates with me. I work with youth, and I agree. It is very important for young people to feel a connection with Vancouver and to see a future here. I am one of many Vancouver artists who build connection and healthy communities with our art projects. I have been running Some Assembly Theatre Company at the Roundhouse Community Arts and Recreation Center for 25 years, engaging over 4,000 youth in the creation of 35 plays, reducing harm associated with issues facing young people. One youth participant shares, quote, "Being in Some Assembly's project brought purpose in my life. It helped me escape some deep, dark places. This theater company goes above and beyond, from meaningful mentorship, helping youth tell their stories, bringing kids the confidence they need to persevere, creating safe space, to showing young people that they matter and they deserve to be heard. I urge you to not eliminate $6 million from arts, culture, and community services. When you remove this money, you diminish youth engagement, community building, meaningful connections, resiliency, hope, and mental health management. My company relies on the city's Communities and Artists Shifting Culture $14,000 annual grant. It is a far cry to the $46 million you propose adding to the police force. Please consider keeping some of this money in the arts instead for harm reduction and prevention. According to the BC Community Crime Prevention Guide produced by the Law Courts Education Society, quote, "Crime prevention through social development and youth programs promotes community values about nonviolence and respect for other people and their property, and it helps young people resist peer pressure and to make good decisions." Lastly, I feel it is very important to say that as a homeowner, paying annual property tax increases is to be expected. The income from property tax is needed for city services. Cutting back on services to the Vancouver community does not promote Vancouver as a livable city. Please, I ask you to reconsider and don't make cuts to the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 491A has withdrawn. Speaker 492 is Jessica Wallen.
Speaker 492 is not on the line.
Speaker 493 is Milange Kandlaker.
493 is not on the line.
494 is Rolfan Wan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Good afternoon. My name is Rofen Wang. I'm a Vancouver resident. I pay property tax, and you should tax me more. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging all the hardworking staff who have been supporting this marathon public hearing. What a great job they've been doing, even under the looming threat of job cuts that this council has released no details of. Now, I could talk about how devastating these cuts will be for public services, for climate, for parks, for arts and culture, but I don't think I'll have anything to say that the last 400-something speakers haven't already said. No, I want to ask you a question instead. Look around you. Look at all the hardworking staff supporting this hearing. My question is, could you do their jobs? Acting Mayor, if you change spots with the city clerk right now, could you do their job? Councillor Kirby-Young, if you change spots with the ASL interpreter supporting this hearing, could you do their job? Councillor Klassen, if you change spots with the bag check downstairs, could you do their job? If not, then why are you making potentially hundreds of city staff swap jobs? As you know, under the city's collective agreement, job cuts will cause bumping, where unionized staff with more seniority, whose positions are eliminated, can potentially move into different positions, bumping those employees out of their roles. So on top of the hundreds of job losses that this budget would force, you would shuffle so many people around into teams where they have no experience and unfortunately will not be able to deliver uninterrupted services on day one in a bizarre game of musical chairs. So not only will your initial layoffs ravage the public service and undermine their ability to competently, professionally deliver the services we need as a city, but the bumping frenzy you set off will disrupt often years on end. This is not good governance. It is not a thought-out plan. It is not a plan at all. It is an attempt to translate the crude and thoughtless slogan of zero means zero into policy, consequences be damned. I urge you to amend the budget to protect staff headcount, to protect our services, and to spare us this otherwise inevitable chaos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 495 is Michelle Scar. Michelle online?
Speaker 495, can you hear us on the line?
Michelle, are you there?
I am on the line.
Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Hello, Vancouver Council. I would say mayor and council, but the mayor isn't there. I hope you're doing well in day 3, is it, of this marathon public input session. I usually try to call in to support things when I can, but most of the time people are more motivated to call in for things they're opposed to. And it seems like that is holding true for this budget. Tons of people are unhappy with these massive budget cuts. And I want to be clear, I am also one of those unhappy people who is unimpressed with the budget. It is extremely dystopian that you're considering removing diaper changing tables and washrooms. I don't have kids. I don't even have nieces or nephews yet. I don't know if I'll ever use any of them. But I still see the value that making spaces accessible to families brings to society. This is a ridiculous thing to cut. Cutting $120 million from the budget is a huge cut. And with this budget, it's very unclear which specific things will be cut. You already underspend on important projects like the city's Vision Zero program. You've already cut the equity office, and the climate and sustainability office is at risk. The budget is a reflection of your priorities, and it's very sad that you don't care about extremely important things like health and safety, equity, and the climate. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 496 is Jolan Bailey.
Speaker 496 is not on the line.
Okay, 497 is Kelsey Reamer.
Speaker 497 is not on the line.
498 is Lisa Pennyfather.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is Leah. I live in Kitsilano, and I was born and raised in Vancouver. I'm 26 years old. Year by year, I've watched more and more of my friends from high school and college get priced out of their own city. They're moving to Burnaby, Coquitlam, or even the U.S. just to be able to afford the cost of living and raise a family. By opting not to increase property taxes, ABC is choosing to bail out the rich and leave both renters and those who rely on essential public services struggling. This decision is disappointing and quite bizarre, given that when residents were surveyed, they indicated that they would prefer to increase property taxes over cutting services. My next point is that this proposed budget is an insult to democracy. The 2024 draft budget was 501 pages long. The 2025 draft budget was 373 pages long. The proposed 2026 budget is a paltry 23 pages long and is almost completely devoid of substance. This intentionally opaque draft leaves no room for detailed analysis or debate by other parties or the city's residents. My spouse is from the U.S., where democratic norms are crumbling because people are putting self-interest and partisan priorities above the nation. We Canadians, we Vancouverites, have to stand our ground to prevent democratic backsliding here too. And while I am disgusted by this proposed budget's unprecedented brevity and ambiguity, I am heartened by the similarly unprecedented number of residents coming forward to speak out against it and preserve our democratic processes. I urge all ABC members of the Council to oppose the proposed budget, even if you agree with the scant details provided in this pamphlet. You must demand a full and transparent draft budget with line items to preserve our democratic norms. This is not a precedent you want to set. And if the turnout for this meeting over multiple days has shown anything, it's that the people oppose the sleight of hand, and there will be consequences in the next election if you do not change course now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 499 is Shiva Reddy.
Speaker 499 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 500 is Zoha Faisal.
Speaker 500 is not on the line.
Speaker 501 is Amy Chantal Allard.
I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amy Chantal Allard, and I'm a resident of the Downtown East Side. I'm here speaking on behalf of my unhoused friends who live around Cole Harbor and Gastown, who are mostly under the Mental Health Act, but out of touch with their medical providers. And for the most part, from what I've gathered over the last couple of weeks talking to them, they think they're against the budget because they feel like the kind city workers that they depend on for sort of like contact every day might sort of just disappear from their lives. They wanted me to explain their day, and then you guys can tell them, you know, if the budget's going to affect them or not. That's more what they can handle. So they basically exist in the nooks and crannies. They find the shelters too stimulating and too noisy. They have their set patterns for panhandling, not too many contacts, except, again, the same city workers who are kind to them and know they need the bathrooms and sort of give them a couple bucks when it's really hard. They're excited about my idea I want to bring to you guys about having gazebos for people who would be in a sort of triage program like them and just work on really minute baby steps. Or team up maybe one-to-one with the police officer that they trust and connect with people like me sunrise to sunset. So, yeah, that's basically their feeling, is just their concern that some of the city workers that are sort of their contact points every day may be gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 502 is Alvizio Del Bianco.
Present. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Alvezzo Del Bianco. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I have the privilege of being a homeowner in Hastings Sunrise. I am speaking against the tabled budget. This budget aggravates social inequalities by failing to value the public good. Public good is not generated by the market, and it doesn't manifest out of thin air. It is deliberately and thoughtfully created by public institutions. And the city, being the immediate level of government for us, plays a critical role. What is the public good? Public safety? Yes, of course, but that's been generously addressed by previous budgets. Public good does not begin and end with the police and street sweeps. The public good is our libraries, where citizens gain knowledge. It is in our community centers and parks, where we stay fit and connected to people. It is our arts that express our creativity and make our city vibrant. It's in our bike lanes, childcare centers, and so much more. The public good seeks to address the social challenges in our community, to assist those struggling on our streets, and to realize affordable housing to ensure the socioeconomic diversity of our city. The public good seeks to build our capacity to address the nightmare of climate change, which is already here and is indifferent to petty election promises. The public good is what makes the city greater than the sum of its condos and more vibrant than the wealth of its oligarchs. With apologies to the elected officials that already understand the fundamentals, your job, dear councillors, is to direct a small portion of the tremendous wealth that flows through the city like a river and invest it into the public good. Knowledge, creativity, health, the collective ability to address social and environmental challenges yield to nothing less than happiness, and all of that is good for the economy too. These ideas are old, older than me, older than this city, but not older than city. I'm going to close by considering the words of Pericles speaking about Athens 2,500 years ago. Our love of what is beautiful does not lead to extravagance. Our love of the things of the mind does not make us soft. We regard wealth as something to be properly used rather than as something to be boasted about. As for poverty, the real shame is in not taking practical measures to escape from it. Council, I urge you to drop this budget and be at least as innovative as Pericles and invest into the good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 503 is Taylor Wilkinson.
Speaker 503 is not on the line.
504 is Will Schouling. Okay. Yep, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, whenever
Nice,
you're
right?
ready. I'm going to start the clock.
All right, cool. Hello, everyone listening in, and well, hello, Mayor and Council, of course. My name is Will Schelling. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm registering my opposition to this motion along with the majority of the people who have called in or showed up. Someone recently, while I was in the room, said that the budget is a reflection of our priorities, and frankly, this is a slap in the face to the majority of Vancouver. We've seen in Victoria and other jurisdictions what happens when 0% tax cuts happen. Things break, pools go unfilled, schools lose funding, and children cannot play. Many people will be losing vital services. For goodness sake, folks, why are we cutting changing tables from this budget? We are denying parents their ability to change their kiddos in private. Additionally, we are denying people dignity in these cuts and their ability to put food on the table with the stated cuts to City Hall. A zero means zero budget is a short-term play that will result in long-standing issues over time, not just fiscally, but socially and politically. These costs do not go away, they build up. Fiscal responsibility was championed by those on this council, and it seems to no longer be a priority. I won't belabor the point, but frankly, after 3 days, I think everyone here gets the assignment. Somehow, this budget is actually a first in many ways. It has frankly made almost every key stakeholder in this city upset. I would say thank you for your time, and also please be sure to stand up and stretch your legs, folks. It's probably going to be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 505 is Owen Brady.
Speaker 505 is not on the line.
Speaker 506 is Jared Hagland.
Speaker 506 not present.
Okay. Speaker 507 is Amber Van Brookswald.
Speaker 507 is not on the line.
508 is Clayton Cooper.
508 is not on the line.
509 has withdrawn. 510 is Aaron Jasper. There's Aaron. Aaron Jasper? 50.
No. 510 is not on the line.
Okay.
Oh, 510's here?
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, Chair.
Please go ahead, Aaron.
I literally just came up the elevator and they called me up, so. Is there a timer I can look at too?
Yeah, so when you start, I'll start the timer.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Jasper. I live in East Vancouver with my 2 teenage kids, and I'm here tonight to speak against the proposed cuts for your 2026 budget. I had the privilege of serving as a Park Board Commissioner from the year 2008 to 2014. I was chair of the board for 4 of those years. And in 2009, we went through a really bad recession. And so we went through some really painful budget cut exercises. And we were very transparent about what we were doing. Our staff laid it all on the table. The voters, the residents of Vancouver could see what was being recommended to us in terms of cuts. We took the feedback from our staff, we took our feedback from the public, and then made our final decisions. One of the things that our staff recommended was the shutting down of the Bloedel Conservatory. And as you all recall, a lot of pushback. People like John Cooper led the charge. We listened to the public. We told our staff to go back to the drawing board, come back with some other options, and they did. We saved the Bloedel, we fixed it, and the rest is history. And I highlight that because I think the way you're doing this is backwards. I think you really, before you can approve these budget envelopes, I think you need to understand what the real life implications of those cuts are going to be. And so I think I would recommend that you press the pause button. Let your staff, all the different departments, go and show you what the real life implications are of those cuts before you make the approval. And then maybe at that point, you would reconsider staff recommendations for a modest property tax increase. I think it's too abstract for you to just approve envelopes or budget envelopes. It's not real. I think you've heard from hundreds of people about the real life implications of what you're going to face. But it's not real for you yet because your own staff haven't done it. With respect to the park board, Steve Jackson, park board general manager, great guy. He was up here. I watched him say that he's going to make every effort to make sure that the hours of operations are not impacted at your community centers, your pools, and your rinks. I'm sure he's going to make a valiant effort. I have a hard time believing he's going to be able to square that circle. And even if he does, I can guarantee you it'd be at the expense of other aspects of park board operations. And so even if the hours of operations at all those centers remain open, it'll be at the impact of perhaps our city trees, our park renewal, park maintenance. There is no fat to be cut at the park board. When we went through our recession and our budget cuts in 2009, we did the shared services review. We merged a whole bunch of our departments in with the city. And so we had garbage collection, IT, HR, and of course, the big one that we're all talking about, facility maintenance. So all the efficiencies that could have been gleaned were done during my time. If you go through with these cuts, and whether it's 10 million, 15, whatever, you are going to negatively impact park board operations. So I would urge you to press the pause button. Let your staff come back. Let Steve Jackson, all the other department heads come back and show you what the real life implication is before you vote on this. Please do not vote in favor of these cuts.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 511 is the Dylan Pereira.
Speaker 511 is not on the line.
512 has withdrawn. 513 is William Azroff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, Acting Mayor and Council. I'm William Azroff, and I'm calling in as a Vancouver resident. I oppose this budget. These cuts damage critical services that the city offers. The libraries, community centers, arts and culture, these aren't luxuries. They're essential to people's well-being, their safety, their access to the resources that community requires. Additionally, the thought of losing the Climate and Sustainability Office is deeply troubling. It's not just about what's in the budget, but how this happened. I'm really appalled by the lack of transparency. The fact that over 600 callers have signed up is a sign that this budget is out of touch with what people need. Mayor and council don't have a finger on the pulse of what citizens want. So, I know most of you on council. I don't think this is what you got into elected office to do. I don't think y'all want to gut climate policy and rip out changing tables from public washrooms. So I think you still have time to do the right thing. So I urge a couple of the councillors to break ranks and do what's right and vote against this damaging budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, William. Speaker 514 is Jeremy Field.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening. I'm a homeowner and longtime Vancouver resident. I work downtown in the private sector in a profitable role and invest personally. I care deeply about efficiency and value for money. Like many, I believe individuals spend more effectively than the government, and that Vancouver has been carrying far more of its share of the burdens, thanks to the negligence of other cities across the Lower Mainland and the province. With that said, Can you not? I recognize waste exists, but this budget feels less like a scalpel and more like a chainsaw, evoking echoes of Doge and other noise from across our southern border. There's a middle ground between zero and excessive, and I'd rather live in a city with functional baby change tables than have another $100 in the bank, even though I don't have a kid. To the ABC councilors, but Meisner, Dominato, and Kirby Young specifically, I applaud your focus on ensuring value for taxpayer dollars. But the climate and sustainability group within the planning department is valuable. That group has produced concise, effective policy that has shaped the BC and future Canadian building codes, and those policies reward innovation and creativity while leaving it to the market to figure out the details, earning Vancouver global attention. Their work and leadership has created demand for Vancouver-based expertise, in my case alone, causing a large amount of profit to flow in from outside city limits, from across BC, Canada, North America, and internationally. They've long been a core part of Vancouver's brand, and if we're going to build our way out of the housing, climate, and economic crises we're facing, the Climate and Sustainability Group will be key to doing it intelligently. In my day-to-day, I'm involved with estimating cost of projects based on hours needed to deliver them. If you're concerned about costs, consider capping overtime for already well-compensated staff. As reported, some VPD officers make over $250,000 a year, but are going into extremely tough situations without being well-rested. I'd rather, and I expect they would also rather, be well-rested and thinking clearly when performing their duties. You were elected to be smart and efficient, not blunt and careless. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 515 has withdrawn. Speaker 516 is John Dublanco.
Speaker 516 is not on the line.
517 is Cassandra Ma. Please go ahead, Cassandra.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cassandra, and I am a policy researcher and born and raised Vancouverite. So I've just moved home after 2 years in the UK, and every day I missed it, and I bragged about it here, the city. And now I'm back to this. This budget treats zero as absence. There's zero transparency, zero accountability, and zero vision for the people, instead of what it should be about, which is zero inequality and net zero emissions. So we know from economics that efficiency is not about just cutting costs, it's about value for money. And here, value means things like resilient housing, community participation, and a future that we can be proud of. Through my work with the European Commission's mission to achieve 100 net zero cities by 2030, I can tell you that not one of them are putting their sustainability departments at risk, because they know that you can't deliver results if you've dismantled the very teams that make collaboration possible. This budget creates fake trade-offs between climate and safety, culture and economy, efficiency and compassion. These aren't competing priorities. Public safety actually depends on social connectedness. Previously, I served on the Secretariat for the Council on Urban Initiatives, which was a collaboration focused on the green, healthy, and just city. It was composed of universities, half a dozen mayors, and UN Habitat. That's the very UN agency that was founded here in Vancouver in the 1970s. So to see that the city that gave birth to UN Habitat now dismantling its own capacity for urban leadership is deeply disappointing. You know, I heard that your staff just announced that Vancouver is joining C40 cities and UN Habitat accelerator programs, but how can our city be attracting global partnerships or secure federal green funding if it has hollowed out the very departments that make that possible? Absorbing these roles elsewhere doesn't work. A Canadian study showed that standalone climate departments deliver greater impact. It's like shackling ourselves before the race even begins. And I say this as someone who's had very little sleep in the past week because I've been preparing briefings for the COP climate conference in Brazil, where over 50 countries have actually committed to engage the cultural sector in climate action, because culture, in addition to job creation, helps us to shape the direction of economic growth. Even next year, FIFA is going to need culture to make that moment meaningful for Vancouverites. And for this council, the Seattle and New York elections should be top of mind. Both of those examples show that bold and progressive budgets are winnable. So please, you've heard it in the survey, these hearings, and in the analyses, a few dollars of savings to property owners from a tax freeze are not a substitute for investing in public services other than the police. look at the evidence on the return of investment from arts, climate, housing. These are not only critical social infrastructure, these are actually essential to our economy here in Vancouver. So failing to provide inflationary increases at minimum to arts, climate, and housing are not just going to stall or pause progress, it will actually actively harm residents and drive us into the wrong direction. So I ask this council to please vote to revise the budget and start focusing on the right zeros for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. Speaker 518 is Tara Satterfield.
Speaker 518 is not on the line.
Okay, 519 is Gus Chi.
Speaker 519 is not here.
Okay, 520 is Raven Mander Pauls.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yervine. Hello, council members. I live and work in Vancouver with my husband and our 3-year-old son. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about the proposed budget cuts to city services and especially the lack of transparency around them. These services are part of what makes the city livable for families like mine, whether it's libraries, community centers, public transit, or child care support. These are not optional. They're essential to our daily lives. As a parent, I want my child to grow up in a city that values equity, culture, and community, not one that prioritizes tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy while slashing support for the rest of us. We deserve to know what's being cut, why it's being cut, and how those decisions are being made. I urge you to reconsider these cuts and commit to a budget process that is open, honest, and most importantly, responsive to community needs and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 521 is Jennifer Sachi Salazar.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Jennifer Sanchez Salazar. I'm a 25-year-old Vancouver resident, a working student, and somebody who cares deeply about sustainability and community well-being. I'm speaking today in opposition of the 2026 budget, particularly the push for 0% property tax increase. This approach is deeply unfair. It does not improve affordability and instead forces regular working people to bear the burden through job cuts, service reduction, and higher fees. I know what it's like to juggle school, rent, and the rising cost of living. City services like public transit, libraries, parks, and community programs make a real difference for people like me. When those get cut, it's not just a number on a spreadsheet. It's less support, fewer opportunities, and more pressure on already stretched residents. I also worry about the long-term impact of our city's sustainability goals. Vancouver can't meet its climate or livability targets if departments like planning, urban design, and community services are shrinking. Those are the team buildings, the greener, more equitable cities we say we want. Budgets are moral documents. They show what we value. If we say we value people, equity, and the planet, then our budget should reflect that. I'm asking council to think beyond short-term optics and invest in long-term health for this city, in workers and public services, and in the sustainable infrastructure that benefits everyone, not just property owners. I urge City Council to protect frontline jobs, fully fund community services, and prioritize sustainable, equitable investments that make Vancouver livable and fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 522 is Zofia Jastrzebski. Zofia Jastrzebski is online? Okay. Please go ahead, Zofia. Are you there?
Speaker 521, are you on the line?
Oh, no, 522.
Oh, sorry. Speaker 522, are you on the line?
Yeah, I guess not.
522 is not on the line.
Okay. 523 is Melinda Effenheimer.
Yes, I'm Melinda Oppenheimer.
Okay, please go ahead, Melinda.
Thank you. I'm actually speaking to you today from riding one of our fine city buses on my way home from work, but didn't want to miss my chance just to add my voice to this discussion. I'm a Vancouver resident, grew up in the Lower Mainland. I currently live on the downtown east side, close to my almost namesake Oppenheimer Park, and I live in the City of Vancouver non-market housing. I ended up there when my Mount Pleasant, the house that I lived in I was evicted because it was being demolished, and I quickly needed somewhere to live, and the non-market housing popped up and was a really great option. Although I had worked and volunteered in the downtown east side throughout my teens and 20s, I had never lived there, and it has certainly been an eye-opening experience being in the neighborhood every day. I often say to friends and family, I feel like I live in the heartbeat of our city's issues. On my walk to work, especially in the summer, I feel the need for more urban tree cover. I pass by blocks and blocks and blocks of supportive and low-cost housing, childcare, as well as light industry. If I walk on the street to the north of me, I will pass by the headquarters for Aritzia, representing, the much more high-end part of our city and economy here. Also living in the downtown east side in a small apartment, I've learned for myself the value of third spaces, from the numerous small businesses around and cafes, as well as the library and community center, where I've been surprised to find a lot of belonging and connection. I didn't realize how important that was until I was in the area. Off the bus now, so I'll just wrap up and keep my comments short. I am in opposition to the 2026 budget, as much for the cuts as for the lack of transparency. As I get older, being involved in politics and being aware has become so much more important, and it would, like so many others, I would love to see a more detailed impact of these cuts if they go ahead, and as well would urge you to vote no to the budget as it stands and reconsider the property tax 0% increase. As sort of a funny note at the end, my non-market housing rent went up this year, and the increase is more than most property owners would pay if the tax increase went through. But I thank you for your time. I hope you listen and hear and consider all our comments as you go to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Speaker 524 is Seymour.
Speaker 524 is not on the line.
Okay, 525 is Samar Davirash.
Yeah, hello. I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Summer. I've lived in Vancouver for 4 years, studied at UBC, and I'm very invested in the sustainability ecosystem in Vancouver. And I also just got my wisdom teeth removed yesterday, so please bear with me if I stutter. Before I start, I want to take a second for all of us to just breathe. I know that this has been a really exhausting process for everyone in council, and especially for every resident taking time away from their responsibilities to speak here. And I'm proud of the response that we've had so far from all of us standing up for what we believe. All of us are proud to live in Vancouver. It's a beautiful city with incredible landscapes and so many local business owners who shape our identity. But this budget threatens the very things that make Vancouver what it is. You cannot even say with confidence whether the sustainability department will even exist after this, while we're breathing wildfire smoke and have lost hundreds of people to heat domes. A 25 times fee hike on vendors as well, a 2,500% increase at community events would also hurt the local businesses and artists who keep this city alive. This council can't even make informed decisions because the budget proposal is more than 90% shorter than last year's. Vancouver residents deserve transparency so we can actually understand what's being cut and measure progress. So many people are speaking up. Thousands have signed petitions. Over 600 speakers have said no to this budget. And to ignore that and pass this budget would feel like a betrayal of democracy. Is this a cash grab before next year's election? Are you just turning your back on the people who elected you in the first place and the communities that are begging you to do better? If you were a resident watching this unfold, is this how you would want to be treated by your elected representatives? please reconsider this budget. Please listen to our voices and the people who have taken time away just to show up over here and express how much sustainability, music, art, culture, all of these things mean to us. And please reconsider this budget. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker 526 is just lady. Okay, speaker 526.
Speaker 526 was disconnected.
Oh, okay. Speaker 527 is Liana Manning.
Leanna, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for listening. My name is Leanna. I'm 37 years old. I'm a renter, an employee, and I've lived in Vancouver for the past 10 years. I care deeply about this city and the people in it. To be honest, there are many other things I could or should be doing right now, but I'm here because this proposed budget comes at a great cost to residents, and I feel a responsibility to speak up. I oppose this budget. We've seen a record-breaking number of people registered to speak to council about this issue. That alone shows how deeply concerned residents are. And those concerns are tangible. People want to understand exactly what will be cut, how it will affect their lives, and why the budget lacks clear information and detail. Ignoring the public survey and dismissing this level of community input undermines trust and weakens our democratic process. The survey results were clear. Residents are willing to support a modest property tax increase to protect essential staff and services. I'm deeply troubled by the lack of transparency in this budget. To paraphrase Councillor Rebecca Bly from yesterday's CBC interview, zero doesn't mean zero. It just means people end up paying in different ways. You can't claim to balance a budget if you're simply just hiding the bill, and that's what appears to be happening here. Residents are being asked to accept cuts without being told what will be cut, how those decisions were made, or what the consequences will be. A city budget is not the same as a budget for private businesses. Yet ABC has defended withholding line item details by suggesting only the chair and board members should have access to the information. But we're in a democratic system. Residents are not employees. We are the stakeholders. We deserve clarity about how public money is spent. Council has not provided a clear plan to protect the services, programs, and jobs that residents rely on, and they haven't provided a commitment to transparently identify what exactly will be cut before voting on this budget. And I think the impact of that uncertainty is very real. It will be felt mostly by people with disabilities, low-income renters, and community members who already face systemic barriers, the very people who rely the most on stable, accessible public services. This budget does not reflect a good faith effort to build a healthy, safe, and sustainable Vancouver. It also fails to align with what residents have clearly expressed through both the record number of speakers and through survey results, showing that people are willing to support a modest increase to maintain services. In closing, I urge
That's
you
your
to vote
time, Liana.
against this.
Sorry, that's your time.
Thank you.
You're actually 10 seconds over. So I already asked you to speak over. Okay, speak 528 is Julia Mayers.
Speaker 528 is not on the line.
529 is Amanda Cantillon.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Amanda Cantillon. I'm 53 years old, and I have lived in Vancouver for 22 years. I'm here to expand some important points brought up by a minority of previous speakers. I'm particularly concerned about the City Hall's bloated bureaucracies and the importance of adequately funding core services. One pet project that keeps coming up is climate change. A few speakers have rightly pointed out that climate change is a federal or provincial issue, not the job of just one city. Why should Vancouver pay for anything related to climate change? Looking at the City of Vancouver's website for what the city has already done regarding climate change, well, I have to admit that our water supply is a core service and it's a local issue that might be affected by climate, what with our longer drought season and smaller snowpack, but we shouldn't waste our money planning to be more drought resistant. We should leave that to the provincial and federal government. Planning for the increase of extreme rainfall events is another pet project. Yes, that rain catch basin in my neighborhood is lovely, but probably very expensive. I would rather the streets just flood and pay for the repairs later. Climate change is a federal or provincial issue. As for extreme heat, buy an air conditioning unit. Don't use my tax dollars for cooling centers. I am going to wait for the federal government to plan and fund our tree canopy because climate change is not a city issue. What about sea level rise? Scream the environmentalists. Not my problem. By the time the predicted 1 meter rise happens, I'll be dead. Yes, False Creek will double in size. The Port of Vancouver will be gone, and Stanley Park will be an island. But climate change is not a city problem. Let the federal and provincial governments figure it out. I'm sure that once they're done with their nation-building gas and oil project, they will be rushing to Vancouver to make and fund a plan for us to adapt to the subsequent climate-related problems. We should definitely wait. This opaque budget is a great way to cut funding to pet projects like climate change. As for arts and culture, I've got Netflix. Community programming, I'm middle-aged and middle income, so why should I care? More policing will fix all social problems. I don't care what any of the studies say. For all these reasons, I strongly oppose this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Speaker 530 is Mo Hosseini. Not in chamber.
Speaker 530, are you on the line?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Muhammad Husseini. I live in Vancouver with my wife. I am 66 years old. We are both retired and have disabilities. Our income is low and we are still learning English. But we understand and we have the same right as other. We care about this city and we do our part by learning the English language and by volunteering at the food program that helps people in need. In our home country, people were not safe. When they tried to talk about problems, we were forced to leave because we wanted to speak fairly, and the government did not care about people's rights. Here in Vancouver, community center, library, and English classes have helped us a lot. We are very grateful for these services. This is why your budget makes us worried. You talk about a zero tax increase, but if this means long wait times or higher fees, then people like us still cannot use the services we need. Many rental homes are in poor condition with heat, damp, mold, and pest. You may say you are not cutting services, but if people face long waits, or if fees go up, then many of us do not truly have access. For low-income seniors and newcomers, long waits and high costs are almost the same as no services
Sorry,
at
Mo,
all.
that's your time. Yeah, thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 531 is Michael Fraser.
Sorry, Chair, before we can continue, I put myself on the queue.
Yeah, okay, Councilor Clausen.
Noting the time, we're getting close to 5 p.m., which is the time we take a break for dinner. I was wondering if my fellow councillors and staff would consider maybe having a shorter dinner break of a half an hour from 5 till 5:30, and then we can resume the hearing from speakers at 5:30.
Okay, you're moving this motion?
I am moving that motion.
We have a motion on the floor, so taking 30 minutes break, coming back at 5:30. Second by Councilor Meisner. Any discussion, debate? All those in favor say yeah.
Okay.
Opposed say nay. Okay. Clerk, do we have unanimous? Do we need unanimous vote on this? 2/3. Okay. So I guess this motion passed. Just one opposition from Councilor Orr or other councilors. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you either. Okay, so let's all. Yeah, okay. Let's do our recorded vote, please.
Chair, can I have a vote assist in favor? It's Councillor Kirby-Young. I don't have a panel. Thanks.
Council, please register your vote. Okay, so I guess this does not pass with Councilor Bly, Councilor Fryer, Councilor Orr, Councilor Maloney opposition. All right, so we're gonna continue and coming back at 6 p.m. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna continue. Two more speakers, I think. Speaker 531 is Michael Fraser. Oh, there's an echo in the chat. Okay, all good. Oh, Councilor Kirby-Young, can you mute yourself?
Sure.
Okay, all good. Perfect. All right, Speaker 531 is Michael Fraser.
Speaker 531 is not on the line.
Speaker 532 is Steve Anderson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Steve Anderson. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm also the co-founder and CEO of an international software company called NewMode, which is proud to have its headquarters here in Vancouver. I'm speaking today because I want you to reject this budget, and specifically the proposed 14% cut to planning, urban design, and sustainability. We headquartered our business in Vancouver because we knew we could attract talent here. We had the confidence to make that decision because of the city's strong track record on climate, support for the arts, and general good governance. The proposed cuts undermine our reputation and will make the city less livable for workers at my company and many others. How can I ask someone to move here when the government recklessly cuts services residents and businesses depend upon? How can I make effective business decisions when there's no transparency or even a clear plan for the 400 jobs that are reportedly going to be cut, as well as key services? This reckless budget proposal has required me to take time away from running my business to reckon with its implications. That alone is frustrating. But when I reviewed the government's own engagement process, I learned that only 10% of residents support this cut. I've also heard from other business leaders across the city who are also appalled at this reckless and poorly thought out proposed budget. Many of us are in conversations about what we can do about it. And this begs the question, if residents don't support this proposal, and if businesses don't support it, then who is in your ear telling you to advance this massive and reckless proposal and associated cuts? I hope we find out one day. In closing, I respectfully ask that you, one, reject any cuts that eliminate or weaken climate action at the city's planning, urban design, and sustainability department. Two, reaffirm the city's commitment to climate resilience, adaptation, and energy efficiency planning. And three, ensure that the 2026 budget decisions position Vancouver to remain a competitive, economically resilient, and culturally vibrant city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 533 is Caitlin Dorward.
Speaker 533 is not on the line.
534 is Vladislav Krakov.
534 is not on the line.
535 is Sherry Stevenson.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sherry Stevenson, and I'm the Executive Director of Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society. I'm also a member of the Coalition for Healthy School Food and the Vancouver Food Justice Coalition. I am speaking to you today to urge you to increase food systems funding, to strengthen Vancouver's neighborhood food networks and the many charities and community-led food programs throughout our city. At Fresh Roots, we grow food and we grow youth leaders. Across Vancouver, we've transformed underutilized school grounds into thriving farms and outdoor learning classrooms. Each year, youth grow, harvest, and share thousands of pounds of vegetables across the city. But more than food, we cultivate community, connection, and climate action. Each summer, dozens of youth earn their first paycheck with Fresh Roots, learning to lead while making a real impact in our local food system by farming, cooking, and sharing healthy food. These young people are the next generation of food system stewards the city needs. But their work and the work of so many organizations across Vancouver is at risk. I'm deeply concerned about the cuts to services that keep our city livable, equitable, and resilient, including the social policy grants that sustain community food security initiatives. These are the
Okay, that's it, right, for this speaker? Okay. All right, so...
It's a human right. It's a foundation for health, safety, belonging, and a thriving city. In a time of rising and record food insecurity, cutting food systems funding is not saving. Every dollar invested in local food systems reduces future costs in healthcare, policing, and emergency response. Vancouver residents have said they're willing to pay more for high-quality services that reflect their values. So I'm urging you to increase funding for food systems and community resilience. Let's keep investing in the programs that make the city truly affordable, equitable, and livable for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. So this will be our last speaker before the break. But before we take the recess, I just want to remind all the speakers, please do not block your phone number as we cannot identify all the speakers. So yeah, so just want to remind people on the line. Okay, so we're going to take a 1 hour break. We will be back at 6 p.m. to continue with speaker 536. Thanks.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hey, Julie, can you hear me? Echo, Echo, Charlie.
Hi, Terry. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Kirby online and with their camera on. We're going to continue with our speakers. So speaker 536 is Sandra Larson. Sandra?
Speaker 536 is not on the line.
Okay. 537 is Anita Hansen.
Speaker 537 is... Oh, some are coming in. Speaker 537 is not present.
Okay. 538 is Destiny Greg.
Speaker 538 is not on the line.
539 has withdrawn. 540 is Kristen Boucher.
Speaker 540 is not on the line.
541 withdrawn. 542 is Fabian Contreras.
Hi there. So tonight I wanted to talk to you about what is not in front of us. So the budget you received is a question without an answer. It's like getting a novel with the middle ripped out. You turn the page and suddenly the characters, the plot, and the logic disappears. And the author asks you to rate the ending. That is not this budget, or that is this budget. We're told it balances. We're told it's zero. But the pages that should tell us how are missing. There's no clear list of cuts, no breakdown of service reductions, no explanation of what departments are expected to deliver with less. It's not a budget, it's an outline. When a city removes the details, it removes accountability. You can't debate what you can't see, you can't prioritize what you can't measure, and you can't call a number zero when you need $120 million to make it true. Vancouver doesn't need the best slogan, it needs the best information. So this isn't just a disagreement about numbers, it's about trust. And trust is built on clarity and it's built on transparency. So we will disagree on policy, and that's okay. But debate it. That is what you are here for. So I've seen the mayor and council in media recently, and it's clear that you don't have the information that you need to make decisions. And so if the pages are missing, you don't sign off on the book, you send it back for a rewrite. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 543 is Happy Alfred Dondal.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. I'm calling in to speak in opposition of this proposed 2026 budget. I will try to keep this brief as I don't think anything I've wanted to say hasn't been addressed already and more eloquently. Last year, I spoke in person to oppose the 2025 increase to the police budget. I arrived in the morning and I waited patiently to say my piece. I don't believe I was able to speak until around 4 p.m. That council meeting made me lose most of the faith that I had in electoral politics, as not only was the increase voted in favor, despite the vast majority of speakers and callers voicing their strong opposition to it, but it was also revealed only towards the tail end of the meeting by Councillor Fry that the VPD had already used the money that they were requesting, and that the vote essentially boiled down to whether or not they would be caught operating at a deficit or not. It is no surprise to me that the VPD is receiving another increase while other essential services will face the chopping block. My only hope and comfort is knowing that next year we will be heading into an election that will hopefully allow Ken Sim and his ABC party to see that the constituents that he has ignored and repeatedly failed care about this city, their neighbors, and their futures in a way that he never can. Councillors, I urge you to vote against this opaque and destructive budget. Your party line is not what's important. The constituents that you represent are. We'll see you in October. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 544 is Mayeli Alvarez.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Please go ahead.
My name is Mayeli Alvarez. I am one of the directors of Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Center Society, but today I am primarily calling as a longtime Vancouver resident. I moved here as a young teenager over 20 years ago. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose the short-sighted 2026 capital and operating budget. Thank you to those council members who have bothered to show up today. I understand that to some of you, this feels like an awesome waste of time. I'd like to agree with our absent mayor. It is an awesome waste of time to have us sign up in droves to oppose this awesomely bad budget. The residents of Vancouver are not going to stand by and watch you gut the heart of what makes Vancouver special. As we enter week 3 of the Vancouver Aquatic Center's indefinite closure, Vancouver is getting a preview of what's to come if our city's budget is so recklessly cut. Users have been displaced and overcrowding has been felt across the city in our pools and recreational facilities. The residents of Vancouver deserve transparency. We deserve to know how or why our elected officials can justify a $120 million budget cut at the same time as aggressively approving the Vancouver Aquatic Center replacement and downsizing for $175 million so far. Why are we wasting $175 million on a facility that no one wants and has also had strong opposition like this budget proposal? I don't understand how we can be spending $175 million on a facility, again, that nobody wants, when if you take the $175 million that you're proposing to spend on this facility and you take away the $120 million budget, you are left with a sum of what a facility that you're proposing should cost. Should be less than $55 million. So there's your budget cut. I've solved the problem for you. Thank you very much for your time, and free Palestine.
Thank you. Speaker 545 is Kelly Hood.
Speaker 545 is not on the line.
Speaker 546 is Maria Alvarez. Maria, are you there? You should be there, okay. Hey, Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, hello, I can hear you. Hello? Yes, hello?
Speaker 546, Marianne, are you on the line?
Yes, hello, I am online. Yes, hello?
We can't hear you.
Could you speak a bit loudly, more loudly, please?
Let's try that. Yes, hello. This is Mariana Alvarez.
Maria, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you speak a little bit louder? We can't hear you.
Okay, I will try to speak really loud. Hello?
You need to speak louder, Maria. Otherwise, we can't hear you. Okay, it might be... Maria, are you still there? We are all waiting for you.
Yes, hello, I'm there.
Okay, please.
Hello?
Okay, please go ahead, Maria. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Council and residents of Vancouver. My name is Mariana Alvarez. I immigrated to Canada 40 years ago and have been a resident of Vancouver over 20 years. I strongly oppose the budget cuts for such important service to all of us. I'm the director of Honu Act, a charity who helps people with disabilities feel the freedom throughout the water. I'm a swim coach. I coached a Vancouverite in the Vancouver Aquatic Center to the London Paralympic Games. I was one of the 2018 Van Splash members and truly believe that swimming is the most accessible sport for everyone. I'm impressed by all the fellow residents that are standing united and strong against the budget cuts. Community is what we all need the most in this difficult time for all humans on our beautiful earth. Thank you so much for all the strong and heartfelt comments. I wish I can get to know some of you at one of our lovely pool sites in Vancouver. Council, please consider the over 600 residents who are not only speaking out for themselves, they're speaking out They are the voices of their families, their friends, and neighbors. We're speaking out strongly to let you know the values we have to be a healthy community where you can still enjoy nature, culture, and art and accessible recreational centers. Today, I want to address my huge concern for residents who have a disability, the seniors, and the increasing numbers of seniors to be. Vancouver is not an accessible city. With the budget cuts, Vancouver will not only continue to be one of the most expensive cities to live in, it will clearly become one of the most inaccessible cities in Canada. I share with you the quote of my charity: "A world with no barriers is a right, not a privilege." Give the residents of Vancouver a community that can strive, achieve, and together enjoy the beautiful spot we have on planet Earth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marian. Speaker 547 has withdrawn. Speaker 548 is Quazali Alves.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Katsali Alvarez. I was born in BC and I've lived in Vancouver almost my whole life, and I strongly oppose this proposal. Even though he's not there, I would like to address Ken Sim. Ken Sim, you said that you got into politics because your kids couldn't see a future in Vancouver. Now you are making the reality grimmer and young people less likely than ever to see one. The proposal is opaque and the corruption is transparent. I urge City Council to please do the right thing. Vote against this budget and come up with something for a thriving Vancouver. Council, you can do better. This is an incredible opportunity to do good for our beautiful city. Do the right thing for Vancouverites. You've heard our voices speak up. You've read the surveys you've conducted. The people are angry at this, and in turn, angry at the mayor. His undemocratic leadership has been inviting criticism. So thank you to the council who stand up for our freedom of speech and not the ones trying to police it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 549 is Alice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Alice, sorry, Alice. Please go
Hi.
ahead.
Again, my name is Elise Gerhardt, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed budget. And first, I just want to thank all of you who are here and for listening. And I just want to reiterate that we're only using up so much of your time because of how worried so many of us are. What 600 people speaking, mostly in opposition, tells me is plain and simple. Something here is very wrong. Councillors, the little information that you have about this suggests that these massive cuts are what's being cut are exactly what we need to be putting more money into. We're living in a time of climate catastrophes, unaffordability, and rising mega-esque political values, and I urge you city councillors to stand for justice, to be seen as a sensible individuals who stand with everyday people, instead of with this collapsing political party that only caters to the wealthiest. I grew up and live in East Vancouver, and this is a community that I've always been very involved in. I'm an artist who works 3 jobs, and I love this place. It's a stronghold for arts, small businesses, character, and genuine community, and it's taught me so much. And I speak today out of genuine fear, not only for this community, but for all across the city. I don't want to have to continue to grieve the loss of my community and the resources I grew up with. I want people to continue to have access to parks and outdoor spaces, local businesses, libraries, arts, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Passing this budget will do devastating damage that will take so long to recover from. This isn't just a until the next budget type of thing. This will impact future generations. And I just ask you, councillors, how you can, in good conscience, vote for something that you've got so little information about, and also how you can vote for something that will do so much harm. Councillors, you have the opportunity to help not only everyday people, but also your careers. There's an election coming up, and people will be keeping in mind how you vote today. And I just encourage you to vote against this motion, to vote in a way that keeps young people and future generations in mind. I want to encourage you to vote in a way that advocates for a better city for all of us. And before I hang up, let me just say that I was talking to my mother today, and she told me that as a homeowner, she is more than happy to pay her taxes if that means people can live in a city that gives them what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 550 is Ian McPhail Bartley.
Hi, I'm calling in opposed to this budget. As someone who thinks that a city should probably have functional sewers, it seems like cutting spending relative to inflation is a bad idea when you're maintaining sewers at about half of the necessary replacement rate. There's lots of other infrastructure like sidewalks that are deteriorating faster than you are funding repairs. It just seems irresponsible and short-sighted and just seems like a bad idea. So strongly opposed. Carry on. Good night.
Thank you. Speaker 551 is Sarah McLeod. Sarah?
Hello, thank you, councilors and chair. I wanted to talk about how city property taxes can really help communities be more equitable. And I'm just gonna use the example of pools. The Van City, the Flexi Pass for 3 months in the summer, it costs $173, or at least it did last year. And that is just for access. It doesn't include registration in any programs or anything like that, or lessons, just for access. And I lived for a decade in Toronto where all of the pools were free, all of the public pools were free for everyone to go to. And I was like, how is Toronto able to do that? I couldn't figure it out. Like, how can we not make that happen in Vancouver? So I called the city of Toronto last week, and it was a really quick phone call because I just asked, it's amazing that you're able to offer, everyone can go to the pools for free. How are you able to do that? And it was a very quick answer. They said, oh, through the city property taxes. They even directed me to the site to see like how it's divided up and what part of the property taxes goes towards that thing to make it so that everyone can go to the pools. I also grew up in Point Claire, which did have a membership to go to the pools. Right now, currently it's $185 for one adult to go, so a little bit more than the Van Flexi Pass, but it includes registration into any and all of the programs, lessons, swim team, diving team, water polo, synchro, a leadership. You could take your bronze med, you could take your bronze cross, it's all included. And for a family membership, it's $455 early bird, and it includes 2 adults and any number of kids. I have 3 siblings, so we're 4 kids. I grew up, there was a family of 8 kids that went to the pool at the same time as us. They could all go to the pool for the same exact price as us. And I asked my dad, I was like, how the heck can they do that? He was like, oh, well, it's subsidized through the city property taxes. And so in comparing all of these cities, Point Claire, and then I also did Montreal just in general, and Toronto, their property taxes from $100 valuation is Point Claire 63 cents, Montreal 71 cents, Toronto 71 cents. Vancouver is 26 cents. It's less than half of these other cities. So, I mean, if we want to be able to offer equitable programs, like you could raise the property taxes 100%. And you would not still be at the same taxation levels as these other places that are able to do that. Now, obviously, we're not going to do that, but I don't think 5% is that much. Like, good on you guys for doing what you do, knowing how low it is already. I had other points, but I'm out of time, so thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, Speaker 552 is Carol Christopher. Hi, Carol.
Yes, I'm Dr. Carol Christopher, and I'm here representing SPEC, Canada's oldest environmental NGO, and I'm also representing Seniors for Climate. We've spent nearly 25 years building our climate leadership in this city, and now you're considering consigning it to the waste bin. And I don't consider that as efficiency, but it's wasteful. Do you know that the seniors were responsible for the first successful lawsuit against their government that was decided by the highest court in the European Union? And they sued their government for failing to protect them from the effects of climate change. And the World Court subsequently decided that that is actually a protection that's owed by governments to all of their citizens. Seniors know, and seniors care, and seniors vote. This is not the time to step back from our climate commitments. Do you know that one of the fastest growing areas of medical research is climate, aging, and health? I know you're aware that in 2021, the heat dome killed 919 humans and that 90% of them were seniors. This tragedy the anniversary is coming up in the 5th year. Seniors know this, seniors care, and seniors vote. Again, this is not the time to step back. Do you know that the fastest growing demographic in the climate movement is seniors? Over the last 18 months, 7,000 Canadians have stepped forward for Seniors for Climate, 1,500 of them in BC, and of course, the majority of those in Vancouver. Seniors know, seniors care, and seniors vote. There are nearly 80% of Canadians want serious action on the climate, are prepared to support regulating, and they are 83% of those are seniors. So among the strongest voices are seniors. Finally, I want to say that it's becoming increasingly clear that you have a legal responsibility. And of course, it is abundantly and unequivocally clear that you have an ethical responsibility. And I want to ask you to not vote for these budget cuts, but to maintain the programs that have made Vancouver a world leader in climate work. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Speaker 553 is Brenda Bilak.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Yeah, please go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Brenda Bilak. I'm a Vancouver homeowner, a lawyer, and I've lived in Vancouver for over 37 years. I oppose the 2026 draft budget. Last week and today, I listened to comments by fellow Vancouverites about the signal importance of city services to our vibrant communities and the critical role of city workers who may lose their jobs if this budget is passed. I was also one of those who opted in the city survey for a property tax increase of 5% instead of service cuts or fee increases. And I was offended by Councillor Montague's comments dismissing that survey, undermining city staff's own engagement processes. Others have already spoken so well about the life-enhancing essential services the city provides, the illusion of so-called savings in costs that are just shifted elsewhere or down the road away from sustainability, and the lack of transparency in this unenumerated budget. So instead, I'll focus on the disproportionate and unquestioned allocation of funding to police and the us versus them mentality at the heart of it. As you've heard, people experience safety when they are supported and have what they need to thrive. I and others, like my 86-year-old mother, have been horrified to witness what amounts to a war on the poor in Vancouver. The VPD, under the direction of Mayor Sim, has repeatedly displaced unhoused residents and destroyed their property. These terrorized people are our neighbors and among the most vulnerable members of our community. They have the misfortune of having to live their lives in public. They're already made unsafe every day by the police. They'll be more unsafe when funding for services they need is withdrawn. This budget has been touted as one that maximizes efficiency. The VPD is the antithesis of that. Its spending has ballooned by over 40% since 2022, primarily as a result of unscheduled overtime, with an additional 10% requested in 2026. This province has seen 2 commissions of inquiry into policing. Both recommended a shift to a community-based policing model, specifically referencing the downtown east side, Strathcona, and Mount Pleasant. In the 13 years since the Missing Women Inquiry, the VPD has moved further away from community policing and not towards it. If any other city department were to consistently overspend and to blithely ignore independent external recommendations, it would have its funding cut, and yet we see the opposite. This is not efficiency. It is not serving community needs. I ask you to please reject this budget and raise our property taxes instead of increasing the police budget while crime rates fall. please allocate city spending towards necessary and desired community services. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Speaker 554 is Amanda Burrows.
Hello. Thank you. Amanda Burrows, resident of Vancouver, and I oppose. What is even left to say that hasn't already been said? It has been deeply moving, though, to hear from so many who care. From homeowners to people living close to poverty, to seniors, workers, union leaders, students, Vancouver has turned out and turned up the volume on our dissatisfaction with this direction. The decisions you make in this budget will have real consequences for people's lives. One of the clearest reminders of this is the heat dome. Do you remember where you were? Do you remember that lethal time when 619 people died across BC, and we know that those who are most vulnerable are hardest hit? I remember one afternoon on the front lines in the downtown east side handing out water and sunscreen when a community member came toward me completely disoriented. He couldn't figure out where to go to cool down. He was exhausted, and in this part of the city, there isn't the same amount of shade as elsewhere. I remember feeling helpless because the places with air conditioning, our libraries, our community centers that literally save lives during extreme weather aren't open as long as they are needed. I remember thinking in the most alarming way possible, the climate crisis isn't coming, it's here, and cities either prepare for it or they pay for it, which is why cuts to our services and to the city's sustainability department are simply unacceptable. As the executive director of a frontline charity, I see every day what happens when we put zero long-term investment into the things that keep people safe and housed. That's what zero really means. It means zero climate action when those most vulnerable are hit first and hardest, zero support for the workers who hold the city together every day, from frontline staff to the city staff, expected to do more with less, and zero leadership when we ignore what residents are telling us. Even your own survey obviously shows this, which a majority of respondents, as you know, are willing to support a modest tax increase, the highest level in years. But the way you plan to find savings, like eliminating access to period products and removing baby change tables. This is unacceptable. Come on, that's not budgeting. That's making life harder for the people who already carry the most. Yet the proposed 2026 budget holds property taxes at zero, freezes or cuts funding for housing and sustainability, and raises the police budget to almost $500 million, up from roughly $350 million a few years ago. The kind of increase is wild when everything else is being cut. Vancouver has said it clearly. Invest in housing, in climate, in culture, in community. We're ready to do our part. Now it is time for this council to do yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Speaker number 555 is Christopher Lee. Hi, Christopher. Please go ahead.
My name is Christopher Lee. I'm a resident and I'm a young person who wants to have a future in this city. So I am opposed to this motion. Before I begin, I just want to thank the sign language interpreters. Thank you guys. I'll try to speak as slow as I can. I want to start off by saying that I love reading. And since I could read, my library of choice has been a tiny branch on Granville and 68th. It isn't that grand. It's one of the VPL's smallest, oldest branches, but it's also full of life. Every day, I see the regulars I've known for years, and I see the friends I've made. But I also see the truth, that the library is already running on fumes, from its old books to its deteriorating shelves. So when I saw that this budget cuts the library budget even further, alongside $120 million worth in other cuts to community services, I knew I had to speak up. And the unfortunate thing is, it's cuts like this that have made so many lose hope in this beautiful city of ours. It's the brazen ignorance to the public like this that's made many forget that this city is truly theirs. It's the loss of public services that make people question their future in Vancouver. Because this is what it looks like on the ground. It's summer programs and weekly workshops being cut from community centers, local libraries being gutted, and baby changing tables being removed from our public spaces. It's important to spend responsibly. But these blind cuts are lazy and certainly aren't good fiscal policy. It's political strategy. A few months ago, I was celebrated with Vancouver's Standard of Excellence for the Entrepreneurial Cornership Award alongside other young people. And seeing this city celebrate young people but then completely turn their backs on it at another is completely crazy to me. And so I told a few people I'd say this to you directly today. That is, serving your community doesn't mean doing what looks best before an election. It means listening to it, working for it, caring about it. And Vancouver deserves leaders who understand that. You've heard from over 500 speakers. You've heard from thousands who wrote in, responded to surveys, and begged you not to pass this budget. I'll end with this. If you truly want to serve our community with this budget, then tell us. How much do you care? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 556 is Sayer Junger.
Speaker 556 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 557, Strong Gerard.
It's John Gerard.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. Councillors, my name's John Gerard. I'm Managing Director of Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Centre Society. That might sound familiar because we're currently suing the city and the Parks Board. I'm a renter. I'm also a homeowner, so I can sort of speak to both matters. We are opposed to the budget in its current form. I am not going to read from a script here. I'm just going to sort of voice my thoughts. All of you got into politics to have the ability to make change, have impact. Now is that opportunity. I can't think of any recent issue where there's been this amount of opposition and this amount of people who have cared so deeply about a topic. So this is really your chance to listen to what people are saying. And you know, this is a well-developed nation. Canada is great. Vancouver is prided as a world-class city. And so when we step into facilities that have netting on their roof to prevent concrete from falling on people's heads, that is really concerning. And it doesn't align with the fact that this is, supposed to be a world-class city. These services and these recreation facilities, we've heard from the vast majority of individuals who, it is revered as the glue for society, these services. They are what brings everyone together in one way or another. And for a lot of these facilities, aquatic facilities, for example, the budget proposed, specifically the real estate and facilities management budget, is being cut by 13%. So there's a lot of talk about the Parks Board. We're not going to get into all of that, but from the standpoint of facilities maintenance, it's REFM who is actually responsible for maintaining these aging facilities. And so if their budget is being cut by 13%, it's really a question of all of these other facilities that are also at the end of their life. How is that going to work out? If I were to propose a way today for you to save $100 million on top of your existing budget, it would be to actually cancel the Vancouver Aquatic Centre project, which has been highly opposed by almost everybody, and instead use that revenue in REFM to maintain your existing facilities. There is a way to keep the Vancouver Aquatic Centre the way it is. There was a report released in 2023 that showed it's actually completely capable of being renewed and rehabilitated in its current form. And that was done by an engineering firm called Asenco. But yeah, thank you for your time. Please consider what everyone is saying and do not approve this budget.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Speaker 558 is Holly Becker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Holly Becker, a Vancouver resident and a homeowner, and I oppose this draft budget. I love our city, and some of the things that make it great are parks and libraries and bike lanes and public art and cultural events. I want Vancouver to stay a great place to live by continuing to invest in those services and in climate resilience. As a homeowner, I support a tax increase to keep investing in our city. And even more, I support allocating money away from the police and towards all the other services that I just mentioned. I urge you to reject this budget so that it can be revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker 559. Okay. Saki Iwa LVF. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I mispronounced your name.
Speaker 559 is not on the line.
Okay, 560 is Susan Boltwood.
Good evening. My name is Susan Boutwood. I'm a member of the Protecting Our Vancouver Aquatic Centre Society, but I'm here today to speak on the budget. Watching the budget hearing online last week was a surreal experience for me. To witness the mayor and his councillors support a motion to bar the other councillors from asking a third round of questions on the budget was shocking. I could not believe that you would be so brazen and hubristic to do that in such a large public hearing in front of so many of your electors. The motion had one purpose: to undermine the democratic responsibility for councillors to ask questions and elicit budget information on behalf of the electorate that may otherwise not be available to the general public. It was also surreal to hear the Orwellians speak that a budget cut is an increase and a budget increase is a cut. We have arrived. It is 1984 and we are in the dying days of democracy at the City of Vancouver. The residents of Vancouver have no idea how bad it is. I am opposed to the cuts. I agree with Commissioner Digby's motion from last Monday that there should be zero cuts to the Park Board budget. In addition to that, I believe the maintenance budgets associated with those Park Board facilities should also be returned to Park Board jurisdiction. We have witnessed how not having control of the maintenance budget can be used to undermine the viability of Park Board facilities. The ongoing Vancouver Aquatic Centre closure is directly related to REFM not conducting adequate maintenance. The most recent annual maintenance had been carried out only 8 weeks before this current closure. Why was the problem with the ceiling not picked up then? A routine annual maintenance visual inspection should have picked that up. The maintenance budget resides with REFM, not with the Park Board. Where has that money gone? I would like to propose an amendment to the budget to include an additional line item to fund an independent and comprehensive forensic financial audit. A forensic audit not only examines financial statements and accounting records, but also ensures compliance with BC statutes, bylaws, financial policies, and procedures and codes of practice. I propose this because 10 days ago, before a judge in the BC Supreme Court, the city's lawyer confirmed that a $1.9 million single supplier contract, which means there had been no competitive bidding process, was signed by city staff without any approval or authorization by the Park Board or council. The city lawyer told the judge it was a mistake. Think about that. Our top-level city staffers, the ones who are charged with overseeing the city's procurement policy, made a mistake and thought they had the authority to spend our public money without authorization and approval from elected officials. And whether you believe
Susan,
it was a mistake or not, it is a clear sign that a full forensic...
Susan, you are 10 seconds over, actually.
Pardon?
You are 10 seconds over.
I've got 3 seconds left here. And whether you believe it was a mistake or not...
Sorry. I have to be fair to everyone.
It is a clear sign that a full forensic investigation...
Sorry, I have to be fair to everyone. Thank you. All right, so speaker number 561 is Sarah Lawine.
Speaker 561 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 562 is Ian Robertson.
562 is not on the line.
Okay, 563 has withdrawn. 564 has withdrawn. Speaker 565 is Stephanie Zeller. Stephanie?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members and mayor, even though he's not there. But My name is Stephanie Zeller, and I'm in opposition to the proposed budget. I'm a mom of 2 young children and a condo owner here in Vancouver. I'm calling in today because I care deeply about the city and the quality of life it offers to families like mine and to every resident who calls Vancouver home. Ever since we had our first child, we've been doing everything we can to stay here. Like many families, we were priced out of the central areas and pushed to the southeast corner of Vancouver. We are now a family of 4 living in 700 square feet just to stay in the city. We're working hard just to hold on to stay part of this community we love, even as the cost of living keeps rising around us. I'm very concerned about the proposed cuts to the city services and increasing program fees that will follow. These are not just nice-to-have services. They are the heartbeat of our community. The libraries, swimming pools, skating rinks, green spaces, parks, recreation programs, and community supports are where families are all people connect, where children learn and grow, and where neighbors build relationships that make our city feel like home. These third spaces are vital. They are where we can stretch out, breathe, and feel part of something bigger than our 4 walls. As a parent, I've seen firsthand how vital these spaces are to our way of being and to our children's sense of belonging. When access to these programs is reduced or becomes too expensive, it chips away at the social fabric that holds our city together, along with our well-being, our mental health, and our sense of belonging, all of which help keep crime rates low and create a healthy, safe society. We are already seeing a growing divide in Vancouver, a widening gap between the wealthy few and the rest of us is trying to live, work, and contribute here. It's becoming a stark contrast. The people who keep this city running, our teachers, healthcare workers, small business owners, and families are being asked to pay more for less, and that simply isn't going to work. The rich are living one version of Vancouver while the rest are watching essential pieces of community life slowly slip away. I want to be clear, as a property owner, I am happy to have a tax increase if it means preserving and enhancing these essential services. But what I cannot accept is a lack of transparency. Before cutting services that affect thousands of residents, including families, seniors, and youth across the city, the public deserves to see a line-by-line budget. Without that, these decisions lack integrity and accountability. Please remember, Vancouver's greatness isn't measured by an expensive sign or hosting large sporting events or how much it can cut from its budget, but Vancouver's greatness is measured by how well it cares for its people. This is the time to listen to the people. Cutting core services is not efficiency, it's erosion. I urge Council to oppose this budget, protect our public programs, and to be transparent with the budget, and to keep Vancouver a city that values community and connection over austerity and exclusion. There is still time to do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 567 is Norm Opson. Norm? Oh, 560 is withdrawn. Yes, sorry. 567 is Norm Opson.
Speaker 566 has withdrawn. Speaker 567 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 568 is Amanda Thompson.
Hello, Council, and everyone watching online and in the building. My name is Amanda Thompson. I live in Strathcona, and I oppose this budget. But first, I'd also like to thank you for tabling it, because this is my first time inside this building, and it's really beautiful. I recommend anyone at home come down and check it out. I also want to thank everyone who is participating, whether you support or oppose this budget, because it's inspiring to see so many busy people take time out of their lives to show up for this city. I work in post-secondary education, a sector that's also facing provincial funding cuts, and this is the busiest time of year, the end of term. So I haven't been able to catch all of what's been going on. I want to acknowledge that we're on stolen land. As this meeting is about this council's vision for the land, I want to know, what does this proposed budget do for urban Indigenous people living in Vancouver? How are their priorities being reflected? I was born and raised in East Vancouver, and it's a hard city. It's beautiful, but it's about survival for a lot of folks who aren't able to be here, but that rely on the city's services regardless. I was disappointed, but not surprised, to learn that one of the only increases in the budget is going to Vancouver Police Department. $50 million. I'm a member of a film collective that's had a couple of fieldhouse residencies. I have a plot and an incredible community garden. I keep a paper bag in my freezer and I put my food scraps into it. I ride my bike to work and take transit in the rain. I use public washrooms and fill my water bottle at community centers and parks, and my friends take their kids to the pools and the libraries. And having all of these things in my life is what makes me feel safe, like a valued member of my community. These are the things that I want you to prioritize in a budget. This budget is supposedly about affordability, yet it proposes to increase fees to cut services, people's jobs, instead of collecting about $60 a year for the average condo owner. But the real issue is that once we're all done speaking, you're going to vote on a budget that doesn't exist yet. A budget whose details will only be written after you approve it. And that's something I'm having a really hard time with. So, yes, I oppose this proposed budget because of all of the things it doesn't tell us. And I'm asking you, my representatives, explicitly to vote against it because allowing it to pass is frankly unethical. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 569 is Jed Wiss.
Speaker 569 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 570 is Shawnee Sen.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Shawnee Sun, an artist and community organizer, and I'm speaking in opposition to this budget. I speak with a heavy heart, with the awareness that all the voices and solutions we have heard will not have any effect on the Council decision. But this event will echo in the community for years to come. I want to thank everyone who has spoken and will speak after me because we are the ones who make the city what it is. From my purview and of those within this community, this budget does not read as fiscal responsibility. It reads as a brazen demonstration of the government's disconnection from the communities that bear the burden of the decisions taken in council and from any principle of public accountability. You are proposing $120 million in cuts, cutting the very institutions that hold the city together. 400 jobs are expected to vanish, many in departments that directly serve residents. Meanwhile, the police budget swells to $525 million, a 10% increase in a single year. These are deliberate decisions that reduce accessibility, deepen inequality, and hollow out the social fabric of Vancouver. Vulnerable populations, families, seniors, youth, all are being asked to bear the cost of a vision that seems designed to serve political appearances rather than human needs. And the process by which these choices are being made are equally troubling. No meaningful consultation, no transparency. This is not democratic. This is governance in name only. Look around. The city you are shaping is one of extremes, luxury and deprivation side by side, where public spaces disappear, services vanish, and those who hold the city-state together are being discarded. Meanwhile, the apparatus of policing expands, signaling where your priorities truly lie, protecting image and property over people. This budget is a testament to how far Mayor Sim and this council have drifted from the people who were elected to serve. The question is simple. Who are you governing for? And what do you think the city is for? Because from where residents stand, it looks like communities that sustain Vancouver are being hollowed out for political theater. It is not enough to whisper about efficiency or balance in the budget. A balanced budget without transparency is a betrayal. Public budgets are public commitments. You are entrusted with responsibility, and responsibility requires honesty, clarity, and moral courage. We are asking you to restore transparency to this process, protect the essential services that make the city inclusive, livable, and just. Do not sacrifice accessibility, equality, and community for optics. Stop treating the communities that hold Vancouver together as an afterthought. Stop treating governance as a performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 571 is Brendan Yan.
$571 is not on the line.
572 is Nina Abraham.
President. My
My name is Nainan Abraham. Good evening, councillors. I've lived in Mount Pleasant and now Cambie neighborhood for 22 years. Prior to this, I lived in 6 cities across the world, including San Francisco, Montreal, and Singapore. They were all amazing places to be, but Vancouver is my chosen home. I'm a father of 2 young men. I'm an academic with an expertise in airway infection and immunity, and since COVID, on health equity and who gets excluded in research and healthcare. We know that social determinants of health, such as sex, racial identity, Indigenous identity, gender and queer minorities, disability, mental health, substance use, and socioeconomic status shape whether you benefit or not from medical interventions. Those barriers are not limited to healthcare. I was a homeowner for 17 years until this month. I'm back to being a renter again, so I'm speaking from multiple perspectives. This is my first time addressing council. I'm compelled to speak today to strenuously oppose the motion on this budget. Like many people who love the city, I believe in the public commons. This includes public access to swimming pools, well-maintained parks and facilities, libraries that are well-staffed, social supports for the homeless and mentally unwell, essential services for new immigrants, the elderly, and Indigenous peoples. Like many parents, I know too well the ritual of logging onto park websites to be within seconds of a ritual of logging on to swimming lesson registration, or community room booking opening and being out of luck most of the time. To hear that a park board pool had chunks of concrete falling and the Britannia pool was passed over for replacement says a lot about how impoverished we already are today. Government is not about running a business, but about making the choices around preserving and building the public good. Budgets are about priorities. None of the priorities of the public commons I mentioned are protected in this budget. Only the police seem to be immune from cuts. I do not want to live in a city where the police are the only ones thriving, or worse, militarized. When cops carrying weapons are around my boys and I do not feel safe. What should the budget prioritize? Budgetary increases to match inflation for parks, pools, libraries, supportive housing for people trying to get off the street, climate change mitigation, women's shelters, support for the arts, and newcomers to land on their feet. Councillors, voting for a budget that isn't transparent, itemized, and answerable to the public is dereliction of ethical governance. This budget rests on a flawed premise that landowners deserve zero property taxes at odds with the basic of management while dealing with inflation. As a former homeowner, I can say I wanted strong services and was prepared for reasonable tax increases each year. As a renter, however, I see a budget for one group of people and not the rest. I urge you to listen with your heart and vote against this budget.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 573, Sarah Bino. Sarah?
Speaker 573 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 574 is Cody DeLulo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cody DeLulo. I'm calling to oppose this budget. I'm not a resident of Vancouver. I think the logic of this budget is that there's been $120 million in cuts, and there's been an allocation of about $50 million for the police. I think that increase is a consequence of these cuts. Announced on November 6th, Mayor Sim announced to the CBC that he would be increasing the Vancouver police budget by $50 million. During the same announcement, when pressed, CBC asked him how he could justify increasing the budget if crime was the lowest it had been in 23 years. Sim said, and I quote, "Vancouver is a core city. When something happens on the other side of the planet, you start to see more protests in the city of Vancouver. So people do not go to Burnaby or Richmond or White Rock to protest. They come to Vancouver, to the Art Gallery or Jack Pool Plaza. This makes me really angry. It fills me with rage, especially as a justification to allocate public service budget cuts for citizens, mothers, parents, children, commuters, renters, and workers to the police. Firstly, it's a lie. Coquitlam, Burnaby, and Surrey have their own protest movements, namely dozens of emancipatory Palestinian organizations that stand up to injustice wherever it occurs. Secondly, the ramifications of genocide in Gaza happen right here in City Hall. When you have ABC councilors and mayors that stand with advocates of genocide like the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, you invite further protest. If ABC councilors had attended a protest or listened to the needs of Palestinian Canadians during an unspeakable genocide, you would realize very quickly that $50 million for police will not solve this issue. The Burnaby Citizens Association has listened to the Labor for Palestine group, and they have moved a motion unanimously to become the first apartheid-free city in North America, blaming the broken hearts and tired minds of peaceful protesters to increase police presence is counterproductive. Thirdly, if you are increasing a police budget due to out-of-town protesters to protect in-town Vancouverites, will there be a proportional decrease for out-of-town city councilors? I'm sure there is Kelowna RCMP detachments that would be happy to accept a check to increase patrols around Councillor Montague's residence from the VPD. Lastly, I want you to strongly reconsider the cuts to this budget. It comes across as an indictment of your ability to listen to the people of the city that elected you. If you cared about the people of Vancouver,
Point of order.
you would listen to
Sorry, speakers. We have a
to
point of order on the floor. So
Just remind the speaker not to disparage other members of council or talk about their personal information.
yes. Speakers, please do not talk about the personal information of council members. I will give you 10 more seconds. Please go ahead.
It would be nice if those points of order came from some other than ABC at some point.
Thanks, Councilor Montague. Speaker, please go ahead. I'll give you 10 more seconds.
Sorry, could I just raise a point there? I've heard several times tonight ABC councillors asking non-ABC councillors to interject. I note that there is an ABC councillor that is acting mayor who is chairing the meeting. And when ABC councillor Klassen twice has gone up to him to ask him to pull up a speaker, he's been waved off. Now, I think ABC councillors are quite capable of pulling up speakers that they believe to be doing the wrong thing. And I note that one of the ABC councillors complaining that we are not interjecting is one that takes every opportunity to point out that Councillor Orr and I are very inexperienced. So I encourage her to use her experience to interject to defend ABC councillors herself. Thank you.
Okay, speakers, please go ahead. You have, I can give you 10 more seconds.
It's Councillor Kirby-Young. I have a point of privilege, if I might. And as I mentioned, I don't have a panel tonight, but I did say chair and I was attempting to speak, but I was not recognized by the chair. So I would just like to acknowledge that and just, yes, the chair runs the meeting and it's a lot for the chair to do, but it's also important, I think, to remember that it is the responsibility of every councillor in the chamber to ensure that the same standards of respect and consideration are there for all councillors and every single member. And so, yes, the chair has the primary responsibility, but it also falls to each member of this council as well. But I was attempting to speak, just to clarify as a point of privilege. I was not recognized.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, speakers, are you still there? I'll give you 10 more seconds. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just urge the speakers to vote decisively against the budget. Don't look to launder your reputations or spin narratives in the future. You can do that in the chamber when it comes time to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 575 is Alexandra Larigny.
575 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 576 is Karen Ward.
576 not present.
577 is Alicia Williams.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. My name is Alicia Williams. My traditional name is Kayab Tamat, and I'm named after Muslims' greatest warrior. I used to live at the downtown east side, and I can guarantee you that without the city-funded social services, I would not be the person talking to you today. I work in the downtown east side, and without city grants, we would not be able to run the Astoria Garden and grow food and Indigenous medicine for the community on the current level that we do. I'm from a host nation family. My great-grandmother is Mary Charles. My uncle, Henry Charles, started Dudes Club in order to be able to communicate with our relatives in the downtown east side. But most importantly to me, I know that this land that we currently stand on would be unrecognizable to my ancestors. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposed budget so that my future ancestors will hopefully see the same land that we stand on today. I went to a parks panel a couple of weeks ago, and their budget is already so tight that they talked about putting in turf so that the park still looked green. The budget is so bad that parks has considered getting rid of grass. All I want from this city council is for them to respect this land that we're on, this land that isn't a gift and isn't yours and isn't surrendered. The absolute least you can do is take care of it and the people who live on it. Hacha.
Thank you. Speaker 578 is Katie Conkin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Katie Conkin. I'm the Director of Development and Communications at First United in the Downtown East Side. I'm speaking today to oppose the proposed 2026 budget. I have deep concerns about how this budget was prepared and the lack of detail. I have deep concerns that its authors blatantly disregarded the input from members of the public who took their time to complete the budget survey. And I have deep concerns that vulnerable Vancouverites will be left behind and further marginalized as a result of the proposed budget. The lack of information and transparency on what the budget means for homelessness services is alarming. Homelessness services includes shelters and cold weather response, the rent bank, outreach programs, the homeless count, and much more. These are programs that are a lifeline literally for thousands in the city. We know that homelessness is worsening, so any threat to supports for those who are unhoused are dire. More than 2,700 people who are homeless in Vancouver need and deserve a budget that does not leave them behind. We need upstream, long-term, and sustainable solutions to poverty and ways to keep homeless residents safe and connected to people and services. I fear that this budget squanders any chance of that. Certainly, if the Vancouver Police Department's budget can increase by $50 million, we can assume that the priority here is criminalization and punitive measures instead of uplifting people out of poverty or ensuring that there is a warm and safe bed for everyone who needs one. The Zero Means Zero initiative is brazen. A budget that is bold rather than brazen requires thorough consideration, information, and consultation. What has been presented so far falls very short of that and is fundamentally at odds with what residents of Vancouver have said they want. Please do not approve this budget as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to the next speakers, I'd like to remind other speakers again, so do not block your numbers because we cannot, our clerk cannot identify you. All right, so speaker 579 is Natasha Wahid.
Speaker 579 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 58 is Jeff Lister. Jeff. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I'm speaking here today to oppose the budget as it is currently proposed. I think there's been a great miscarriage of how this budget has been arrived at. Coming to a tax goal and trying to achieve that through the limited tools that Council has at its disposal in the budgeting process is not the correct way to achieve cost efficiencies and overall to achieve either more services or lessen the tax burden in Vancouver. If this council wishes to either lower taxes or improve services through finding efficiencies in our civil service, that needs to happen months, if not years, in advance of a budget decision like this. Lenny, I spoke to you multiple times about the urban design panel, a process that every building in this city that is of scale ends up going through. Many times, all the time, this consumes significant staff time. It consumes significant volunteer time. It often ends up in the prior two conditions, and it often limits development of new housing while consuming significant amounts of the planning budget. We've been talking about this for 2 years, and we haven't seen any progress on finding that efficiency, eliminating that staff time, eliminating that process from the housing approval process. These are the kinds of steps that need to happen if you want to cut 15% of the planning budget. And this applies across every part of our budget. You know, when I look at my household budget, and when I look at my business's budget and I want to make changes, I look at the biggest line items first. In Vancouver, that's the police. It's very clear that while this council prioritizes safety, it's given our police department a blank check on spending. This can't happen if we want to have fiscal discipline within our city. If we want to have robust public services, community centers, and everything else that makes a city great, we need fiscal discipline to apply to all departments within our city. And we need that to start at council. This is not a board of directors. Council policy sets the tone for where our city goes. And city staff are bound by law to follow the policies set here. It's very different from a board of directors, and I would like you to consider that as you move forward on processes like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, speaker 581 is Emily Guerrero.
581 is not on the line.
Okay, I'll go to 582, Charlie Dara.
Hi there.
Hi, please go ahead, Charlie.
Hey, I just want to throw my voice in and oppose this horrible budget. The police need to be defunded, not overly funded and more funded. We need to put more money into public services. Just echoing what everyone else says. Public services help people stay healthy, which will keep people out of hospitals and put less stress in the medical system. The monthly flexi passes for the recreation centers are already insanely high, and they need to go down, and they'll just keep going up with more cuts, and the hours are already dwindling. The services are already underfunded. In my local community center, there's cockroaches in the change room. There's caution tape on 40% of the equipment. It's all unusable. And if you believe that landlords are going to pass on the savings from the 0% tax increase, that's just insanely delusional. And obviously, we've never had to deal with a landlord. So yeah, opposed. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 583 is Andy Lin.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi. I'm Andy Lin. I live in Vancouver. I currently own and operate a small business. But, so I'm calling here today to oppose the budget. Now, the main thing is, yesterday, this guy, gets stabbed and he dies 500 meters away from me. Of course, I don't see this happen. But that is the city ABC has given us, a city of people just struggling. And while they sit there in their great mansions with cars and money and everything, we're out here struggling. We're out here looking for pennies and dimes. And then what's their solution to this grand problem that they propose to us? Yes, $1 billion to the police department. You might as well give $1 billion to the police department, because I know sure as hell that this problem, the problems of Vancouver, will not be fixed by an injection of crazy money into a police department that sucks. I'll give you another story. A friend of mine was attacked and violated and assaulted by 10 men because of his sexual orientation. And guess how long the police took to arrive to the scene? 3 days later, they took his statement. 3 days later.
Sorry, Andy, can you stay on topic? We are talking about the budget.
I am on topic. The budget, you guys are proposing an increase in police. I'm saying the police not doing their job. That's very on topic. And isn't it my time to speak? But anyways, right. So this budget, it's literally for nobody but the rich. And of course, ABC will tell you, hey, this is a great budget, whatever. But honestly, what they're doing is they're giving us a crappy budget. They're going to blame it on everyone who gets elected next year. And then 4 years down the line, they're going to say, hey, Vancouver was crappy. Who was running Vancouver during those 4 years? Of course, it wasn't us. Let's get back in. And, you know, that's whatever. If that's how they want to play it, that's fine. I think Shady Sim needs to get off his Peloton and get the hell in city council and start writing a budget, because a 3-year-old could have written a better budget. Thank you very much.
Chair, this is clearly disparaging speakers, not just the mayor, but I can assure you I do not have mansions or cars hanging around last time I checked. So can we please stick to speaker's material comments on the budget? This seems to be degrading.
Yeah, the speaker just finished his speech. Thank you. Okay, speaker 584 is Elizabeth Jiang.
584, Elizabeth Jiang, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite and property taxpayer. I am a mother of 2. I'm a volunteer with the City of Vancouver with the Emergency Support Services Program. As an ESS volunteer, I help people and pets who must evacuate their homes due to fires and floods. We help people with no insurance, with basic needs and essential services. In 2021, I assisted evacuees from the Lytton fires, as well as evacuees from the Abbotsford flood. In 2023, the Vancouver ESS team responded to 79 incidences and assisted over 245 evacuees, all residents of Vancouver. These evacuees are often vulnerable and require support finding other housing options, as housing in Vancouver is very scarce, especially for tenants with pets. Of the 400 jobs potentially being cut, many are expected to be in departments focused on social services. Cuts this deep are impossible without impacting accessibility of services for the most vulnerable. These services are not luxuries. They are what makes it possible to live, participate, and thrive in this expensive city. And these services are a necessity for many of the vulnerable evacuees we assist. With that in mind, I ask, what will happen to evacuees when 7 FIFA games occur in our city as part of the FIFA World Cup from June 13 to July 7? City of Vancouver staff are expecting approximately 115,000 to 140,000 tourists to descend on the city during this 3.5-week event when these matches take place. As there are only 23,000 hotel rooms across Metro Vancouver, with about 13,000 in the City of Vancouver, where will the city house any evacuees regardless of their insurance status? Furthermore, I ask you to protect affordability and equity for all Vancouverites. I'm concerned about the proposed cuts to community centers and recreation programs, as these will hurt families and vulnerable communities alike. Community centers and recreation programs, including the Leisure Access Pass, provide low-cost activities that many would otherwise not be able to participate in. These programs also build community, which builds resiliency. And individual resiliency may help mitigate the negative effects of events such as house fires. Individual resiliency also promotes recovery. It's not only what is in your toolbox, but who is in your toolbox. I thank others who have spoken against this motion and strongly oppose this draft budget. Please vote no to this proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 585 is Evelyn Lavine.
Speaker 585 is not on the line.
Speaker 586 is Maxine Yeo.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Are you
Please.
okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Maxine Yeo. I'm speaking opposed to the budget. As a born and raised Vancouverite living in Kitsilano, I am somebody with Malaysian Chinese heritage. I'm a small business owner, a dancer, a community leader, and a rider of public transit. Someone with deep roots in this city, my home for the past 30 years, and I'm here speaking for the very first time. When Ken Sim ran for mayor of Vancouver, to my surprise, my immigrant parents, who are residents of Vancouver for the past 35 years, voted for the first time in the municipal election. They voted for somebody that looked like them, that they felt would represent their interests and make the city safer. Upon doing this, they called me. They called me to apologize, as they knew that I would be disappointed in their choice. But they assured me that Ken Sim would represent us as Chinese people, and that they had made decisions with my care for the city in mind. This past week, after speaking with them, they had to apologize again. This is not an easy thing in our culture. They began asking me who they should be voting for instead, and for that, I'm so proud of them. Ken Sim and ABC have broken their trust in you, and they've shown us that a valuable lesson about representation. For that, I'm grateful. I also thank you for uniting unprecedented numbers of Vancouver residents in opposition to this budget. We are united to advocate for the continued inflation-adjusted funding of libraries that provide vital access to information, education, technology, for homelessness services that actively reduce living insecurity, reduce motivation for crime, and above all, support human dignity. United to advocate for arts and culture that make the city vibrant, healthy, connected, and worth living in. For public transit that reduces our environmental impact, reduces traffic, and gives people with different abilities access to the city. We are united to ensure that the future of this city is one that we can share. Councillors, it is not too late to vote against this budget. And the hundreds of us who are speaking, the thousands who are paying attention, and over 67,000 who showed up to vote in the most recent by-election will not forget your choice. Parties have already recognized the heightened civic engagement of this issue, and the long-term success of your careers as councillors rests on the shoulders of those of us who are engaged citizens. We are doing this advocacy work without pay. Vote against the budget to galvanize the opposition and turn that energy into people who may support you in the future. Thank you. And thank you to the signing interpreters who have been working tirelessly.
Thank you. Speaker 587 has withdrawn. Speaker 588 is Rob Quarry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. Thank you for taking my call today. My name is Rob Quarry, and I have been a resident of Vancouver for the past 7 years. I'm currently renting an older one-bedroom apartment with my partner just within the boundaries of the Broadway development plan. I am speaking to you today for the first time in opposition to the proposed budget for 2026. In September of 2024, I was let go without cause from what I thought was a stable job. 6 months later, my partner also lost her job. She had been working at an arts nonprofit that was running for nearly 30 years. It is now defunct, thanks in a large part to stagnant government funding. While I'm in school trying to pivot my career to the trades, within this past year, our household income has decreased by 2/3. I am now banking on getting a job as soon as I'm done in school in January, or else we will not be able to afford our bills. It's especially in times of tough economic outlooks like these that the public should feel like they can trust their government to help them out. However, instead of this budget, we see cuts to almost all public services, except for the police and emergency services. Of paramount concern to me are the sharp cuts to art, culture, and community services. It's impossible for myself as a member of the public to truly tell what is being cut here because, as we've seen, unlike previous budgets, this budget has not been itemized. However, cuts to arts will only make it harder for my partner to find work in her field. Moreover, I understand that this segment also funds services for houseless people. So, tell me this, if neither of us can find jobs and we lose our housing, will the police help us find some? Or will they choose to harass us and shove us from one corner to the next like the rest of Vancouver's houseless population? Beyond these more existential fears, the dramatic belt-tightening we've been experiencing in our home has forced us to reckon with some of the harsh indignities that many people have to face on a daily basis in our city, especially when you have no money. Public third spaces become indispensable. They give you a place to go beyond just your home and occupation without having to spend $10 to justify your existence at an establishment. I especially love spending time at Jericho Beach and Jonathan Rogers Park with my friends in the summertime. Yet, from what we've heard from city staff, the slight nominal gains in municipal funding for parks, recreation, and libraries in this budget will not make up for the shortfall for overall expenditures. And the needs for these public facilities, meet extend far beyond just their social fulfillment. For example, in my previous job as a delivery person, public washrooms were often difficult to find and were almost exclusively only available at gas stations. This would often force significant detours in my day. I can only imagine how inaccessible this must make life for people who can't afford to buy a coffee every time they need to use the washroom, or for people with children, which, by the way, what a callous suggestion of this council to remove baby changing tables and menstrual products from public washrooms. It's absolutely deplorable, to be honest. Anyways, to summarize, I do not believe that gutting public amenities to provide meager property tax breaks to those who already have housing security is a smart thing to do at a time where government should be investing harder than ever into the well-being of the public. I want to strongly urge all councillors here today to vote against this budget. After all, you never know, you might lose a job. Bye.
Again, I give you 15 seconds more, so please stop at the 3 minutes. Speaker 589 is Sasha Burton.
I'm here.
Hey, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and to all the folks listening and joining in this consultation. My name is Sasha Burton. I'm a renter in East Vancouver, and I'm calling in from unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. It feels imperative to join the multifaceted chorus of opposition to this draft budget that you've heard over the last week. Vancouver is a wealthy city, yet we continue to face competing crises of climate and affordability. Both of these crises can and must be mitigated by policy choices, starting at the municipal level. Failing to limit the climate crisis and reduce income inequality is both financially imprudent and socially unacceptable. We have the means to make better choices for our present and our future. This budget is demonstrably not in the public interest, as evidenced by the scores of people who have presented before me. I echo the concerns of residents across the city who have spoken here alongside many who have, for many reasons, faced barriers to having their voices heard in this consultation. I also wish to echo the public sentiment voiced in the city's own budget survey, in which respondents thought that all city services were important to maintain at current service levels, with most respondents supportive of some increase in property tax to offset a reduction in services. Cutting funding to the planning and sustainability departments directly contradicts the city's goal of leading on climate justice, reducing emissions, and improving residents' quality of life. Reducing funding to the arts and culture threatens to erase us from the map of world-class cities and will diminish the capacity of artists, cultural groups, and community members to connect in meaningful ways. Limiting investment in childcare partnerships would further alienate parents' capacity for participation in public and community life. Slashing funding for parks and recreation would eliminate programs that community members have come to rely on and limit the capacity for progress on ecological protection and restoration projects in our forests, waterways, and public spaces. And by halting funding for food security, thousands in Vancouver would continue to go hungry and face limited choices for affordable and appropriate food. A massive boost to the police department in this budget comes at the expense of projects and programs that actually improve community well-being. We need to invest in services, not surveillance, for community members' well-being. I speak about the direction plotted in this budget, not in terms of would and could, rather than in definitive statements, because these decisions are not yet set in stone. It's evident that residents of Vancouver oppose what's been presented, and there's still time and public will for you to chart a different course. The people of Vancouver deserve bold and hopeful civic leadership. We deserve leaders who prioritize equity and see the potential of everyone to thrive in our community. If this council passes the draft budget as presented, you are offering less than what residents of this city deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Paige Gorsak.
Speaker 590 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 591 is Nicole Spencer.
Speaker 591 is not on the line.
592 is Lauren Pitt.
My name is Lauren Pete, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed budget. I'm both a writer and a substitute teacher, and today I've chosen to speak from the latter perspective. Working in classrooms across the city gives me a wide-angle view of Vancouver's rising inequality. I teach children who fly to Cancun twice a year and children who would not eat during the day were it not for the lunches their schools provide. And yet, in each and every classroom, my colleagues and I support all of these children because we're responsible for the well-being of a community. You don't get to design the lesson around the luckiest kids in the room. In fact, best practice often means designing around the least advantaged in the room, a principle known as universal design. School lunch programs might target students who are food insecure, but also benefit the student who simply forgot their sandwich at home. This principle applies to cities too. Community centers, libraries, parks, low-cost childcare, after-school programs, heating and cooling centers, social housing. These essential services make the most difference to vulnerable families, but they also enrich the fabric of the city as a whole. This proposed budget is a direct threat to universal design. City staff have already warned that a zero means zero pledge would require identifying up to $120 million in cuts. And yet we're told not to worry about essential services, to trust that they will remain intact. That promise rings hollow when the entire budget, the blueprint for the well-being of more than 600,000 people, is only 23 pages long. I can easily generate more than 23 pages of notes in a single week of teaching. What will be cut and what will be saved? How can a tax freeze coexist with rising utility costs? And how will core programs, many already close to breaking point, continue to function? All of these questions remain unanswered. Not only does this budget disregard the 90% of survey respondents who opposed a tax freeze, it also neglects to spell itself out. As a writer, I can tolerate ambiguity, but where budgets are concerned, I do not want to read between the lines. A city should not be run like a business chasing a slogan. It should be run like a community where the adults in charge design the conditions that allow everyone to thrive. So I therefore urge you to reject the direction of this budget, protect the essential services working families rely on, and reaffirm the transparency and accountability that residents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have quorum? And Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, turn on your video, please. We do, right? Oh, okay. Okay, we have quorum. Okay, Councillor Montague is there. Okay, perfect. Speaker number 593 is Madeline Odell.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Today I'll be speaking in opposition to ABC's proposed 2026 budget. I'm a young disabled adult born and raised in East Vancouver. I grew up in a low-income household and with a similar community in financial situations. We found our way through programs that were run by community centers, public schools, public libraries, public arts programs, and many more publicly funded programs. My reliance on community support and public services has remained unchanged into my adult years. I'm unable to work and I'm on a fixed income, which is less than $14,000 annually. It's hard to make that amount of money stretch in a city with so few true third places left. It's sometimes joked that you can't do anything in this city without spending at least $10. In spite of my very limited funds, I keep up with nurturing community in financial, emotional, and physical ways. We can't support ourselves alone, and we rely on accessible, publicly funded programs in order to survive. As a direct benefactor of fellow residents' tax dollars, I'm very concerned about the plan to freeze any or cut any budget increases and about the opacity of this specific proposed budget. We do have a crime and homeless problem. The problem is lack of adequate funding for social supports in form of SROs, comprehensive mental health care, and addiction intervention programs. The response to this problem has been to increase policing, but over-policing just increases persecution and arrests for petty crime without addressing the root cause. Crime and homelessness is a product of a broken system, an untenable market for housing, food, and other basic human rights. Most folks on the street are disabled and ended up there because they fell through the cracks of social aid and security programs that are already stretched thin. We cannot afford to suffer any further tax cuts or freezes incongruent with inflation in this budget. The only reason I'm not on the street myself is because I was lucky enough to access adequate public support social programs. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have a great team that was publicly funded. I would never be able to afford that out of pocket, but this free resource afforded me an entire team of mental health professionals with additional access to referrals for even more free resources. I say no more to unnecessary suffering. Social programs are the backbone of our most vulnerable communities. Don't let us be forgotten. I demand transparency and accountability from this government and the harms that this budget will create. You, too, could become disabled at any time. Let that sink in. Would you be content? Would you be content with the way resources are currently set up? The only thing transparent about this budget is the abandonment of the working and most vulnerable class. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 594 is Kellen Reed Jackson.
Speaker 594 is not on the line.
595 is Lou Lee.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Lou Lee. I've been a resident of Vancouver for over 2 decades.
And I would like to use my time to speak directly to you, Councillor Cho. As a proud descendant of early Chinese immigrants, including one who was forced to pay a tax to bring his wife and child into the country, I'm deeply disappointed that a fellow Chinese Canadian would support a budget that cuts the services our elders and larger community depend on, especially considering the embarrassingly high number of our elders who are living out their final years in poverty. Councillor Cho, respectfully, we were not raised to disregard and disrespect our elders in this manner. As a resident of Chinatown, I see the resilience of our community and specific elders every day. Resilience in the face of crumbling infrastructure, shrinking services, and disappearing cultural spaces. Councillor, how can you support a budget that not only does nothing for Chinatown, but actively makes services harder to access for our elders? Councillor, have you forgotten what our elders endured and how hard they worked so that you and I can have the lives we have in this country today? Our elders deserve better. Our community deserves better. Councillor, I implore you, please remember those who paved the way for you and me and our entire community. Those people are still here, and we owe them our gratitude and our care. Councillor, please do not abandon your duty to your community. Honor our elders. Support our elders. Find the strength to do the right thing and vote against this budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 596, Heather S. Holsworth.
Hi there.
Hey, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Heather. I'm a resident of this municipality, and I'm here speaking against this proposed budget. Thank you, City Council, especially to very experienced City Councilors, Maloney and Orr. My gratitude also to the City Clerks, interpreters, and other staff for facilitating what has been truly an accessible process. It's my first time speaking or attending a City Council meeting, but I definitely imagine I'll be back to future meetings. Next time, hopefully in person. I heard another speaker mention it is quite beautiful. A bit about me. Until recently, I held a unionized frontline support worker position at WISH, an organization serving street-based sex workers in so-called Vancouver. However, I was recently laid off due to funding cuts, and many frontline organizations similar to WISH have faced layoffs and cutbacks like the one I experienced, and these organizations are having to meet ever-increasing needs with less and less. In that role, I was also a proud CUPE Local 1936 member, so of course I express my solidarity with CUPE city workers, and we can be sure Labor and allies will show up fiercely if this city moves forward with cutting 400 unionized city jobs. I hope you're enjoying your people's filibuster. What they're saying is true. This was indeed a result of an organized effort. That is organizing, made up of one conversation at a time, voter by voter by voter, throughout our city, one conversation at a time about this budget's lack of transparent democracy, about the proposed austerity and privatization measures as alternatives to a healthy tax base that would support our city and the lives of all who live here. This vague budget is a bit of an insult to your constituents and exposes the intention not to build a city where everyone's needs are met and everyone can get around affordably and accessibly, where everyone has a place to live and gather and be near some green space, a city where there's space for everyone to stop and rest, or a place to wash your hands or use the bathroom in dignity. And if you are missing some of those things, it feels like the sky is falling. Please reject this budget. Please redistribute proposed funds from the DPG budget to departments and services that make our city clean, sustainable, and safe for everyone. Power to the people, evict Ken Sim, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Speaker 597 is Alison Hardy. In person? Allison?
Speaker 597 is not present.
Okay. 598 is Jake Fry. Jake?
Thank you, Council. Thank you for letting me attend, and thank you, staff, for staying through a pretty long process. I want to speak both as a homeowner, a resident of Vancouver, and also as a business owner. We have a small company, employ roughly 45 people, and contract another 100 people that work with us in a company called Small Works. We do a lot of the affordable, small-scale housing that we've been working on now for 20 years. As a homeowner, I'd like to speak against and say my dissatisfaction from what I feel is a bill and a proposal that is inherently baking in a lot of inequities into a town and a city that is struggling with that issue quite acutely. As a business owner, I'm really concerned about the staff cuts in planning and sustainability. These are departments through my 2 years of working with the city and working as an advocate over the last decades and working with staff to come up with new programs, innovations. It is these departments that are going to be eviscerated. These are departments that are actually been very successful in coming up with programs that are really recognized worldwide as being innovative, promoting both industry and jobs, and more importantly, housing people. And for us to turn around and look at the cuts that are being proposed is so short-sighted. We will pay tenfold, both in an emotional cost, as it were, and also a physical cost, and trying to catch up after we lose these staff people and the innovations that are helping move forward. Our items and our needs to accelerate the housing program, to get permits out quicker, to look at new resolutions and new solutions, they will fall by the wayside in a very short-sighted effort to save taxes for property owners. And as a property owner, I'm more than happy to pay those extra taxes that will need to be examined and balanced in a new budget to facilitate a stronger city and to facilitate an environment where my staff can more readily find housing in the city and afford to even get into a home ownership role. These are challenges that are so acute. And to look at a small initial savings and something which one could interpret, quite frankly, as a political action at the cost of the citizenry is something I don't think we can really abide. And I really recommend you to reconsider these cuts. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 599 is Jason Balmer.
Hi there. My name is Jason Balmer. I'm a longtime resident of the unceded territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, now known as Vancouver. I'm the owner and founder of a tech business here, father of two. I'd like to thank everyone present for your diligence and strength of purpose in serving our city. It's great. I oppose this recommendation, and I oppose the 2026 budget as it's written. I've got three core issues with this budget. First, its lack of transparency and professionalism. Second, I find it fiscally ridiculous. And third, these cuts appear to be ideologically driven. The budget you're reviewing today is incomplete and lacking detail. You're being asked to pass a budget that exudes swaggerish, hold my beer and trust me bro vibes rather than a properly assembled, fiscally sensible, and balanced document. As representatives of the electorate, you shouldn't have to vote on a budget based on the whims of the moment and then just hope for the best. We've already seen where some of these cuts are going to be made, but where will the rest come from? Will there be more? We don't know. Secondly, the zero means zero budget is fiscally ridiculous. It's a short-sighted, austerity-type budget. It doesn't even mean zero, as other bodies will probably raise their components of the total tax load. The residential tax rate right now is going to be back to where it was at in 2016, after a period of regular decreases over the years between then and now. The idea that landlords will not increase rents by the maximum permitted every year by law is laughable. And as has been mentioned today and before many times by citizens speaking to this meeting, the budget also blatantly ignores public input, which had actually requested a reasonable tax increase to maintain current service levels. And then lastly, what's contained in this budget is concerning because it appears to be rooted in ideology rather than reason. The VPD, as we've heard many times, is seeing a huge increase, while planning, urban design, and sustainability department is being cut, as are other departments. The sustainability department accounts for less than 1% of the overall operating budget and has delivered results far above and beyond its cost. Climate change is only worsening. Cities are going to continue to bear the brunt of the cost, especially now that provincial and federal governments seem to be more than happy to literally spray gas on the fire. Please listen to your constituents. vote against this budget and force it to be rewritten. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 600 is Purna Pantage.
Speaker 600 is not on the line.
Okay. 601 has withdrawn. 602 is Alison Brown.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a homeowner and a resident of East Vancouver, where I live with my 2 young children. I speak to oppose this budget. I've heard listening the word filibuster. Personally, I disagree. I hope this isn't an exercise in delay, but an exercise in democracy and persuasion. I hope all councillors present have an open mind. My view is that this budget is an abdication of council's responsibilities. I've heard the insistence that services will be maintained, but it isn't enough to merely have the doors open if everything inside is crumbling. Delayed maintenance is a reduction in service. No baby change tables or hygiene dispensers, for heaven's sake, is a reduction in services. The public is not misinformed. We're simply looking past the platitudes and into reality. You are not saving me, a homeowner, any money by preventing a modest increase to my tax bill. I can't take small tax savings and provide the public services my family needs. If I need to rent a private space for my child's birthday because the community center is poorly maintained and lacks capacity, my family has fallen farther behind. If I need to use a for-profit company for swim lessons because the city hasn't hired more staff and concrete is falling into the pool, my family has fallen farther behind. Finally, the lack of detail in this budget is unacceptable. You won't win my vote with empty slogans like zero means zero and back to basics. Such tactics did not work in the last federal election, and they won't work in Vancouver. If councillors are willing to vote for a slogans now, details later budget, you're demonstrating you're not serious about running this city. ABC councillors, it isn't too late to change course. I know many of you strive to be moderate, decent, and fair, and accountable. Please show us this. This budget is a dead weight, and it will drag you down in the next election. I promise you, I'm an ordinary resident. I'm not an activist. I don't usually have time as a mom of 2 young kids to be involved in municipal politics. I've never spoken to council before, and I'm no partisan for any political party. But I am here on the road outside my child's extracurricular, desperate to have my chance to speak to you
that's your
because
time.
this matters.
Thanks for speaking
Please
to council.
vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is speaker 603, Jeremy David. Jeremy? Are you online, Jeremy?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, cool. As I said, my name is Jeremy David. I'm a Vancouver resident for over a decade, and I am opposed to this budget. Specifically because it plans to gut social services and leave 400 city employees who are also Vancouver residents without a job in this economy. So, Ken Simmons, ABC. So here you go, about to ignore the results of your own survey, ignore thousands of letters in opposition to this budget, ignore city staff, and no doubt set to go ahead and ignore hundreds of people who've signed up to speak in opposition to this. Who wants this? Nobody. I have many friends who work for the city. They're not numbers on a graph or slices on a pie chart. They're human beings with families who work incredibly hard to make Vancouver livable for their community members, especially those who have been deemed undesirable and therefore remain underserved. One of my friends who works for the city pays $3,500 for rent, lives paycheck to paycheck, providing for her family with young children. Where in your slide deck is your plan for her family and the other 400 plus Vancouver families about to be cast aside? This budget is cruel, irresponsible, and disgusting. ABC councilors, let me ask you something, please. Why have you hitched your wagon to this horse? Is it a last-ditch effort for political relevance? You have to know it's about to careen off the edge of a cliff in 2026, right? Look, my good friend, he said we have a saying in Trinidad. Those who don't hear must feel. And if you choose to cast doubt on the results of your own survey because you don't like the results, or you choose not to hear the hundreds of people who have shown up to speak and wrote letters in opposition to this, then maybe you need to feel the feeling of you not having a job with the city come next election time. The majority of Vancouverites, we stand with our city employees. None of us voters are going to forget this betrayal, and you won't be able to hide or deny what y'all are trying to do. The political reckoning will be televised, and I, for one, will be shouting it from the hills, putting it on posters, and putting it on the internet. ABC councilors, decide to be on the right side of history. Oppose this budget, even if it's for your own political careers. Free Congo, free Sudan, free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 604 is Alice Merrill.
Speaking. Hi.
Hi, please
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for listening to so many of us. I'm calling in today as a Vancouver resident who's still paying mortgage on the house I live in with my family. I'm calling to respectfully oppose approving the proposed budget as is. As I'm concerned, the cuts being proposed have potential to have significant negative impacts on important city services. City services that are currently modestly funded by the city, that represent a small, very small portion of the city budget, and that are essential to building a prosperous future for our community. I'm referring, for example, to sustainability and environmental protection services that are playing an important role at cutting carbon pollution, preserving natural habitats, and protecting our communities from escalating extreme weather. These services are leveraging and stimulating much larger complementary investments by senior levels of government. They're delivering important value in return for the city's currently modest investment in these functions. I took a look at the 2025 budget, and sustainability, for example, is only 1% of the city's total operating budget. The city cuts being proposed could have significant negative impacts on this important function. Another example that comes to mind for me personally is childcare planning. We have a dire shortage of affordable childcare in the city, and the city currently modest investment in childcare planning is helping our city maximize our ability as a community to take advantage of childcare funding by senior levels of government and to accelerate the creation of urgently needed childcare spaces. My family was very lucky to access high-quality, affordable childcare right in our neighborhood. We no longer need childcare, but I want every family in our community to have access to the same benefit. And through your budget, Mayor and Council, you can help make this possible faster. I'm concerned the proposed cuts to city services that are already modestly funded could have devastating impacts on these important services. Impacts that could put the near term as well as the future livability and safety of our communities at risk. I hope you will consider making some creative adjustments to the budget to avoid cutting into our future and to meet the diverse needs of our community. Thank you.
.605 is not on the line. .606 is not on the line.
Chair, just a point of privilege. I don't think your mic is on. I can't hear you online. I can hear the clerks, but not you.
Oh. Now it's on. Yeah, so I'm just calling 607 Nova Olson. Oh, okay. 605 is not online, right? Okay, so I'll do 606 again, Alice Shaw.
606 is not on the line.
Okay, 607 Nova Olson.
607 is not on the line.
Okay. 608 is Ian Payton.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ian Patton. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I oppose the proposed budget. I've been inspired by the hundreds of speakers before me, citizens and organizations who have spoken with passion about community, transparency, affordability, and the values that make this city special. I'm not going to repeat their points, but I stand firmly with them. I moved to Vancouver in 1989 from a small town in the BC Rockies because I wanted to live in a big, progressive, diverse city, one with ambition, imagination, and a sense of possibility. That's what a great city is, and the city is one of humanity's most remarkable inventions. This budget reflects the small-town thinking I thought I'd left behind. Vancouver's leaders have long talked about being world-class. This budget is not. It's narrow, punitive, and backward-looking. It cuts from the very places that make Vancouver livable for everyone. Parks, community centers, pools, arts and culture, libraries, planning, climate and sustainability. True fiscal responsibility isn't just cutting, it's investing in the services and infrastructure that support quality of life, attract people, and grow a healthy economy. I'm a renter. My wife, 3 teenagers, and I live in a rundown house in Mackenzie Heights. This morning, Mayor Sim said on CBC that landlords pass tax increases on to renters. This is true, but it's not as though rents won't rise without a tax increase. My landlord raises rent every year by the maximum allowed. With a 0% tax increase, this year the increase in rent goes straight into their pocket, while my family will see declining services and a less livable city. Our street is lined with vehicles sporting Arbutus Club parking stickers. I doubt most of my neighbors worry too much about community pools closing or losing access to public rinks. They can rely on private amenities. Is that the city we want, where only those who can afford exclusivity benefit from what a city has to offer? Council, ask yourselves why people choose to live in a city. Ask what vision brought you to public service, and ask whether this budget helps make that vision real. If it doesn't, please don't vote for it. I've lived in Vancouver for 36 years, and this is the first time I've ever spoken before Council. If you ask residents to fill out a budget survey and then ignore it, don't be surprised when hundreds of us show up to tell you directly that this budget is unacceptable. If this usually apathetic Gen Xer was angry enough to call in, you can be sure many more will make their views known the next time they're at the ballot box. Please don't pass this budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 609 is Branch Tothering.
Speaker 609 is not on the line.
Okay, 610 is Heather Hay.
Good evening, councillors and Mayor Sim. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you for taking the time to listen to many people like myself who feel passionately, and in my case, in opposition to this budget. I have lived in and loved Vancouver since moving here in 1989, and I am one of the homeowners who filled out the budget survey and supported tax increases to keep our city services intact. I'm speaking because I am furious, not only because this proposed budget is vague and opaque, its specifics and details not clearly spelled out, but it favors, obviously, the richest and makes the city more unaffordable and inaccessible for younger folks, families, renters, self-employed folks, artists, musicians, etc. People have spoken well on many topics, and I'm going to focus on 2 areas of proposed cuts that I am particularly passionate about. As someone who cares deeply about our city and the planet, I am deeply concerned this council would have the short-sightedness to slash climate mitigation programs in this budget as we face ever-increasing global temperatures and climate crisis in our city, province, country, and world. If you have children, as I do, and hopes for their future, climate programs would be considered a top priority and absolutely essential. The other area that I'll speak to is potential cuts to arts funding. I am saddened to see arts organizations close their doors or struggle to survive in a great cultural city like Vancouver. And speak personally, as a professional cellist who has performed and taught music in this city for over 30 years, I'm convinced that live music
Chair, point of privilege, if you can hear me. We
Yes,
cannot
we
hear
can.
you.
Yep.
The audio in the chamber is cutting out. So
Can you
online
hear
we
me now?
can't.
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
yes.
am convinced that live music, concerts, performances of all kinds are so important to the well-being of our city, to people of all ages. Music saves lives, gives us hope, encourages connection and goodwill between us, and makes us a happier and more resilient society. Music and the arts are a powerful medium for communicating important ideas and inspiration. So I'm angered that this council might vote to deeply cut arts funding. A vibrant city supports a lively and rich art scene. In conclusion, the lack of transparency in this budget is insulting and clearly shows a lack of good governance and integrity. I'm asking each of you to consider the deep damage that, if passed, this budget would do to the city we love. So do the right thing and vote against this
That's your
budget.
time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I did give you 10 more seconds. Yeah, okay. Speaker 611 is Melinda Boone.
Speaker 611 is not on the line.
612 is Rebecca Zarins.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rebecca Zarins. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I oppose this budget. First, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the points already made by our neighbors who are Indigenous, single parent, disabled, and low income. Their voices represent so many others who are not able to speak in this meeting, and I know firsthand that these speakers have chosen to make significant sacrifices in order to be here. For me, for the past 5 years, I've worked in building science and engineering, and prior to this, I have a background in architecture and urban planning. I've had the privilege of living in many great cities in the US and Canada, and in my current job, I get to work with building and sustainability experts across North America. Because of this, I know what a fantastic reputation Vancouver has for its climate and sustainability leadership. As mentioned by Speaker 552, our policy and strategies are being watched all over the world. Cities like Boston have directly modeled their progressive building energy codes on us. These cities aren't doing it because it's easy, but it's because Vancouver has set a standard. We're known for our expertise in developing robust, well-researched, forward-thinking policy. And this reputation didn't happen overnight. Vancouver's climate leadership, it goes back decades and is built on the hard work of Indigenous knowledge holders, activists, city staff, so many others. Sustainability is a core part of Vancouver's culture. We've even built a whole specialized industry of professionals who are respected leaders in low carbon and energy efficient building. The proposed cuts to planning, sustainability, and urban design ignore this legacy and are an incredibly irresponsible choice in the face of a climate crisis. Planning, urban design, and sustainability account for just 1% of the 2026 operating budget. Arts, culture, community services, which have been highlighted by so many speakers, account for only 4% of this budget. And yet these two departments faced cuts of 14% and 12% respectively. Meanwhile, the police department, which is the second largest budget slice, gets a 10% increase. Further to the points made by Speaker 580, I'll share a basic analogy. If you take a big slice from a small pie, you've got hardly anything left. And yet if you take the same proportion of slice from a really big pie, you've still got a whole lot of pie left to go around. When we cut small departments, this has a disproportionate impact because these lack economies of scale. Councillors, I urge you, please fund community services and sustainability planning urban design efforts. These are wise investments that are backed by our global reputation, but most importantly, these are what is going to provide a safe and secure place for us and our kids here. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 613 is Jana Durr.
Speaker 613 is not on the line.
Speaker 614 is Andrew Schick.
Yep, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to this budget. I am a homeowner. On the budget survey, I actually chose other and requested an increase of whatever it takes to make the city livable for all. I too struggle with rising costs, but I also know that Vancouver's property tax rate is the lowest in Canada and one of the lowest in North America. So I can afford to pay my fair share. There are, however, places we can find deficiencies. The top department to divert funds from, according to the 2025 COV budget survey, even though it was not listed as an option, was the Vancouver Police Department. The proposed police budget for 2026 is $525 million. That's an increase of $180 million since 2020. More than a quarter of all city expenditures. And all of this for a 0.8% reduction in overall crime for the first 6 months of 2025, according to CTV. $525 million for a 0.8% dip. And there is more coming. ABC recently approved $8.5 million for planning and scoping to build a new headquarters and patrol facility. Kenneth Chan wrote in 2023 that this facility will cost $370 million, which means that at some point in the next few years, we will be facing a police budget of at least $922 million. Yesterday, Stephen Quinn asked the mayor if he could think of a single time he said no to the police. He could not. What gets cut with a $922 million police budget? I want my taxes to go to arts, culture, and community services. Vancouver's artists create an estimated $6 billion in GDP, according to Stats Canada, despite only receiving 4% of the operating budget. Last week, I went to Lumiere, a public arts event held throughout downtown, and the city felt alive. There were thousands of people in attendance. People are hungry for community events like this. Yet ABC is now proposing a cut of 12% of the Department of Arts and Culture and Community Services while raising event fees by up to 2,400%. I want my taxes to go to hardening our infrastructure against climate change. The Climate Institute of Canada estimates that every dollar invested on climate adaptation returns 15 in future savings. Now, ABC is choosing to eliminate the Climate and Sustainability Department altogether. I want my taxes to build a city that cares for and supports its residents. But this budget funds one department at the expense of everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 615 is Misty D. Mill.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Misty DeMayo, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking to oppose the proposed 2026 budget. What makes Vancouver special isn't a low property tax, it's city services. And as the city's own survey has revealed, Vancouver residents by far would prefer a raise in taxes to preserve the quality of city services. Speaking as a Vancouver property owner, I'm asking you to raise my taxes. In addition, I want to express my disappointment at the city's proposal to raise the police budget at a time when other departments are being asked to cut services. This is in no way appropriate. If the city is truly going to cut services, cut the police budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker 616 is Tobias McFarlane.
616 is not present.
617 is Matt Clark. Matt?
Hey, can you hear me okay? Yo? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Thank you, bros, broettes, non-bronary folks for allowing me to speak today. My name is Matt Clark, and I'm a lifelong Vancouverite, False Creek resident, represent. I think there was a bit of a mistake today, actually, because I was listed as speaking in opposition to the budget, when actually, I'm pretty stoked on it. And can I give you a little anecdote as to why? So every day on my way from Body Energy Club, where I get my smoothie, to Club 16, where I shred, I pass by this mural, like art mural, and it's huge, bro. It's like, I'm telling you, it takes up 100% of this building. And I have this idea where if we could just take 10% of this mural away, right, we could fit in all sorts of things like Bitcoin ATM, maybe another Body Energy Club, because the lineup's always so long to get me started, maybe like a new police precinct or something. And so generally, I'm pretty stoked on this, and all the climate stuff. Just do your recycling, right? So at this point, I'm actually going to stop the act because that's what we call in the biz satire. And I'm volunteering my time right now, and nobody expects artists to work for free, do they? Do they? Councillor Kirby Young was bragging about how this budget maintains the meager amount allotted to arts and culture organizations. I'm telling you from the ground, it's not enough. It's not enough. And patting yourself on the back for mediocrity, that's very Vancouver Canucks. That's not City Hall. We can do better than basic, to quote a caller who called in on Wednesday. And to quote another speaker who spoke on Wednesday, Jules Fang, and I hope you all remember the musician Jules Fang, it's your job to make Vancouver a place where we can all make a life worth living, right? And I'll use the rest of my time to acknowledge that we are on stolen Coast Salish territory and to challenge Councillor Klassen into a staring contest. 3, 2, 1, go! That's me, bro. Point for Matt. All right, vote against, opposition, opposed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, speaker 618 is Juliana Di Paula Janot.
Hello.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Juliana. I'm a UBC undergraduate student, and I'm here to oppose the budget cuts, especially the 14% cut to planning, urban design, and sustainability. This year alone, wildfires burned an area in Canada larger than the size of New Brunswick. Climate change is not a future crisis. We're leaving it right now, and these cuts will make us less prepared as a city. As a young person, I honestly feel this issue in my heart and want to ask you, what kind of a city and future are we leaving for our children and for my generation? Do we want to protect our right to a safe, healthy environment, or steal that in the name of saving money right now, which we're not even, right? Because the cost will come right away. Remediation is more expensive than the preventive programs that you're cutting the funds from. This city will pay more in emergency response, infrastructure, and population health damage. Every dollar invested in climate resilience saves up to $12 in avoided costs. Building retrofits aren't luxuries. They lower energy bills for struggling families, prevent illnesses during heat waves, and reduce emissions. Cutting retrofit funding means higher costs later, more emergency rooms and cooling center visits, more infrastructure damage, more suffering and deaths. And street trees, they aren't just aesthetics to look at. They're infrastructure. They're essential for tourism. Follow the examples of cities like Singapore, Copenhagen, Melbourne, Paris, who invested billions in climate adaptation and urban greening. And this is saving them money and attracting tourists. Does Vancouver want to tell the world that we're falling behind or keep our reputation as the greenest city? There is extensive research showing that the investment in our urban forests saves us so many costs and improves well-being. Trees provide shade, cool down urban temperatures, cool our neighbors during deadly heat waves, reduce energy costs, healthcare costs from cardiovascular diseases, and human suffering. We want Vancouver to set the example for green, smart urban planning, which is also the cost-effective choice. We want tourists and citizens to come enjoy the forested cities, the accessible public washrooms, and admire how this city takes care of its citizens. We want a healthy population and clean air, not heat deaths, flooded infrastructure in a city that could set the international example for great urban planning, but unwisely chose to not follow the evidence-based best practices. Your own consultation showed 62% of the residents prioritize maintaining the services, and I urge the elected representatives to please represent the interests of the majority of the citizens of the city who oppose these cuts. So I respectfully urge you to please vote no on these cuts and at minimum fully restore the funding to climate and sustainability programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker 619 is Rashmi Chadha.
(619) is not on the line.
Okay, 620 is Reed Schwartz.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Reed Schwartz. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking today to oppose the budget as it's proposed. The grounds for which have been covered extensively by almost every single caller that I've heard today and on the previous days. I will say the main reasons that I felt compelled to call were, number one, the lack of detail in this budget. One of my roles that I serve in this city is as the financial director of the Vancouver Tool Library, and our budget for an organization that makes around $50,000 a year is almost equally detailed to the documents that were produced by this council to vote on. I find that a jarring lack of information, particularly compared to other budgets prepared by the city for these same kind of meetings. And I would find it difficult to find the confidence to vote for this, even if I agreed with the precepts. The second point of protest is the zero property tax increase. As a renter in Vancouver, my rent, as so many other people have noted, will go up by the maximum amount allowed by the province this year, and that money will be pocketed by the landlord that makes their money off my work. That tax benefit won't be seen by me at all. It won't pay for any services that I use or anything like that. Instead, it will be paid for by me through increased fees, fines, and other service accounts. The final reason, before I see my time, is I just want to call attention to the council, to the report from the BC Commissioner for Human Rights on the toxic drug crisis. The deep cuts to the community services aspect of the Vancouver City government are one of the most concerning items, in my opinion. That paired with the increase in the funding to the VPD. The words from the BC Human Rights Commissioner always said, taking a human rights-based approach to the toxic drug crisis means implementing evidence-based tools to reduce harms and deaths as a first priority. I don't see that this is that cutting our community services budget is putting those as a first priority, and it will lead to the deaths of many of my neighbors. And I urge council to reconsider this budget and come back with something that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, can we have the councilor online turn on their camera? I saw Councilor Kerbian and Councilor Brian always turn on their camera. Councilor Bly, Councilor Fry, we need people to confirm quorum.
Chair, it's Councilor Kirby. My camera's been on the whole time.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Councilor Bly, Councilor Fry, can you turn on your camera, please? Well, okay now? Are they listening? Okay. I didn't see any reaction from them. All right. The next one is 621, Jenna Hansen.
(621) is not on the line.
Okay, 622 is Jim Russell.
622 is not on the line.
623 is Sylvia Avila.
623 is not on the line.
Okay. 624 is Leah Molsoff.
624 is not on the line.
Okay. 625 is Taris Hong.
Greetings and salutations to the acting mayor and council. Tonight, I will be speaking in opposition to the proposed 2026 budget's 12% decrease in arts and culture funding, as well as the paltry and incommensurate increase in parks and recreation spending. My name is Taris Hung, and with my parents' blessing, I moved to Vancouver 811 days ago. I was sent here so that I could study in a university among the best in the world, live in a city that was clean and safe, and follow the paths of countless Chinese immigrants who contributed to this country worth living in. I left home with 2 suitcases, 1 carry-on, and 0 connections to this side. It was scary for the first few days, adapting to a new city and new ways of living. But the day after I settled into dorms on SFU, I went down to Granville Street and I saw Taiwan Fest running. The music and the food there ensured me it would all be okay. The semester came and went, and soon came the holidays when schnitzel and carousel from the Christmas market warmed my stomach and eased the chilly heartache from my first winter away from home. After that came Lunar New Year, and while nothing can compare to grandma's meals and laughter, the festive music and food, I suppose, that Vancouver Kaifeng Association offered at Roundhouse Community Center was a fine substitute. These events all eased my heartache for home and my transition into Canadian life. Days flew by and soon I became engrossed in the local cycling community. Somewhere between the Stanley, Cooper, and Dude Chilling Parks, I found a place where I could be myself and the people for whom I wake up every single day. Had Vancouver opted for short-term gains over a long-term community, none of this would have happened. Perhaps instead, I and countless other Vancouverites would still be stuck in tacit isolation between work and house and no third place to see each other. The routes we take in the city would weigh only as heavy as a passport and a piece of deed. But that did not come to pass. The place and people I was afforded made me feel safe, made me feel connected, made me feel welcome, made me care. Care enough to stand here today and defend who and what made me belong here 811 days on. Councillor Zhou, 你当初过来的时候，不也是会孤单的吗？星期三 Solomon 跟你说的是数字，今天我说的是过来人的情感呀。In the strongest possible terms, I urge the council to vote against this undemocratic and community-destroying budget. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 626 is Daniel Avila.
Speaker 626 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 627 is Aliyah Ali.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hello, City Councilors. My name is Aliyah Ali, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak tonight in opposition to the budget. I'm a resident of Kerrisdale and a small business owner. And being right at the end of the line of speakers, I was wondering what I could tell you that has not already been said by many folks before me. I heard on day one that there was some doubt of the integrity of the budget survey done. I'm not here to debate that. If that is what you believe, it is your duty as a public servant to do another budget survey. My guess is it'll be similar because the by-election, which had record turnout, Vancouverites overwhelmingly voted in progressive candidates. The data we have of what the citizens want does not support a budget like this. And I'm afraid your feelings here do not mean very much without the data to back it up. If you are afraid of pushback, please just show those folks the budget survey results and the fact that this is the second largest city council meeting in Canadian history. And it's literally citizens begging you to raise their taxes. Show me another city who loves their city so much. The last point I want to make is in regards to the increase in the policing budget. I, too, want to make the streets of Vancouver safer. And as a young woman, I have been closely monitoring the rise of sexual assault in the city. That being said, I want to encourage the city councilors to be a little bit more creative in solving this problem. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. Cities that invest into their police departments do not make the streets safer. The data has shown this, including in Canadian cities. I recommend looking at the data out of University of Toronto for looking at cities across Canada from 2001 to 2010. It was a 10-year study. Baltimore decreased their crime rate by 50% in 1 year, and that number has continued to decrease. The mayor and city council implemented a comprehensive violence prevention plan that focused on deterrence. I really wish I had more time to tell you about this, but I really recommend looking into it yourself. This is just one of many stories of cities tackling violence that's much greater than ours and having success. Unfortunately, increasing the police budget just doesn't do it. I really hope that you listen to everyone here who spoke to you, who took their time out at weird hours of the day, including 8:20 p.m., and that you listen to the folks who have shown up. Thank you very much.
Speaker 628 has disconnected.
Christopher Louis.
Can I get to speak?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, City Council.
Oh.
My name is Christopher, and I am a management consultant and self-employed professional from Toronto who has moved to Vancouver. I've never spoken to any city council before, and I would like to register my disagreement with and dissatisfaction with the proposed 2026 budget. Moving funds from social services and sustainability to policing in our current warming climate with such economic uncertainty and increasing wealth inequality is not the direction that the City of Vancouver should be moving in for so many reasons, which you have heard over the days and nights recently. Your mandate is to better the lives of your residents, and I believe that to maximize the welfare of the residents of the city, Council should remember that money and wealth have a decreasing marginal utility. That is to say, $100 means nothing to someone with a lot, while it could mean everything to someone with nothing. Social programs are essentially redistributive and have a terrific history of promoting welfare effectively and efficiently. You've heard over and over the course of the long hours you have spent to hear callers like me that there is a tremendous dissatisfaction and disagreement with this budget. I urge you to challenge whatever flawed assumptions that undergird the flawed strategy you have put forward. Vote no and chart a new course which returns the most welfare to the most residents of our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 630, Clara Prager.
Speaker 630 not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 631 is Liz McDowell. In person?
Speaker 631 not present.
All right, okay. So this is the end of our speakers list. Staff are recommending a 5-minute recess prior to going back through the name of people not previously present on the speakers list to verify callers on the phone line. We will now take 5 minutes break. We will be back at 8:28. Thank you. speakers from the last 3 meetings. We need quorum. Not yet. Councilor online, can you turn on your video so we have quorum? We still don't have quorum, right? Okay, we're good now. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Councilor. Okay, I'm gonna call the missed speakers from the first three meetings. The first missed speaker is speaker number 3, is Harvey Bad.
Oh.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you, Councilor. I'm actually surprised I was being called. I thought this meeting was over. So I was actually watching this meeting for quite a long time. I actually am a resident of the city of Vancouver. I've lived here for probably over 30 years. I actually worked for the city of Vancouver since probably 2017 in essential services, right? So when I first started watching this, I was very intrigued by some of the words that were said by Chief Constable Steve Rye, social morale. A lot of things were said earlier that, were, from the Parks Board that, budgets is, as per City Council has said, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think the city does need a reset. And I think all you guys are actually there probably doing a pretty good job because you guys don't want to be sitting here listening to 600 speakers unless you're actually invested in the city. That being said, I'm also a city worker and live in the city of Vancouver. So obviously I don't want to lose my job. So there's obviously a lot of concern for families as well too, right? So I think that sort of needs to be taken into place. But I also do believe when you guys said that essential services and, core programs will be protected. But what I want to try to say to you guys is just, it's actually, I'm glad I'm sort of like one of the last speakers because maybe you guys can reflect on everything, what you guys said is the domino effect. There's always an action and a reaction, right? So I heard a lot of stuff from the Parks Board, like, as council directed, we will maintain these essential service. But that doesn't really reflect the staffing levels, It's an example, like you go to Home Depot, there's nobody there to help you, It's open, it's great, but you're just walking around aimlessly. So I think we have to make sure our city facilities don't turn into that. Yes, they're open. Yes, people can go into them. Yes, we protected them based on budget cuts or whatever we've done, but, are they going to still get those same type of services? That's very important, I think, for that. I do think a fully funded police force is valid. I do think the Vancouver Fire Department is valid. One of the reasons is I was actually recently in the States in San Francisco, and I did see the difference, and I've been in San Francisco many times, and that city has changed night and day. The homelessness, everything like that, people feel safe, and I think our city needs to feel safe like that. The one thing I know I can probably run out of time, is I try to encourage the councillors to do is that, you guys work, which is great, 9 to 5, but, our city is 24 hours. I encourage you guys to go up there like after between 4 and midnight. That's when I work, or, between midnight, 8 o'clock, and just walk the streets of Chinatown, walk the streets of Hastings, because that's when the most people that are working for the city in those hours are working to help the vulnerable sectors, the street cleaners, we work in housing, and you really see a different side of our city versus during the day because, yes, everybody's out there during the day promoting, protecting, and stuff like that for a better city. But I really encourage you guys to do that. So I guess my view on the budget is I think that, yeah, for sure. The city needs a reset. Every home sometimes needs reset. My family does the same thing. When budgets are over, we're spending too much. We say, hey, look, we need to rethink everything, right? And I don't think anything is wrong with that. And a lot of people are worried about sustainability and climate change and all that stuff. But I don't really understand why that is really being affected into the budget as much. It seems like I've been listening to people, and it's just like a rehearsed speech over and over and over and over. I was actually listening to this since it first started. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is this, like, really think of the domino effect, when you're really looking at cuts, because cuts probably will be made. But I really look at the impact of, yes, we make this cut, but, and the service is still open, but are we still giving that same amount of value to the taxpayers of City of Vancouver? I mean, yeah, I don't mind paying more for my property tax because I don't want to lose my job, but I actually don't want my property tax to be increased either. So,
sorry, Harvey, that's your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Okay. Next one is Speaker 29, Amanda Mills. Yeah, please go ahead, Amanda.
Hi, I'm a resident in the city of Vancouver and a local healthcare worker, and I am asking you to vote no on the proposed cuts on the public services and 0% property tax increase. As a doctor in one of Vancouver's emergency departments, I see how people are affected when our city's social services fall short in supporting them. I see the elders in our community, those who most deserve our care and respect, and see how they rely on places like community centers and libraries for socialization, exercise, and care. I see people of all ages without access to these services or community support. Without support, they are sick, lonely, and hurting. I see the disastrous effects of heat events and other natural disasters and recognize the value of proper planning and foresight. These climate events kill our community members and our family members. We cannot afford to defund planning for these events. Our healthcare system is in crisis, our climate is in crisis, and we need a city council that supports health with planning and social safety nets. Community services are healthcare. When people are waiting in our emergency department for hours, I think about how social services could help the health of our city. I urge you to oppose this proposed budget. I see a future for Vancouver that is focused on care and responsibility, care for our most vulnerable citizens and for each other. As an elected council responsible to everyone who lives in this city, you should not approve a budget that does not detail proposed cuts. You should vote no and demand a transparent budget that allows the city to continue providing all essential public services. If you are a councillor that is on the fence with your vote, I beg you to be brave and stand up for citizens' health and rights. It is okay to change your mind or vote against party lines. There is strength and courage in listening to your community and doing what is right. You do not have to approve this budget. You have the power to ask for transparency, to ask for a new budget that has a tax increase or spreads funds across sectors, instead of focusing increased funding on the VPD, which does not make our city safer. You were elected to represent the people of Vancouver, not your own interests. You asked the people what we wanted in your survey, and it was clear. Now it's up to you to do the job you are paid for and represent our city's best interests. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker number. Okay, so we need someone on the online. Turn on the camera, please. Councilors, we have a Okay, do we have quorum now? Okay, but is the councilor in the lead? Yeah. Okay, all good. Thank you. Okay, speaker number 32 is Charles Barber. Charles online.
Speaker 32 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 42 is Alex Champagne.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alex Champagne. I was born in Vancouver and I moved back here as an adult 14 years ago. I'm speaking to express my strong opposition to this budget. As an educated professional who was raised by a single mom on welfare, I understand what it's like to be financially secure, and I understand what it's like to struggle to put food on the table. I can assure you that a modest property tax increase for homeowners in one of the most affordable cities in North America is not something that the poor and working class have ever had to worry about when they have to decide between walking an hour to work or paying bus fare and skipping their one meal for the day. I have to agree with Ken Sim that this is a waste of time, though we likely disagree on why it's a waste of time. Maybe Ken Sim thinks that listening to his constituents is a waste of his time. I think this is a waste of my time because I shouldn't have to call in and express my concern over a budget that is clearly based on ideology more than based on reason. In an interview today on CBC, Ken Sim made the argument that affordability essentially can only be achieved by supporting landlords. That if it's not profitable to be a landlord, then the landlords will go out of business. He used a restaurant as an example to make his case. However, people don't live in restaurants, and landlords don't create housing. Builders create housing. Landlords leverage access to capital to buy up housing stock and rent it for a profit. That is literally rent-seeking. In Wealth of Nations, the father of capitalism, Adam Smith writes, rent, considered as a price paid for the use of land, is naturally the highest which the tenant can afford to pay in the actual circumstances. In adjusting the lease, the landlord endeavors to leave him no greater share of the produce than what is sufficient to keep up the stock. In simple words, landlords will charge as much as they can and not a penny less. I am curious as to what Ken Sim thinks will happen to the price of houses that are sold if landlords go out of business. I hope I don't have to explain supply and demand to show that they will decrease and affordability will increase. So, if this entire budget's goal, or what little we've been presented with, is to increase affordability, then why is it encouraging rent-seeking, which just drives speculation and has caused the affordability crisis in the first place? The only explanation that I can see is that it is ideologically motivated. Service cuts and increased fees are a tax on the poor and working class. This budget is a gift to the rich and insults the intelligence of the average Vancouverite. I hope the ABC councillors can see that their political careers don't have to be tied to Ken Sim's sinking ship and will vote for sober reflection and not swagger. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Speaker 46, Bradley Watson.
Speaker 46 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 53 is Liz White. Lilith White.
Speaker 53 is not on the line.
54 is Derek O'Keefe.
I'm here. Hi, this is Derek O'Keefe.
Please go ahead.
Just want to say Vancouver deserves better than this budget. My partner and I and our 2 kids are very grateful for the public services we enjoy. We have our nearest pool, busy as it is, at Hillcrest, the free drop-in youth basketball where our teenager can go hang out with his friends at the community center until 9 p.m. on Fridays. And we're really grateful for the unseen workers who make this city go. Grateful for the clean water, functioning sewage, the basic public and social infrastructure on which we all depend. The hundreds and hundreds of people who have spoken before me, to all of you, they've poured their hearts out to you. They're fighting to save this commonwealth that we've all built together. Vancouver is a very, very wealthy city. Something like $1 trillion of real estate in the metro area. That wealth has all been socially produced by the labor of all, but too much of it is hoarded by a super rich few. This budget is a handout to that super rich minority. It's literally making the food truck operators pay for the billionaire's tax break. It's cutting good union jobs so that some 7-figure investment can go up by 10% instead of 8% next year. I think you all know this isn't right. It doesn't have to be like this. And I think maybe the most insidious thing of all about this budget is it's lowered our horizons. It's cut our expectations. Staff was really clear. 6 or 7% tax increases would be needed just to maintain services. So here we are fighting and pleading with you to stop these cuts just to maintain what we have. But what we should be talking about is expanding our public services. And that's what we're going to be doing in 2026 and 2027 and on into the future. We're going to be talking about pools in every neighborhood, not just a handful that we have to close down because the roof is falling in or they can't afford to hire lifeguards. We're going to be talking about libraries being open 7 days a week. Maybe some buses that are fast and free, rents that are rolled back because we've finally invested in the housing we actually need, childcare that is universal and available, and public washrooms with clean and functioning baby change tables in every public park. In the meantime, please be responsible. Give this budget a change. It stinks. We can do so much better. Stop the cuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 62 is Megan Milton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wait, perfect. Hi, I am speaking in opposition, and I'm asking you to listen to me and the majority of people who've spoken. I wasn't able to speak during my initial spot because I had a medical emergency. I'm disabled, and my health issues are thankfully directly improved by exercise. And I go to the Renfrew Community Center. I go pretty regularly. If you go during midday, you're going to see a lot of seniors doing aerobics. You're going to see people recovering from surgeries working out, and you're going to see me, a person who is currently living on a fixed income and is disabled. And I go there to try and improve my health and to get back to being a quote-unquote productive member of society. For me, going to that gym is just as important to my healthcare plan as my doctor and my pharmacist are. And I frankly already cannot afford this gym pass. If the price goes up, I will be unable to keep up my exercise routine. And I'm going to be spending a lot more time in the hospital, in the doctor's office, and I'm going to be on disability much longer. Now, unfortunately, most of you are conservatives, and our mayor is a businessman, and I want you guys to think about whether or not this makes sense financially. Zero might mean zero at the city hall level for taxes, but it doesn't mean zero for the provincial and federal taxes. Politics is an ecosystem, right? Over-policing and under-housing affects the criminal justice system. Layoffs affect EI, and making gyms and community centers more expensive for a absolutely pointless electioneering attempt by this council is going to reflect in our provincial services like disability and like healthcare. I think the VPD has enough money, and homeowners can afford the $30 a month or whatever it is that they're going to have to pay. But we can't afford a cutback in the services that the city provides. So I'm asking you to listen to the people. Because if you don't, the election's going to be rough, and not for us, basically, is what I'm saying. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Please listen to your constituents.
Thank you. Speaker number 64 is Dr. Tutana Cecilia West. Sorry for my mispronunciation of your name.
Speaker 64 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 72 is Marina Thompson.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Marina Thompson. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I am calling in to oppose the budget as presented. I would like to second the last three speakers and just urge the council to vote no to this budget and to consider releasing a new budget with a line-by-line item so that we know what you're voting on, so you know what you're voting on. I don't think any of you would sign an empty check and give it to me. I think as fellow citizens of this beautiful Vancouver, we can agree that more VPD is not going to make beautiful parks. It is not going to make functional community centers. And it was the VPD who said that social safety is beyond their reach. Social safety comes from programs that work, programs that are funded, places that people go to. And as the speaker before me pointed out, we have elections coming up next year, and people are watching, and people don't forget as easily as as you thought or think. We're paying attention, and we really care about these services, and every time we undo something, it takes that much longer to fix it. So please listen to your constituents and vote no to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 73 is Jamie Robinson.
Speaker 73 is not on the line.
75 is Richard Campbell.
Speaker 75 is not on the line.
76 is Liz Bell.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Liz Bell, and I am a Vancouver resident. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer. I was very pleased to participate in the survey that the City of Vancouver put forward a few months ago, and like many people in that survey, I said that, yes, I would accept a tax increase to continue to maintain the services and programs that are available in the city of Vancouver. Therefore, having expressed my opinion at that point, I was extremely disappointed to see the draft budget that has been proposed. I'm speaking, as so many of us are, in opposition of it. As an educator, I have to say that if my students provided me with a draft, I do not assess it. I would not give it a mark. I would not vote on it. I would return it to them, or I would look at it, I would give feedback, and I would return it to my students for them to improve upon it. And if I was given an assignment, a budget, a draft like this one, that contains so many cuts to the services and programs that our neighbors and the residents of Vancouver rely on, and the things that truly make our city great, like our beautiful parks and festivals and arts and libraries, community centers. If I received an assignment like that, I would send it back with my students and say, here are the places it needs to improve. So I urge the councillors to take the feedback that they have received from so many people here at these meetings to revise the budget based on the feedback and present a reasonable and community-minded budget that will reflect the actual desires of the people of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 79 is Penny Crawford.
Good evening, councillors. It's wonderful to have this opportunity to speak with all of you because I was on the bus last week when my number was called. As you heard, my name is Penny Crawford. I've been a settler on these stolen lands for over 40 years. I've been both a homeowner and a renter. So let's talk about Vancouver's greenest city brand, which is key to the city's identity. That brand will take a hit if there are cuts to the planning, urban design, sustainability, and climate preparedness teams. Cuts that would be happening when we are facing an existential crisis. I consider myself an old lady, and I care deeply about what our young people are going to inherit. These departments should not be considered a cost center, but rather an investment in Vancouver's climate leadership, and one that has some top talent on their teams. As a retired HR professional, I know that laying off staff and encouraging staff to retire early is not a strategy, it's a failure of leadership. This council won't be remembered for freezing taxes. Job losses and reduced services will have a much longer shelf life with voters. As we've heard tonight, we know that staff recommended a modest tax increase. This advice from your qualified and talented staff is being disregarded, and that's just disrespectful, not to mention rushing them to put a zero tax increase budget in place. What is being proposed is simply a reverse Robin Hood playbook. Only the very wealthy will truly see any savings. I believe that the mayor and his ABC party are simply trying to buy votes for 2026 with this budget. Shame. Irresponsible. Like others have said tonight, I'll mobilize my community to ensure that any councillor who votes in favor of this budget is not re-elected. The lack of transparency in this budget is a disgrace, and I'm not being critical of the staff. I think ABC councillors should be embarrassed expecting citizens to simply trust you. Over 600 requests to speak is an indication of the outrage of Vancouverites. And I'll close with just thanking all of you for your service. You do have a difficult job. Special thank you to those councillors who are serving multiple terms. Finally, ABC councillors, listen to your instincts. This isn't the right move. Please vote against this and protect the people and this city. Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Speaker 82, Margaret Scott.
Speaker 82 is not on the line.
Speaker 83 is Jordan Bowers.
Speaker 83 is not on the line.
84 is Adele Veronique Barclay.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adele Barkley. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I've lived here for 10 years. I work as a university professor and writer, and I'm speaking today because I vehemently oppose this proposed budget, its austerity and opacity. It is irresponsible to make these sweeping and vague cuts and then increase the VPD budget. Why, if times are so tough, is the city handing a blank check to the VPD? They don't make the city safe. We do. And all at the expense of social services, arts, the library, the environment. Your budget's lack of specificity tells us that you know this paltry 23-page incomplete draft is a nefarious move. You know that your draft budget is not supported by the majority of Vancouverites, as demonstrated by the survey, which I filled out, and also this record number of citizens voicing their opposition. Like one of the previous speakers, I work as an educator, and yeah, I agree. If you were my students and you handed this draft budget in, I'd fail you for not properly completing the assignment and failing to integrate feedback. So I recently bought a condo with my spouse, and now that I have housing stability, that makes me want to fight even more for my peers, my students, community members, to secure stable housing, which is a universal human right. As a homeowner, I want to be taxed. I can afford to be taxed. Anyone who can afford property in Vancouver can afford property tax. It's our responsibility to contribute to the community, and it's the city government's responsibility to act democratically. Libraries, parks, community centers, arts, and nature are the beating heart of the city. Sustainability is not a frill. It's necessary for the survival of ecosystems that sustain life, including human life. We are not above that. That is hubris. And if you truly care about capital, insurance companies will tell you that climate change is economically devastating. Billionaires and multimillionaires do not make the city livable. They make it embarrassing. When my friends visit from Toronto and Montreal, we go to the park, we go to the pool, we go work out at the Britannia gym, and they're stunned not just by the city's natural beauty, but by the municipality's community programming. As many pointed out, this proposed budget is a sham. If the mayor believes that these hearings are a waste of time, then I ask the mayor and the ABC councillors to stop wasting our time and actually do their jobs. Come up with a viable budget with line items that respond to what Vancouverites have told you we want.
Sorry, Speaker, that's your time. Thank you for speaking to Council. Speaker 85 is Edwin Guara.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to this joke budget. I am an engineer and resident of Vancouver since 2008. I have the privilege of living in a housing cooperative in East Vancouver. I believe that a 4-year-old with ChatGPT access could have done a better job. This is not a real budget. It doesn't have a line-by-line item. It slashes the sustainability department, slashes arts, leisure access pass, libraries. We've heard through all of these days that we've been hearing from people that how invaluable these services have been to the mental well-being of people in times of trouble. The budget is completely upside down. It's proposing to remove feminine hygiene items and change tables from toilets in the city, and increasing the budget alongside $50 million to close to $50 million to the Vancouver Police Department, which already has a $500 million budget, which is higher than even that of Toronto when you analyze it per capita. So if you're speaking of efficiency, I urge you to turn around this budget, slash the budget, and propose efficiency for the Vancouver Police Department, and use that to increase the budget of the arts, leisure access pass, and all those services that you are now trying to cut. This is a budget that trades the sounds of families having fun and children playing for that of police sirens. A few have called in support, and their main argument is to have a zero increase in property taxes, which they are welcoming with open arms. I think that they too will be satisfied by having a zero increase to property taxes that uses a budget that is strategic and decreases the budget for the police department and increases it for the arts and the leisure access pass and all the services that people actually want. Housing is the real the thing that people wanted in your survey. And for those who think that we should just let this ABC party do their damage and crash and burn, I strongly disagree. I think they have to be stopped immediately. Damage will be done. More junior people will be at the city. This harms even developers because you will have longer wait times trying to process your building permits. In conclusion, I think there's still time to turn this around. We've heard from multiple people, and we will continue to hear from others. There's strong opposition. Again, it's a joke budget. Please act accordingly.
Thank you. Speaker 86, Connie Valerie Hobbs.
Speaker 86 is not on the line.
87 is Juliet.
Speaker 87 is not on the line.
88 is Serena Lee.
Speaker 88 is not on the line.
Speaker 90 is Boris Mashtovich.
Speaker 90 is not on the line.
92 is Rafaela Weisgerber.
Speaker 92 is not on the line.
93 is Pia Yuna Mercy.
'93 is not on the line.
95 is David Nice calling.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's David Knights Cowling. I'm a new father of a 10-month-old, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I strongly oppose this budget. I'm pretty shocked to see the numbers involved in this budget. I think this is an example of a budget that hides a lot of its information in percentages rather than when you look at the actual numbers involved here. Seeing $46 million going towards the VPD as an increase, while the cumulative total of almost every other service being cut is less than that, makes absolutely no sense. No one is asking for increased police presence in the city. People are asking for safety and well-being. Those things are not found through armed police officers, militarized more and more every year under your budgets, where we've gone from $350 million to $525 million for a VPD. This is a VPD that while I'm carrying my child around community events, around protests, demonstrations, things that we cherish as a society and our ability to share space and communicate with each other in public spaces, I am constantly passing police officers holding military-grade weapons. I do not feel safer passing these police officers carrying military-style weapons. I do not understand what threat we are protecting ourselves from. And this militarization of the police leads to higher budgets. The deployment of the police more actively with more numbers to these events that aren't threatening anybody also contribute to the line item here, as we've discussed, with overtime being the key reason this budget's going up. At some point, someone has to hold departments that are misusing public funds to account. That is your job as a council. You cannot let a single individual line item in the VPD overshadow the entire portfolio of community service and requirements that you have a duty to present to the public. These are our goods. These are our commonwealth, as a previous speaker said. And if you're going to let those things go because you have chosen to shoot yourself in the foot by using a 0% property tax gimmick, then there is no one to blame for this budget and this loss of service than this ABC council and mayor. That is all I have to say. I hope you'll reconsider this budget. It is completely out of whack and makes no sense. 20 pages is not a budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 97 is Usman Mashtaq.
Speaker 97 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 100 is Shauna Lynn Cook.
Speaker 100 is not on the line.
101 is Riv Andrak.
No one is not on the line.
Okay. 108 is Omri Haven.
.108 is not on the line.
114 is Michelle K. Chu.
.114 is not on the line.
Okay. 115 is Chloe Xavier.
.115 is not on the line.
Okay. 118 is Martha Kerr.
.118 is not on the line.
121 is Simon Nahin.
.121 is not on the line.
124 is Hossein Dahnani.
.124 is not on the line.
126 is Sadie Gilker.
.126 is not on the line.
130 is Shay.
.130 is not on the line.
Okay, 133 is Angela Liu.
.133 is not on the line.
137 is Jamie Lynn Wallace.
.137 is not on the line.
138 is Amardeep Singh.
.138 not on the line.
140 is Jacob Lamar.
.140 is not on the line.
142 is Grammy Kennedy.
No, 142 is not on the line.
145 is Charles Archibald.
.145 is not on the line.
146 Katie McChesney.
.146 is not on the line.
147 is Javier Badillo.
147 is not on the line.
148 is Helen Spiegelman.
148 is not on the line.
150 is Louis.
150 is not on the line.
151 is Melina Dromeva. Melina.
Hi there.
Yeah,
Can you
hi.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry if I
Oh,
mispronounced your name.
excellent. I'm so excited to go after so many skipped folks. I've been waiting for a while. Hi, my name is Milena Drumeva, and I have lived in Vancouver for 25 years. I'm an immigrant. I experienced everything in Vancouver, going to the university, getting my first job. I am also a homeowner. In fact, I've owned a number of homes. I've bought and I've sold, and I've had that opportunity because of living in Vancouver. It's been the best city to live in, partially because of all of the wonderful services, the community, the green initiatives, the transportation, the nature, and everything. So I am here to strongly oppose this budget for the many reasons that many before me have said. And it's really interesting that a gentleman before said that we all sound like we have rehearsed together. I can assure you, counselors, we have rehearsed absolutely nothing. This is literally a spontaneous emergence of citizens. And I want to say that Mr. Kim Sin has achieved something that I think is actually miraculous, which is to mobilize middle-aged people like myself who are very, very busy and boring. We live busy and boring lives, and we are now staying up late. We're getting on a live stream, and we're signing up to speak to City Council, something we've never done before. And we will be on the streets protesting the elections next time, and we'll make sure that nothing like this ever happens in our city. The rest of my time, I just want to say that I strongly oppose increasing the VPD budget. There's absolutely no evidence that that budget will make anything any safer. In fact, there's plenty of evidence that a dollar invested in arts and culture and community services goes 10 times farther than investment in VPD. I live in East Vancouver, a very, very sketchy neighborhood, and I do not want more police. I want to be taxed, I want to pay property taxes, and I want to spread the wealth and the opportunity for all of my fellow residents, and I want my city to care for them. And I especially want to urge the city to refund and, in fact, consider increasing funding to green infrastructure, to climate solutions, and extreme climate preparedness. Something that previous caller said is not in the future. It's with us already, and it's going to affect all of us tremendously. And lastly, counselors, if you are indeed on the fence and you are ABC, we want you on our side. Please
And that's
consider
your
voting
time.
down
Thanks
the budget.
for speaking to council. Speaker 154 is Cam Burswick.
$154 is not on the line.
160 is Vince Baser.
$160 is not on the line.
161 is Caroline Wishart.
$161 is not on the line.
163 is Barbara Findlay.
$163 is not on the line.
167 is Olivia Moore.
$167 is not on the line.
168 is Eva Yankovic.
$168 is not on the line.
169 is Ian Majikowiecki.
169 is not on the line.
170 is Maxwell Ranjitahi Kaupapa.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. I would first like to thank the council for the time. I understand this is taking a lot of time out of everyone's days. I'm here to oppose the budget. Please have some patience while I'm speaking. Last week, I missed my speaking position because I was in a pedestrian and vehicle accident, and I've been in the hospital since. I would like to speak firstly on the state of our healthcare system. I was struck within Vancouver, but because of our hospital's wait times, I was actually taken out to New West. It took around 30 minutes to get EMTs on site, and so I didn't get any care or treatment until they were able to arrive, even though police and fire department was on site. That just shows that we need to be funding our healthcare system more. On top of that, I'm helping to raise my sister's child, and the cuts to the healthcare and the child care is going to severely affect how I'm able to help support my family. I work in arts and culture. I work as an audio engineer and a university professor. I work in getting grants to help put on events and shows. I book venues around Vancouver and Burnaby, and this is the cuts to art will severely affect what I'm able to do to help our communities blossom. I live in Joyce Collingwood area, and the community centers in my neighborhood are always well. We need to support these, just as so many others have said, but before me, these are vital to the life of our city, and it's what makes me proud to be a Vancouverite. I've lived here for 10 years, and I would really love to own a home someday. And with these cuts to these sectors, it just makes the city a city I wouldn't want to live in anymore. I appreciate all your time and hearing me out. That's all I need to say. I just want to oppose this budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 173 is Isaiah Schilling.
Speaker 173 not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 176, Mason Rizazadi.
Speaker 176 not on the line.
Speaker 177 is Claire Wemsey.
177 not on the line.
178 is Charlie Hodge.
$178 not on the line.
Okay, 183 is Teresa Alfeld.
It's right there. 183 not on the line.
Okay, 189 is Daphne Lofquist.
Hi there, that's me.
Yeah, okay, please go ahead.
I've been a Vancouver resident for 25 years. I work in the mental health field and am a former school counselor. I oppose the proposed budget because cutting out of school age daycare programs, arts and cultural programs, leisure access passes, as well as library funds, reconciliation initiatives, services for women and children leaving domestic violence, and homelessness services has serious negative implications for the mental health and overall health outcomes of children and families. Investing in children and families leads to positive outcomes in health, education, and provides a high return on investment for governments and taxpayers. For these reasons, I oppose the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 190 is Win Aldowski.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Bina Aldowski. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a working professional. I'm a lawyer and I'm a mother. I'm calling you today to voice my support for the many speakers that have come in front of me. I'm grateful for their passionate pleas, their words today and in the previous days list of speakers, essentially pleading with our elected representatives to vote no against this budget. This budget, which is an affront to the idea of democracy, of transparency, and of elected representatives being aware of who they are meant to serve. I've heard heartfelt and passionate pleas for our representatives to respect a democratic process. This is not a waste of time. This is accountability. This is a test to see if our elected representatives, and in particular ABC, who have been holding the reins of power since 2022, are worthy of being entrusted with the privilege of holding this office and with the privilege of seeking re-election to continue doing so. This budget is an affront to common sense. It's an affront to the principles that our city needs from our elected representatives. It is asking to vote on a blind budget item with nothing but promises of cuts to the essential services that make our city what it is, a community, home for many people, and a thriving society that collectively cares about the well-being of its residents. It goes against our city's own prepared data, the survey analysis of the 2026 budget, with the majority of businesses and residential voters voting against the very thing that ABC and Mayor Ken Sim are pushing through. It also goes against the statistics, again, prepared by our own city representatives, that crime is at a 23-year low in Vancouver. Crime across Canada is at a low level. What we need to stop the random acts that are occurring around the city and making residents feel unsafe is proper services like beds and treatment and mental health support and facilities for those that are falling through the cracks. Statistically, it is impossible to solve this problem with the hope that more police who may just happen to be at the right place at the right time, as if hitting the lottery, will stop someone who is suffering and going through the broken cracks of our system. I'm asking you to respect the wishes of your constituents. I'm asking you to represent the democratic process and listen to the passionate pleas of over 600
Thank you for
speakers.
speaking to council.
Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 191 has withdrawn. Speaker 195 is Kelsey Jones.
And to the many, many speakers who have registered to speak. I'm indebted to hearing from many of you, and I am a homeowner and a business owner in Vancouver, which does make me sound on paper as a person who would stand to benefit from taxes being frozen on my property. And I, despite this fact, still strongly oppose this budget because I do not believe that a small gain for myself as a person in a position of privilege to gain this financial benefit would be happy to live in a city where other people who need to access services that are provided municipally would suffer at the hands of a property tax freeze. I do not believe that the people who are struggling the most in Vancouver are property owners. Property owners are by and large wealthier, educated people who have access financially to many things, and I can't really understand how this move makes sense to take $120 million away from many, many other branches of the local government feels to me like a huge, huge mistake. And I will be so completely disappointed in our city should we move to cut services that serve women and children, that serve unhoused people, that provide arts and culture and joy to so many people, as well as essential services that people need to access in order to serve a homeowning population. It just feels backward. It's not the way to do it, and I strongly urge Council to reconsider this budget and to find a new way to balance it without this property tax freeze. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker 198 is Nicola Coulter.
Speaker 198 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 201 is Daviani Singh.
Speaker 201 is not on the line.
203 is Chris Livingston.
.203 is not on the line.
205 is Rupinder Sidhu.
.205 is not on the line.
208 is Noah Uran Singh.
208 is not on the line.
209 is Kristen Cook.
Hello?
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kristen Cook. I'm a Vancouver resident. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm a professional musician, and I also work at a nonprofit in the downtown east side. I oppose this budget. My husband and I moved back to Vancouver in September after 5 years living internationally. We hope to settle here permanently, start a family, and own property one day. This is my first time speaking to council, but I know it will not be my last. The decisions you make here have immediate impacts on my and all Vancouverites' lives. Just since moving back in September, I have used the library to print important customs documents. I have used city resources to understand garbage collection in my new building, submitted a maintenance request on Van 311, biked along some beautiful new bike lanes, played in the opera at Queen Elizabeth Theatre, exercised at Mount Pleasant Community Center, and gone on many beautiful walks in our world-class parks. These are the things that make Vancouver livable and why this city has such a great reputation worldwide. These are the services I was excited for when we decided to move back. But this new budget makes me worried. Choosing to lower taxes at the expense of the services that make Vancouver livable just does not make sense. I know that Vancouver is full of decent, hardworking people who agree that a modest property tax is a small price to pay for helping our neighbors, enjoying all the services that make our city livable, and maintaining our great reputation. Councillors, please have the courage to break party lines, choose good governance, and reject this draft budget. It's still not too late, and your decisions will be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 211, Sam Roberts.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sam Roberts. I live in Shaughnessy, and I am calling in opposition to the budget. Something I know that has been echoed by a lot of the other speakers here is that while I appreciate Council's initiative to increase affordability, I want to live in a city for all of the services and amenities we have access to, and I would much rather that those services stay open longer and they're inexpensive or cheaper than they are, and as cheap as possible. I was at a hearing a couple years ago where Council approved the bus corridors, which is very near my house for King Edward and Oak. When I spoke in favor, I remember Councillor Kirby Young saying that, we're not evil, yeah, you know, and you pass the bus lanes. And I really appreciated that. But I also haven't seen any progress there. I'm not sure if that's a staffing issue, but I can imagine that they won't be accelerated under any cuts. Another perhaps unusual opinion, but I really want the city of Vancouver to be one of the best places to work in the city. I want to pay city staff well. I want them to have hybrid work environments and flexible work environments. I want other organizations to compete with the city as an employer. I also think counselors work really hard, and you're here really late. You should be paid more. As part of the announcement about this budget, I know that there have been departments that have lost people who have opted for buyouts or left for other opportunities, and it's already impacted the city, which we don't really have a way of measuring yet, and that makes me really sad. And finally, I'm not going to argue for major cuts to police. There's lots of people out there who have done this already. But if we're talking about common sense efficiencies, do we need chargers? Can we get, like, Priuses? That seems like a really reasonable thing to investigate. I know you've had a very, 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 very long several days, so I won't belabor my points, and I'll keep it nice and concise, but I appreciate you all listening to this feedback and discourse, and I hope that it will support you in finding a balance that reflects the values in our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 217 is Natalie Atherley.
$217 is not on the line.
221 is Emma Dirks.
221 is not on the line.
222 is Dara Flash.
222 is not on the line.
224 is Melena Albach.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, great. Where to start? My name is Melina Auerbach. I am a Vancouver resident. I'm a homeowner, and I've been both inspired by the many people who have spoken before me over the past several days, but I've also felt incredibly angry at the reason why we are all speaking up. I am opposed to the
speakers,
proposed
we just lost
budget.
the quorum. Sorry, we just lost the quorum. Can people online turn on the video, please? Councillor Fry, Councillor Bly, please. Okay, we have the quorum now, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Where was I? That I'm also incredibly angry at why I'm here today and why the hundreds of people who have spoken are here. I am also one of the people who filled out the survey that had more than 60% of Vancouver residents saying that they were in favor of having a home tax increase in return for maintaining, but let's be aspirational and actually improve the facilities and amenities that we have. This conversation is about values. And so many speakers have been incredibly eloquent about equity, transparency, integrity, democracy, and I don't think I can convince anybody who is sitting on council right now. So I'm going to talk about process. But I did want to take a moment to say that I hope that councillors, and I don't know if the mayor is here and online or whether he's absent, but that you are actually listening and not just going through this as a required process. I heard Mayor Sim on the radio this morning, and he may have been present at those meetings, but it was clear that he had not heard a single word that anybody who I had heard as I've been following along was saying. I'm angry. I'm angry that council and the mayor would consider a budget that has no line-by-line detail, a budget that unquestioningly gives the police a 10% increase of $50 million and takes away from essential public services and things that make this city livable and vibrant. I'm angry at the newspeak that claims that there won't be cuts, but will put
Sorry,
a
Speaker, that's your
disproportionate...
time. I did give you 25 seconds more because of the break. Thank you. Speaker 228, Alison Bosley.
At work. Have a good day at work.
Alison, are you online?
Speaker 228, Allison, it's your turn to speak.
Are you there, Speaker? 228, Allison. Is there? Allison, can you speak? We have 20 people waiting for you. Then we have to move on. We can't just waste our time here. Speaker 233, Ahmed Sandhu.
Two 233 is not online.
Thank you. Speaker 234 is Leonardo Giannoni.
$234 is not on the line.
242 is Neil Wells.
Good evening, Council.
Please go ahead,
I'm
Neil.
here speaking. Thank you. I'm here speaking as a representative of the Vancouver BIA Partnership, and we are in support of the Zero Means Zero tax proposal. The BIA Partnership has submitted a letter of support along with our industry partners, the Board of Trade, CFIB, UDI, and others to the Mayor and Council. We applaud the effort to find efficiencies and cost savings, as well as looking for new technologies that will make our civil service more efficient and able to serve the people of Vancouver in a more cost-effective way. The small businesses of Vancouver are faced with these same pressures every day, and we should expect no less from our municipal leaders. As you know, the small businesses of Vancouver pay a disproportionate property tax than the services they receive. They often pay for the very air above their businesses. So yes, many small businesses support the effort that is able to lower the tax burden they're faced with. With that said, while we support this proposal, our working group have also listed a few things that we're concerned about. We want assurances that this budget will not move costs more than the normal inflationary levels onto things that the city charges fees on, like business licenses, permit fees, utilities, patio fees, and other similar things. We're increasing the wait times for those services because these cumulative costs also threaten the viability of our local businesses and commercial properties. The data we've collected and listed in our letter is clear that small businesses are suffering, and 71% of them list taxes and other regulatory costs as a top constraint to the operation. Businesses do need some semblance of predictability moving forward and reasonable increases that are more or less in line with inflation. Roller coaster property taxes and business-related fee increases these last few years are not conducive to long-term viability amidst all of the other challenges they're facing, but nor is a whiplash of zero fees on one year and then double digits the next. And we must not forget that the City of Vancouver is only one of the many taxation authorities that the businesses of Vancouver submit to. We're pleased to hear that this proposal has a focus on core services, community grants, library, and community center services. These services are also a top priority for our business members and their families that work and reside in Vancouver. I will also add how important arts, culture, and community services are to our neighborhoods and the city in general, and the supports that these departments bring to our neighborhoods. Events and public gatherings bring vitality to our areas and in turn support all of the businesses. The very fact that we are on the eve of hosting the 2026 World Cup in Vancouver further emphasizes how important these departments are. The small businesses of Vancouver know better than most how hard the last few years have been. They've been faced with difficult decisions on staffing, stifling growth, or harder decisions like being able to keep the doors open, all while facing hard-to-swallow tax and fee increases across the board. They know when things are must-haves and nice to have, and sometimes hard choices need to be made in order to keep the doors open. We look forward to specifically hearing how this is going to be achieved and what steps Council will be taking to assure the small businesses of Vancouver that they will
Thank you,
not be
Neil.
bearing
That's
the
your
brunt of
time.
this. Thank you.
Okay, 249, Stephanie Hurst. Stephanie Hurst. Stephanie Hurst.
249 is not on the line.
Okay, 251 is Christopher Gaze.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thanks for staying up. I'm opposing this motion. Arts and culture in British Columbia are not just nice to have, they're a cornerstone of who we are and how we live. Together, this sector contributes more than $24 billion to our province's economy and sustains hundreds of thousands of jobs. But beyond the numbers, it's what makes our city truly livable. Vancouver isn't defined only by mountains and sea. It's also defined by its music, its galleries, its theaters, its festivals, and the stories we tell and the communities we build through art. Right now, storytelling and community connection are more important than ever. When we cut funding, the reality is simple. We lose jobs. But it doesn't stop there. We erode the cultural ecosystem that draws people here, that builds belonging, and that keeps creativity alive. Without artists, there's no culture. Without culture, there's less tourism, less motivation, and less joy for the people who call this city home. We understand that significant increases in funding may not be possible right now, but we urge you, don't cut 12%. Instead, let's work together to find creative solutions. Help us be more efficient, reduce red tape and the endless hoops that slow down good work. Let's make sure every dollar invested in the arts goes further, not disappear altogether. Because when we invest in culture, we invest in our people. And that's what makes our city truly thrive. I chose to make Vancouver my home 40 years ago because of its vibrant cultural community. Let's make sure that continues to be our identity for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 259 is John Gladris.
259 is not on the line.
Okay, 260 is Casper Fair.
260 is not on the line.
261 is Brent Dixon.
261 not on the line.
265 is Ian Tostenson.
265 not on the line.
270 is Jasvier Mann.
270 not on the line.
271 is Nadine Palace.
71 not on the line.
Okay, 273 is Gurmeet Singh.
273 not on the line.
276 is Dell Burring.
276 is not in the line.
Okay, 278 is Tara Chen Ying Friedenberg.
278 not in the line.
279 is Candy Paladi.
Good evening. My name is Candy Gladi. I'm the Interim Executive Director at Food Stash Foundation, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. While we appreciate the city's intent to deliver stability and maintain essential services, we respectfully oppose the proposed 2026 budget in its current form. This budget, framed as back to basics, fails to address one of the most basic needs of all, food security. Across our city, demand for food assistance continues to rise, and our food systems are under strain. Food recovery organizations like ours and community kitchens are stretched thin. Yet, the 2026 budget provides no targeted investment in strengthening local food systems, reducing food waste, or supporting community-based climate action. We are deeply concerned that while funding for police services continues to rise, allocations for arts, culture, and community services fall by 12%, and planning, urban design, and sustainability drops by 14%. These areas are where many of our community food programs, green infrastructure, climate programs, and sustainability initiatives are housed and supported. Reducing these undermines the very systems that keep our city healthy, connected, and climate ready. The budgeting of our city. Cutting back on sustainability and community funding today only increases social and environmental costs tomorrow. We urge the Council to reconsider this approach and make room in the 2026 budget for 1, expanding community food infrastructure and food recovery programs, supporting circular food economy initiatives that reduce landfill waste, and strengthening partnerships that connect local food systems with climate and equity goals. A city budget is not just a financial plan. It is a reflection of our collective priorities and values. Vancouver has pledged leadership in sustainability and zero waste. Those goals cannot be met without deliberate investment in food systems and environmental stewardship. I ask the Council to amend this budget so that it truly supports the foundation of a livable, resilient, and just city, where no food is wasted and no one goes hungry. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 280 is Erin Bowling.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Erin Bodine. I'm a longtime resident of so-called Vancouver and a resident of the Riley Park neighborhood. I appreciate your time tonight, as I know this is the third session of hearing your constituents. I myself have been listening over the last week.
Sorry, speakers, we lost the quorum. We have to have someone online to turn on their camera. Sorry about that. I'll stop your timer.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor, okay, do we have quorum now? We do. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening to your constituents over the last week. It is your job, much like making a comprehensive budget is. I think that it is especially telling that today the majority of voices heard are against this budget. These are the people who have been waiting to speak, waiting their turn, taking time away from their lives, and coming back to this just like you are taking the time to listen to us. We are not getting paid, but this is something that we are deeply invested in financially, just for a different reason. So it is incredibly frustrating to have a council and mayor who seem to only be listening to a small number of constituents just based on that public survey that was put out. It's kind of insane that the results came in and they were very clearly reported there, as I read. Residents and business, in their top suggestions, they said that less funding for VPD was one of the main points that they were in favor of, and residents and businesses both said at 50% and 49% respectively were in favor of increasing residential property tax. And funnily enough, neither of these are reflected in this very small, not super detailed budget. I worked at a nonprofit for years, and for grants that we would write as folks mentioned on Thursday, we would have to do a more comprehensive budget just for our reporting. So I wish there was a little bit more detail, and I hope that those of you who are in favor of the budget so far are reconsidering voting against it, because we just truly don't have enough information, and it's pretty shocking to vote yes on something that you don't know anything about. Not that you don't have the background information, it's just that it hasn't been decided yet. Just at a time right now when so many residents are struggling to get by with high grocery prices and difficult renting situations, 50% of the population are renting. It just seems absurd to be cutting social services, public libraries. I mean, we're not cutting that necessarily, but it's not enough of an increase. Just all of this doesn't really add up. Your constituents do not want to spend more on policing, do not want to increase the budget, and studies have shown that this doesn't lower crime rate. And spending less on policing doesn't actually increase the crime rate either. Police do not actually prevent crime, they respond to it. And it's all these other services that will be put through the shredder that are preventative measures for crime and for some of the difficult situations that our city is facing today. So yeah, public safety is kind of BS without prevention, and I think that this is what people are trying to tell you. So I really hope that you listen to everybody today, Thursday, last Tuesday. I don't know if this will even go on for longer, but this is really important to not ignore the people who you are supposed to be representing and listening to. In conclusion, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Congo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to raise a point of privilege. I am hoping, and I would like to move a motion to extend to complete the speakers. I think we're having pretty good luck with getting speakers online that we've missed. And I know people have been waiting a long time, many days, in some cases over a week, to speak to council. So I'd like to move a motion to complete the speakers tonight.
Okay, so we have motion on the floor, complete the business tonight. We have seconder. Second by Council Claassen. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we need 2/3, right?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Oh, now you turn on your
Opposed.
camera, Councilor Fry. Good. Okay, so we need 2/3, right, clerk? Okay, so the motion did not pass. I think we clearly heard at least 3 opposed. So okay, so let's do a captured vote, please. Yeah, Council, please register your vote on the voting screen.
Clerk's voter assist for Fry opposed, please.
Vote assist in favor, please. Councilor Carvilla.
Okay, so this motion did not pass with Councilor Bly, Councilor Fry, Councilor Warren, and Councilor Maloney in opposition. So we're going to finish at 10 p.m. So it's 9:53. I'm going to keep on going. The next speaker is Speaker 283. Is Jedgar Najar.
(283) is not on the line.
Okay, 284 is Amelia Keenan.
(284) is not on the line.
Okay, 289 is Heather Redfern.
Just under the wire.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Heather Redfern, and I'm the executive director of the Culch. And I know a lot about tough budgets, taking risks, and investing in communities. In the recent report from the Canadian Chamber of Congress's Business Data Lab, it was reported that the arts and culture sector contributes $65 billion in direct GDP to the Canadian economy, and that's in 2024, growing faster and supporting more jobs per dollar than other key sectors such as oil and gas, construction, and manufacturing. The report found our sector generated $29 in economic activity for every federal dollar invested. I know it's late, but let's do some math. Based on that number and the federal investment made in the Culture each year, we generate over $15 million in economic activity per year in the city of Vancouver. The city's investment in our operations is $155,500 per year. That means the Culture generates $96.47 in economic activity for every dollar this city invests. That, my friends, is an exceptional return on investment. The arts are a good news story, so it's not surprising the recent federal budget increased its investment in the arts. Why is your budget looking at cuts? I don't think your maths. Cultural participation and community engagement define Vancouver's identity and support good citizenry. Civic investment creates access for Vancouverites to engage with their culture. This is their right. It is not a luxury. Attending arts events, participating in festivals, gatherings, this supports everyone's well-being, and this is our collective work. It is especially important for our kids, our young people. Arts are an investment in their futures, in a society that builds engaged and contributing citizens that don't need to be policed. How many councils have had the opportunity and the luxury that you have had over these last days of listening to hundreds of their constituents ask them to please increase their property taxes? Because all these people want a strong and connected city. And what does that tell you about how important arts, culture, and other community-supported services mean to them? Your 12% cuts amount to a tax savings of $9 a year for each Vancouver resident. $9. What will they lose with your cuts? Is it worth so much more than that?
That's your time, Heather.
Thank you for your
Thank you for
time.
speaking to council. I'm going to keep on going. 290 is Alfie Ibrahimi.
290 is not on the line.
291 is Alisa what's your Razi? Not here, Razi.
Gutierrez.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Elisa Gutierrez. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Vancouver resident, a mom, a busy working professional, and I also have the privilege to be a homeowner in East Vancouver. I have lived in Vancouver for 26 years, enjoying the public services, arts and culture, beautiful parks and natural areas that support healthy communities. And this is my first time speaking to the City Council. And I'm speaking today because I'm deeply concerned and troubled about the 2026 proposed budget and its lack of transparency and the proposed cuts. I strongly oppose any reduction in services and programs that benefit all of us, especially our most vulnerable communities. I'm proud to pay my property tax. This reflects my values. We are all witnessing through this unprecedented participation in this council meeting that people care deeply about their city, that we care deeply about each other. Council members don't ignore the survey report and the Vancouver's residents' feedback. I have to remind what speaker number 580 said. You are not a board of directors. I urge you to truly reflect on what you have heard during these days and on your duties to your Vancouver community. Do what is right for most people. Vote against this draft budget and work towards one that supports the services that benefit the majority of Vancouver residents, making the city safer, more compassionate, and prosperous for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. It's 9:59, so we're going to recess here. So we're going to continue at 3 p.m. tomorrow, November 19th. Thanks, everyone.